On this dreary night, Wraithmore Mansion is draped in shadow. Somewhere in the corridor, a ghostly figure looms. Watch out! Your every move could startle the area's long-term residents awake. PUBG Mobile's new Spooky Soiree version is now available. Here's a quick run-through of V4.0's themed mode, and all the specialty gameplay it has to offer. In Spooky Soiree, you can pick up skill items that infuse Ghosty with ghostly powers. However, you can only equip up to one main skill and 2 passive skills at a time. If you prefer to fight over supplies, you should choose skills that boost your offense and survival. The first skill is Floating Balloon, which lets you fly for a brief period. It's really effective for repositioning or moving to support teammates. Scan is a skill that provides a lot of enemy intel. The Heal and Armorer passive skills allow you to battle to your heart's content without a worry. If you value survival and fun above all, go with Guardian Shield, which provides cover that you can bring anywhere. It also knocks back approaching enemies. Passive skills Boost and Ghost Helm greatly increase your sprinting speed and defense respectively, allowing you to loot your way across the map swiftly and efficiently. If you get defeated in a match and become a prankster ghost, don't fret. Take advantage of the special skills you gain, Bomb, Scan, and Shield, to give your teammates more opportunities. Keep in mind that these skills will gradually become available on different maps at different times. Choose whatever fits your playstyle. This mode has 2 main theme areas, Wraithmore Mansion and the Rock Review. Head straight for Wraithmore Mansion if you love battles. Open ghost crates to expose the locations of all nearby enemies. Speaking of supplies, there's a magic mirror on the first floor with tons of treasures sealed inside, making it a highly contested target. If you'd rather explore the new version in peace, head for the haunted residential area, where the scaredy ghosts gather to avoid intense confrontations. This update introduces a new vehicle, the Magic Broom. It seats 2 players and has a dash that's great for pursuing enemies. The broom's portability and flexibility is also useful for quickly scouring the area for supply. Plus, it has a powerful sweep that can knock enemies away. There's a lot more ghostly content for you to experience. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. Nightfall marks the beginning of your adventure. That sums up most of V4.0's themed updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Finding it hard to fight back against enemies? Is reloading not realistic enough? Is it affecting your battle experience? Does your motorcycle have a busted tire? Did you reach Conqueror tier and have nothing else to do? If any of these are relatable, then don't miss this video. Let's check out the various upgrades in PUBG Mobile V4.0. This version introduces a brand new weapon, the Mortar. It uses a special explosive ammo and deals tons of damage to enemies. It's great at applying pressure. The Mortar has 2 firing modes. Quick Strike mode lets you aim directly at enemies. Precise Target mode lets you strike areas beyond your field of view for amazing long-range coverage. Whether it's fighting back or providing long-range support, the Mortar is an excellent tactical choice. We have also revamped reloading to provide even greater realism. To put it simply, if you reload your weapon before it's empty, you'll keep a round in the chamber. So after reloading, that means you'll have an extra shot available to you. We've also improved the idle and reload animations for empty pistols to keep you more immersed than ever. We've added crosshair style switching for the 4X scope. You can easily switch between them as you like. May you never miss your shots again. Now, when you burst your motorcycle's tire, you can easily swap it out for a new one. We've also improved the stability of mounted firing on 2-wheel vehicles. Ride smoothly and fire with more precision than ever. Boats also get an upgrade. They travel through the water much smoother than before. Enjoy the improved naval warfare. These vehicle updates are sure to make matches even more exciting. Apart from battle-related improvements, Erangel's has a new relaxation area. Take a break from the fighting and come here to gear up with supplies. Or relax for a bit on the swings and Ferris wheel. Get comfy on the battleground. C9S26 is here. Check out the new Ace-exclusive Path of Honor and rewards. We've improved tier objectives and added rewards for reaching the highest tier in the previous season. New legendary firearm is here. Challenge the brand new firearm combat power system. Your glorious journey begins. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. That's a brief overview of V4.0's classic mode updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Get to know version 4.0 in 3 minutes. No treats? Then beware of tricks. The new spooky soiree version is here. Let's check out what's new. This version's themed gameplay will be available on Erangel, Livik, and Rondo. The main themed area is Wraithmore Mansion. Also, 2 performing dead concerts will take place on the map. Wraithmore Mansion contains tons of interactive content, including the Soulbind Mirror, Scaredy Ghosts, Phantom Treasure, and more for you to discover. This version's ghost gameplay consists of Ghosty, a ghost who accompanies you throughout the match, and Prankster Ghosts, which you become if you get knocked out. Ghosty has main and passive skills. Main skill, Floating Balloon. Passive skill, Boost. Passive skill, Ghost Helm. Passive skill, Armorer. Passive skill, Scan. Main skill, Guardian Shield. Passive skill, Heal. Prankster Ghosts allow players who get eliminated to turn into ghosts for a short time and use skills to disrupt the match. Spook, Bomb, and Shield. The themed vehicle this time is a magic broom. And there are tons more mysterious gameplay and collabs with famous celebs for you to look forward to. Doesn't pranking sound more fun than haunting? Have a spooktacular spooky soiree. In this version, you'll also get the chance to play a new thrilling pursuit and escape game mode, Unfail. In this mode, you'll either join the survivors or become the predator, and experience the thrilling battle between them that ensues. It really gets your heart rate up, so beware unless you're bold. In classic mode, Erengel's Lipovka has been updated. There's a new mortar weapon, realistic reloading mechanics, and pistol idle animations. What's more, Cycle 9 Season 26 begins on September 11th, along with the new firearm combat power system, Path of Glory, and Weekend Joy. Home will introduce the new Lunar Castle style, a treasure hunt minigame, home competition, and home-style voting event. Perhaps most exciting of all is that World of Wonder 1.0 is officially here, bringing full creator access to all players. Also included are the new World of Wonder Pass and World of Wonder gifts in an effort to create a win-win ecosystem. Metro Royale Chapter 28 has begun, and you can now challenge your friends to a 1v1. We've also added Ghost Crates. And that's not all. Version 4.0 still has more gameplay on the way, so stay tuned for future in-game announcements. See you next time.
Reaching a total prize pool worth $10 million. Become a top creator for a chance to win $200,000. Everyone has a chance. Hi everyone, I'm XL. The two most frequently asked questions I've received have been when World of Wonder would release after having been in beta for so long, and when we'd grant full creator access to players so they could realize their unique ideas. Today, I've come with the answers that everyone has been waiting for. I'm happy to announce that World of Wonder 1.0 officially launches in the next version. In World of Wonder 1.0 will significantly boost creator access, letting more players join in creating. Of course, we've also prepared plenty of rewards. World of Wonder cash incentives have increased yet again, reaching a total prize pool worth $10 million. Become a top creator for a chance to win $200,000. Everyone has a chance. In 2025, we anticipate over 100,000 creators receiving incentive earnings. WoW currently boasts over 4.4 million maps. WoW maps have hosted over 33 billion matches. World of Wonder has over 1,000 dedicated influencers, bringing its maps over 1 billion views per version. If you'd like to become a WoW ambassador as well, you can join the Next Star program for smaller influencers for a chance to win a share of the $6 million cash prize pool. Some creators may wonder, my creation skills aren't really up to par right now. Will I still get the chance to receive earnings? Rest assured, everyone has a chance in the World of Wonder incentive program. Every step of the creation process counts. A lot of rookies tell me, XL, I don't know how to take the first step, or I lack inspiration. How do I even start? In World of Wonder 1.0, we'll gradually make the Smart Assistant feature more widely available. When you don't know how to get started or lack inspiration, you can turn to the Smart Assistant for help. Some creators wonder, World of Wonder looks difficult and I know nothing about coding. Does this mean my maps will never turn out good? Here, I'd like to recommend our visual programming tool. Through simple configurations and logical calculations, you can design something truly unique without knowing anything about coding. It's sure to take your abilities to the next level. World of Wonder is also an open ecosystem that connects players around the world. For example, we're working with the Prime Minister's Office of Pakistan and collaborating with over 50 global universities to help students gain professional game development skills while discovering new career paths. We are also working with the United Nations to promote environmental and public welfare awareness. We welcome global brands, artists, celebrities, influencers, and map creators of all kinds to join the World of Wonder ecosystem. If you're interested in collaborating with World of Wonder or have any suggestions for us, feel free to contact us through official customer service.
Hi everyone, I'm JY. Now that World of Wonder 1.0 has launched, we intend to work with everyone to establish a mutually beneficial ecosystem for the mode. Players often complain that World of Wonder lacks challenges and rewards. In order to meet everyone's expectations, we're introducing the World Pass system in World of Wonder 1.0. By playing World of Wonder content and completing missions, players can earn points and get tons of rewards for free. Upgrading the pass also unlocks lots of customizations and exclusive perks. A certain portion of the earnings we receive from the pass will be invested into the World of Wonder incentive program, increasing our cash prize pool to give back to each contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem. At the same time, we hope every talented creator's fantastic ideas will be worthy of praise and attention. In World of Wonder 1.0, the new gifting system builds a bridge between creators and players. Fans can gift special World of Wonder gifts to instantly give the creator a like for their creativity. These gifts increase creativity points, which can be used to unlock even cooler custom appearances and are displayed on the creativity points ranking. Top creators on the ranking stand to receive tons of cash rewards. All in-game cash earnings will be stored in the co-creation wallet for clarity and transparency. We've added a strict identity verification process to ensure the security of every transaction. We support withdrawals in the vast majority of countries and regions worldwide, allowing you to turn your creations into real-life earnings, no matter where you're located. World of Wonder 1.0 marks a new beginning. We hope all players with creative ideas are able to become game developers.
We will continue working on this mutually beneficial ecosystem so that all outstanding creators are well compensated. May all creators march into the future together with World of Wonder.
May all creators march into the future together with World of Wonder. Thank you.
The first Ultimate set with removable outwear, Nixon Sinistra, is now available. The first advanced upgradable firearm with sound effects, Nixon Rose AUG, has arrived. It comes with an exclusive Inspect emote, to help you stand out on the battleground. Plus, a cool elimination broadcast, elimination effect, and loot crate to turn eyes on the battleground. The matching Resonant Nell glider is sure to make a stunning entrance in battle. Equip the Nixon Sinistra set and battle in style.
On this dreary night, Wraithmore Mansion is draped in shadow. Somewhere in the corridor, a ghostly figure looms. Watch out! Your every move could startle the area's long-term residents awake. PUBG Mobile's new Spooky Soiree version is now available. Here's a quick run-through of V4.0's themed mode and all the specialty gameplay it has to offer. In Spooky Soiree, you can pick up skill items that infuse Ghosty with ghostly powers. However, you can only equip up to one main skill and 2 passive skills at a time. If you prefer to fight over supplies, you should choose skills that boost your offense and survival. The first skill is Floating Balloon, which lets you fly for a brief period. It's really effective for repositioning or moving to support teammates. Scan is a skill that provides a lot of enemy intel. The Heal and Armorer passive skills allow you to battle to your heart's content without a worry. If you value survival and fun above all, go with Guardian Shield, which provides cover that you can bring anywhere. It also knocks back approaching enemies. Passive skills Boost and Ghost Helm greatly increase your sprinting speed and defense respectively, allowing you to loot your way across the map swiftly and efficiently. If you get defeated in a match and become a prankster ghost, don't fret. Take advantage of the special skills you gain, Bomb, Scan, and Shield, to give your teammates more opportunities. Keep in mind that these skills will gradually become available on different maps at different times. Choose whatever fits your playstyle. This mode has 2 main theme areas, Wraithmore Mansion and the Rock Review. Head straight for Wraithmore Mansion if you love battles. Open ghost crates to expose the locations of all nearby enemies. Speaking of supplies, there's a magic mirror on the first floor with tons of treasures sealed inside, making it a highly contested target. If you'd rather explore the new version in peace, head for the haunted residential area, where the scaredy ghosts gather to avoid intense confrontations. This update introduces a new vehicle, the Magic Broom. It seats 2 players and has a dash that's great for pursuing enemies. The broom's portability and flexibility is also useful for quickly scouring the area for supply. Plus, it has a powerful sweep that can knock enemies away. There's a lot more ghostly content for you to experience. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. Nightfall marks the beginning of your adventure. That sums up most of V4.0's themed updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Get to know version 4.0 in 3 minutes. No treats? Then beware of tricks. The new Spooky Soiree version is here. Let's check out what's new. This version's themed gameplay will be available on Erangel, Livik, and Rondo. The main themed area is Wraithmore Mansion. Also, 2 performing dead concerts will take place on the map. Wraithmore Mansion contains tons of interactive content, including the Soulbind Mirror, Scaredy Ghosts, Phantom Treasure, and more for you to discover. This version's ghost gameplay consists of Ghosty, a ghost who accompanies you throughout the match, and Prankster Ghosts, which you become if you get knocked out. Ghosty has main and passive skills. Main skill, Floating Balloon. Passive skill, Boost. Passive skill, Ghost Helm. Passive skill, Armorer. Passive skill, Scan. Main skill, Guardian Shield. Passive skill, Heal. Prankster Ghosts allow players who get eliminated to turn into ghosts for a short time and use skills to disrupt the match. Spook, Bomb, and Shield. The themed vehicle this time is a Magic Broom. And there are tons more mysterious gameplay and collabs with famous celebs for you to look forward to. Doesn't pranking sound more fun than haunting? Have a spooktacular Spooky Soiree. In this version, you'll also get the chance to play a new thrilling pursuit and escape game mode, Unfail. In this mode, you'll either join the survivors or become the predator, and experience the thrilling battle between them that ensues. It really gets your heart rate up, so beware unless you're bold. In Classic mode, Erengel's Lipovka has been updated. There's a new mortar weapon, realistic reloading mechanics, and pistol idle animations. What's more, Cycle 9 Season 26 begins on September 11th, along with the new firearm combat power system, Path of Glory, and Weekend Joy. Home will introduce the new Lunar Castle style, a treasure hunt minigame, home competition, and home-style voting event. Perhaps most exciting of all is that World of Wonder 1.0 is officially here, bringing full creator access to all players. Also included are the new World of Wonder Pass and World of Wonder gifts in an effort to create a win-win ecosystem. Metro Royale Chapter 28 has begun, and you can now challenge your friends to a 1v1. We've also added Ghost Crates. And that's not all. Version 4.0 still has more gameplay on the way, so stay tuned for future in-game announcements. See you next time. The first Ultimate set with removable outwear, Nixon Sinistra, is now available. The first advanced upgradable firearm with sound effects, Nixon Rose AUG, has arrived. It comes with an exclusive Inspect emote, help you stand out on the battleground. Plus, a cool elimination broadcast, elimination effect, and loot crate to turn eyes on the battleground. The matching Resonant Nell Glider is sure to make a stunning entrance in battle. Equip the Nixon Sinistra set and battle in style.
Welcome to the 2025 PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia 4 Group Stage! Coming to you live from the city that never sleeps, Bangkok, Thailand. The battlefield is ready and history is about to be written. I am your host, Homebois, and I'll be guiding you through every heartbeat of this incredible tournament, where the best squads team across Southeast Asia fight for glory. 24 teams, one dream. Every bullet fire, every point could mean the difference between triumph and heartbreak. Out here, there's no room for hesitation, only courage, precision, and the will to be outlast. In the group stage, groups A, B, and C will rotate and clash in a relentless battle for points. After 3 intense days, only 16 teams will secure their tickets to the Super Weekend. And from there, every move, every fight, every point will matter more than ever. This fall, the challenge reaches new heights. At the end of day 1 of the Super Weekend, the match point will be set. The total points of the top team plus 20. That's 10 more than last season. Turning up the pressure, from day 2 onward, it's all about survival. The first squad to break past the target and secure a winner-winner chicken dinner will see the championship. So now, the questions remains: who will adapt, who will endure, who will rise above all and crown as the champion of PMSL Southeast Asia Fall 2025? And now, the answers lies on the battlefield. The wait is over as the 2025 PMSL Southeast Asia Fall Group Stage starts right now. Let's welcome the 16 teams. Squads is ready to shake up the battlefield. With Success, Return, and Vexes, firepower added to the lineup, this legendary squad is ready to come back towards championship glory. BIGETRON by Vitality! Emerging from 2 Malaysia's biggest names, they aim to combine strengths and emerge as a serious playoff contender. Homebois x MAQNA Esports Cup. Starting strong as the runner-up of 2025 PMSL Southeast Asia Fall preseason, they seem bombed up and ready to take a shot at the trophy. FaZe Clan. A fallen champion of PMSL Southeast Asia, they remain a constant threat to every opponent in every season. And once again, all eyes are on them. DCV! After a standout run at 2024 PMGC, the question now is whether can they fight their way back to the 2025 PMGC and repeat their international success. VOIN Esports! A split of underperformance behind them, they step into this season determined to redeem themselves and return to their true form. Real! Let's introduce your returning champion and pride of Thailand, now defending their title on home soil, with every intention of keeping the trophy where it is. eArena! Strengthened further by top Malaysian talents like Deb and Kenny, they have grown stronger each season and arrived this split with their most promising roster yet, TODAK! The Malaysia's Tigers, a team that never fails to reach the finals. This split, they are aiming to turn consistency into a PMGC qualification. 9. Returning to PMSL through the country slot, they see this as their moment to prove themselves worthy of retaining the slot for Thailand next season. XSOPHERE eSport! From a second runner-up finishers in 2025 PMSL Southeast Asia Summer, they have proven their rise is no fluke and now set their sights on the trophy. Team Secret! From conquering PMNC Indonesia to stepping onto the PMSL stage, these newcomers are ready to prove where they belong. NST GENOTH! Once a 2-time champion that rediscovered their peak last season, they came close to being a 3-time champion of PMSL Southeast Asia, Alter Ego Aries. Crowned second-time PMNC Malaysia champions, they now aim to push even further under Hilton's leadership to their first PMSL Grand Finals, Team 52. Guided by experienced leaders and fueled by new fire, the Thailand PMNC champions step in the intent to make their mark. Mixer Gang! And finally, after a deep slumber for a few seasons, they are back, hungry than ever for the hunt toward the 2025 PMGC and the trophy of 2025 PMSL Southeast Asia Fall. Boom Esports! These squads from Groups A and C are prepared to make their mark. Let's not wait any further as the battle starts now!
Welcome to another exciting season of the 2025 PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia. It's your boy here, Contra. Joining alongside with me is the always wonderful Tash Bunny to bring you the stories of this brand new season.
It's very exciting. I mean, when you come into this brand new season, I think that this season, especially from the intro, start to see players just really break out their shells. They look super confident. They look a lot more comfortable just really playing and flirting with the camera as well. And most importantly, I think that we're seeing a lot more of outside game chemistry more than ever. And I think this is something that we should really pay attention to, whether or not this can actually be seen in the game itself. Regardless, as we go into this one as well, this is one of the last few chances for these players to make it to PMGC at the end of the year. So everything is on the line.
Absolutely agree with you. This is that golden ticket where they've been waiting for the entire year to really prove themselves. We're also looking at a lot of all these notable names that have been able to make big returns, such as King Zuxi, now back in BTR, to already solidify it even further with this star-studded lineup. Is definitely looking exciting for the Indonesians. But then again, it's home soil for the boys coming in from Thailand, though. So I wonder if names like FaZe Clan and Vampire Esports will show up. Regardless of that, we'll, of course, take a look at the point system and everything else. If you guys are brand new to the scene, this is as follows. The Chicken Dinner rewards the team with 10 points, and of course the numbers will dwindle down based on their position. 9 to 16 players will not receive points, therefore they will have to fight for elimination points worth 1 point each, and 200k is on the line.
Yeah, 200k on the line, and on top of that as well, our schedules here looking packed as heck. We've now changed from the longer format to a shorter one, which I feel gives a lot more pressure to these players as well, where every single day matters, whether it be the group stage, the super weekend, and most importantly, the finals. So if you guys don't know, it's a very interesting format, if you ask me, because on group stages, which is we have 24 teams on 3 groups, you have A and C on Wednesday, B and C on Thursday, and A and B on Friday, where from all of this, the top 16 goes into the super weekend during the weekend. And this is where you collect points to make it to the grand finals in 2 weeks. So there's 6 matches in one day on the 13th and also the 20th of September, which is the first day of the super weekend. And on the second day of the super weekend is Smash Rule, where we can go up to 8 matches. And if there are teams that say decide that they want to do 3 matches a day, go ahead. But so far, I don't think we've had a short Smash Rule yet, right, Contra?
Yeah, not that I could recall of one that actually does not extend all the way to the final game. Maybe if there was any and ever the case, maybe a game 5 or game 6 can actually happen. So of course, with this brand new update of these super weekends, I'm definitely excited to see teams getting more adjusted to that Smash Rule. Of course, we will see many of all these familiar names coming from each respective groups, but also new names as well, such as MXG and ST and many more. But man, every single group is super stacked.
It is really stacked as well. I think I heard from the lore as well, the newer teams are no slouches as well. We're seeing a lot more new Malaysian teams coming here onto the big stages. Welcome, by the way. Exciting stuff to see, because for a long time, you know, we had like the two Malaysian teams really dominating. I would love to see, I would say, this to change as well. Coming into today, we're looking at groups A and C. Looking at AE, NST, Sem9, TODAK, FaZe, MXG, TS, Boom, Esports for Group A, and Group C, VOIN, BTR, HPME, 52, EA, XSP, DX, and RRQ. So, you know, on top of the brand new teams coming in like 52, we also have teams that are, I would say, household names, dynasties that we have seen for a long time. And on top of that as well, welcome to the big stage, Rondo. Brand new map coming in here. We have the recall system, 2 flight routes, terrain destruction, bunker drops, EMP zones, JS9 gun, stun gun, pickaxe, signal, jammer, backpack. We have it all. And this would really change dynamics of how the games play. It goes beyond rotations, beyond crossfires and teamwork. It's a lot more methodical than before.
I absolutely agree with you. And for the fact of the matter that they can actually go for revive points, this also means that this will be a little bit more chaotic than usual as compared to Sanhok, where, you know, teams can actually farm a lot of points in this map of Rondo. Though Rondo will only be played once per day, so these teams really need to find a good head start, if ever the case. And we're already looking at some great predictions coming in from the teams' drop spots, where we might even see altercation coming from BTR as well as Sem9 inside of Yulin. Up north, we got RRQ as well as XSOPHERE. So there's plenty of battles awaiting us here in Game 1.
You know what's interesting? I think back then we started off usually with Sanhok, the smallest map. Now we're having one of the biggest maps for the first game of the day, which is honestly fire, if you ask me. I think this would really kickstart the day in a good note. It's a lot bigger, a lot of places to rotate, a lot of, I think, thinking required on how you want to approach these rotations as well. So everyone has to be on their toes compared to Sanhok, where everyone just drops down and immediately starts fighting. I think this is the best warm-up map to begin the day, especially on the El Clasico maps, such as, you know, Miramar as well as Erangel. Regardless, as we go into this tournament as well, I mean, day number 1 is a day, I think we talked about this a lot, Contra, about what day 1 brings to the table. You know, it's the day where everyone gets to know each other, gets a feel of how everyone's rotations are, everyone's strats are, and how exactly to counter these teams that are in the way of your rotations.
Yeah, I think day 1 is always super exciting, especially when teams are actually contesting for some of all these spots, and they need to settle the disputes within this span of the week before carrying it forward to the next week, where all these coaches who are really planning things ahead, I mean, they got a lot of work to do to really get adjusted. So, of course, we give them those a couple of moments for them to have a breather. Well, of course, we got to thank all of our dear partners for making the PMSL possible. And of course, first and foremost, we'd love to thank Techno, as they've been with us for a very long time. Stop at nothing. And of course, make sure you guys check out their brand new Techno POVA 17. POVA 7 Ultra.
Yeah, Techno POVA 7 Ultra honestly brings the power as well. You want more frames, especially for games like PUBG Mobile. This is the phone you want to look out for. Now, you know, we are going to our first map in just a little while, and it's going to be Rondo. It's a very, very different map than what we've seen. You know, I'm not sure if a lot of teams have already, I mean, yeah, it's been out for a while. It's been played already for quite some time, prior to this tournament. But my question is, how much, but compared to the rest of the maps, a lot of teams still are very, very new to it. People are not having as much insights compared to the rest. Contra, what do you think is going to be the key here to succeed on this map?
Well, I think like there's definitely a couple of factors. First, they need a steady start, and once they actually get themselves firmly looted up, they gotta start hunting and ensure that they can continue to farm on certain teams. And of course, before we get deeper into that, here are some predictions. I think I want to start with something that's pretty much safe, I would say, coming in with the veterans like FaZe Clan, SLUMBER, as well as Team Secret that have been household names for a couple of seasons already.
Yeah, but for me personally, we didn't really see the rise of Team Secret until I think about two seasons ago. You know, it took a while for them to really rebuild from scratch, and that's always really cool. D Xavier is genuinely, I think, generally quite a safe pick here. eArena has really surprised me last season. I think they came in a bit late, got hot a little bit late, but really, you know, kicked up a storm when they did, which is why I decided to say, okay, they're gonna start off hot this season, since last season was a bit later.
Yeah, I absolutely do agree that, you know, all these teams, they've been looking really good. Even like throughout the off seasons, these teams have been grinding really hard, participating in scrims, participating in minor tournaments, and they've been able to deliver some hefty results. And out of the many picks that we have, I think FaZe Clan definitely is interesting because right now their roster consists of, you know, some names that were back in Asia TH who have moved to a couple of all these other rosters, and now they are bringing in fresh new faces as well, as we once again get some great faces on our cam.
Look at the side of their booth there. They have like a little board where they can have an emoji, they can have the cute little messages. You deserve many winner chicken dinners. Yaw, that's so cute. Did they write it themselves or did another team write it for them? Because that is adorable. They even have, look at that, that's so cute. They're feeling happy right now at the top there. You can see the little emoji. Your teamwork is truly impressive. You know what? Yes, I completely agree. RQ has nice teamwork. I think they just had problems closing games just sometimes, but they're pretty good.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And it's just so wholesome to see them kickstart the season in such a fashion. And with that being said, let's get right into our first map of Rondo.
This is gonna be fire. I'm so excited. Starting off hot with Rondo out of all maps. It's just something else, man. And on top of that as well, we're not too sure what exactly the formulation is for these teams. I mean, you have the double, you have a recall. You have the two, flight paths as well. You also have the pickaxes, the stun guns. Like, how does this change the game?
I think like there's definitely a few things that they could actually consider. When you go for a fight, don't fully eliminate the entirety of the opponents. Let them go for the revive points, and after that, chase them down again so you get pretty much double the points. So that is definitely one method that these teams could actually gain more of all these stashes of eliminations if they really want to ensure that they walk out with, I don't know, maybe more than 20 over points. Now, talking about the flight path, sometimes you still get one flight path because this is still pretty much reachable across the map. So I think it's fair that we actually start off this way. So we do see some decent spread across the field.
Oh, this is going to be exciting. I mean, we did see a glimpse, right, just now about how the drop spots were going to be. This could change definitely depending on the flight path, depending on who drops where. And I think looking at where the players have been going, I'm not surprised that we're seeing the vehicle priorities here. Look at how big the landmass is compared to the water. You want to move around, you need a vehicle ASAP. And because of that, we're already seeing some quick fights. Look at how far away Mastery is already starting things off. Yeah, he didn't get the kill, but it's enough for them to really get the car safely.
Yeah, I really do love some of all these kind of approaches. Boom Esports is got really close to TODAK, and this is why they feel really confident by quickly picking up those vehicles and go in for that chase. And yeah, to your point as well, when you mentioned, the landmass in this map is by far the largest in comparison to both Erangel as well as Miramar, because you don't really have too much water other than, a couple of lakes and maybe a river by the corner of Jatina City, but that's all to it. So they really got to be very, very careful when they move across these terrains. Speaking of moving across, it's going to be the rest of these players hot dropping right into the compounds of RRQ. So we're already having ourselves a little bit more of a flying start, and we'll see if it's going to be RRQ that secures this first one.
And regardless of how it goes, RQ needs to take this fight. 4-part great opening there, because these two teams are actually out of the circle. They need to go past them to get through to go north as well. And in a way, if they start these fights early, it's good for them because it's before MXGS is going to be able to is going to be able to farm up their loot, their weapons, their resources. The faster you take these fights, the better it is. But for MXG, yeah, one player knocked down, brought back into the game. RRQ doesn't seem like they want to push the issue either. It's still, again, very early in the game, but I would love to see RRQ take a more aggressive approach here, especially since this team has not farmed up quite yet, hasn't been able to get their proper weapons yet. And as the more time flies, goes by, the more I would say the fighting field becomes more equal, and you want to take advantage of that.
True enough. And I guess certain teams, they take this stance where, this is our very first game in Rondo, especially for a newly promoted PMNC team who has never really played this competitively in this map. Then they would rather hold back a little bit more. So there's still a little bit more of that wiggle room on stage 1 where they can still tank maybe a little bit of that blue zone. So that can be in consideration as well. So I think it's not too worrisome just yet for some of these teams that seem to be side by side, one against another. So RQ, as much as they really want to go for that approach, I wonder if they're really fully stacked up just yet in the form of loots and stuff. Meanwhile, we go back to the rest of Sem9. Sem9 doesn't seem to have too much of a roster shift, and they've been able to deliver very great results coming into some recent tournaments that they've played out as well, where they've been able to hit a consistent top 5 in, classic maps like Miramar as well as Wrangel. But Rondo is a big hit scratcher, right? Well, we don't really know who exactly is going to be a dominant team in this map, and that's what I want to figure out in this season.
Well, we're finding out very soon. Circle now kind of shifted toward the southeast side. Just now it was quite more centralized, so we're seeing a mad shift from the left side of the map to the right. The north side especially, I wish you guys could see this, is just very, very packed. Oh, for you guys who don't know as well, we also have EMP zones on this map as well. Contra, would you mind explaining to us what is an EMP zone?
Okay, so some of these weapons or even vehicles, they run on electronics or batteries. So if these teams happen to be inside of an EMP zone, those vehicles or attachments, they don't work at all. So they gotta make considerations when they are actually trying to either move into an EMP zone to actually pick up a fight, or even try to leave. Sometimes in a very congested area and that EMP zone drops, some of these teams are unable to leave because some of all these EV that they pick up are not gonna be functioning. So they really gotta buy time, or they just gotta finish the fight.
I would really love to see two teams just pass each other in EMP zone. Suddenly everyone's just scrambling, swapping out weapons, moving out their vehicles, trying to find a different way into the zone as well. But we haven't really seen any of that as well, as Helton, last man alive, at least from this area of the map for 5-2. Gonna get completely swarmed. You want to expect him to just really isolate fights. Oh my god, he does get one. Not enough for a trade, so Helton falls. Shouldn't be too problem. It's the first blood finally after so long. It's not too bad as well, as Ryan will be the next one to go. And this is a good thing still. I mean, they still have another, 2 players still alive. They can still bring them back into the game if they want to. And this is where things get a bit more slippery, right? You kind of go through in a situation where, usual fights go for a 3-1-3 or a 4-4 just push, or a 2-2 just full all in from 2 different sides. But this time around, you have a designated person to stay a little bit back, just be the guy who's there to run away, to go for those revives. And this could be the support player, if you ask me, the one who's just handling those long-range pickoffs.
Yeah, really good angles being worked around by these members of RQ. We got a glimpse of those players being inside the EMP zone, and that tells them they just really have to commit. Here comes Ganyang, new addition to the rest of RQ, as he's going for the chase up against that member of MXG, but he's on wheels, so he's going to be able to traverse right across. One member being knocked down, they're going to go in for the revive, but they're charging right through right now, sending 2 members up top to challenge the duo of RQ. Bring out close and personal, Nepeko holds it down, and it's Miganyang drawing the blood out of KTN, and now RQ withered down a little bit, but he's not going to be stopping at nothing. Nepeko secures it.
Nice shots coming through. Love how he played as well. Very patient, holding on the line first, trying to get as much info as he can. The circle is shifting. We're seeing a lot of teams still outside the zone here. Later rotations, RRQ is not the only one there. We're also looking at Homebois, NST, BTR, 7-9 from the northern side as well, running for their lives. It's still fairly early, so I don't think anyone is super phased. But if anything, I'm more concerned about those who are playing, at the side of the circles. Teams like FaZe Clan, who love to, just pick off teams who are in a more desperate situation. eArena as well is another one of them as well. And because these two teams have placed themselves to the western side, where a majority teams are rotating in, a possibility for them to have really good areas, high grounds, compounds is going to be high. So teams that are crossing them need to be a little bit more alert on how they want to approach these rotations.
Yeah, true enough. On top of that, like holding some of all these terrains would be very beneficial in the long run. But the problem is that circle is going all the way down southeast. So we've already got DX, XSOPHERE, and it seems like that member of MXG is holding it down, knocking two more out of RQ. Can he actually clutch this situation? They're still in the blue zone. The Coward's health bar is dropping low, and that one tap will secure it for RQ.
Nice. Sometimes you just need that one person to really secure these rounds in RRQ. I feel like from last season till now, still, kind of like surviving by the skin of their teeth. Now they don't have to worry too much about bringing in too many at once as well. And somehow as well, Homebois had lost 3 throughout the entirety of that. MXG already out. XSOPHERE now in trouble. See, lobby is just so, lobby is already so low right now as well. So they need a bit of space just to go for this reset. And for NST, because they're not really pressing the issue, it gives a bit of breathing room for this team to really bring themselves back into the game. Not too sure what exactly is the play here for NST. They're holding on the line. They don't really want to push the issue. They're being very cautious right now, marking angles and not really going in alone. And speaking of going in here, 7-9, huge start. Finding BTR is huge for them as they finally clear red phase as well. You have still another member like Federalis alone, knocked down to barely any HP left, but he's managed to bring his teammates back before he goes down, so kudos to him. Speed is the name of the game.
Yeah, speaking of speed, Amazon's charging right through, looking for his target. He's got a glimpse of the back, and just like that, one tap is all it took for Amazon to secure it. 3 back-to-back for the side of 7-9. BTR not off to a great start, but hey, I think that it's a decent approach coming from BTR. They wanted to look for a fight. They still have one surviving member, so they could still look out for a revive point, which is what Razy is doing to bring his teammates back alive.
I'm surprised not seeing a strat where teams are camping revive zones, It'll be so good, just really catch people off guard and just really bait them. I've seen a lot of those happening before. Regardless, BTR, everyone back safely into the game. And I think this is what makes this map so interesting, just able to just really bring people back and just farm them off one by one. A lot majority of the kills is just going to RQ. They have 4 eliminations already, and it's looking great for them. They barely survived the initial scuffle, but regardless, they're still, surviving as a 4. They're still winning these major fights as well. Not too far behind is also 7-9 and XSOPHERE. Really good stuff. 7-9, I think they're still following the same trajectory from before, day 1 heroes. And, again, this season, I'm asking again, can this be consistency for them? Can they break the curse of being day 1 heroes and, going quiet the next few days?
Well, we'll have to really see if they've been able to really break that curse that you've mentioned. And right now, we saw a lot of casualties happen in the early game. And because of all these revive points, everyone who's pretty much having 1 or 2 members alive, they get to really go for that grand reset. And now, other than MXG, everyone's super healthy, other than, those who are hanging around the blue zone. So it kind of gives this map a little bit more of a forgiving state where you could just go in for some really aggressive plays. And speaking of aggressive plays, boom, Esports, 1 member being knocked down, and the rest of XSOPHERE looking to see if they could capitalize on this situation.
Interesting place here. Look at where Danching is. This compound is very, very packed. There's 4 teams sharing this entire area. Everyone just playing in their corners. As 5-2, Ryan in trouble. Knocked down. VOIN as well. Knocked down as well. A lot of fights happening here, and I'm not surprised because everyone's just trying to rotate to find the middle of this circle, and for good reason. This is the only place that has proper cover as well as elevation to play with. On top of that, in the middle of the circle means that it's easier to rotate if the circle does hard shift later. The rest of the teams outside the area just scattered out there as Levi, nice nade onto a player before. Knocked him completely out, but not enough to really have a team wipeout and to really dwindle out a team, really stop them from being able to collect points. You want to be able to go for a team wipe, but every team is doing so good at having that one designated player stay alive, quickly bring them back into the game, and they go for round 2, round 3. It's all about getting, you know, that volume in terms of eliminations for this particular map, and I think teams really understand this very, very quickly.
Absolutely, and right now you can see how congested it gets. RQ now arriving the scene to try to challenge up ahead up against these members of 52 Esports. 52 hunkered down, and the Paco instantly getting pummeled by Lamborghini on the opposite corner, and well, that's one member down very swiftly. Our RQ got to hold back for a slight bit because Ganyang is also getting tagged, and now SLUMBER soaking all the brunt of the damage coming in from the definitely, and Kido's going to be able to just put one more point in to ensure at least 52 Esports gets a good start heading into this map.
Kido ate a lot of damage there, and the rest of 5-2 is just waiting in the wings, waiting for the right time to just really push out here. They don't want to give them these isolated fights. They don't want to give them 1v1s, but they take it too long. Lapar is already back in the game here. Ganyang waiting in the wings. This guy, this newcomer, has not only been huge in terms of eliminations, but also keeping the team intact. Lapar barely alive, but the other members of RRQ is close. They're rallying. So 5-2 in a stalemate for the time being. Kido barely alive, and he eats the full force of that Molotov. And for now, the circle just hard shifts here. It's not going to be easy for everyone who's outside the compound. They're stuck outside, and it's going to be even harder to get in, especially with the teams inside of the area. But everyone's fighting for a piece of that pie. Blind shots all around here. Manzi in the corner, somehow managing to find his way to Kido as the rest of his teammates take away that space to give them that space to play with as well. The corners cleared. Homebois close as well as RQ slowly take an inch bit by bit, and 5-2 hunkered in the corner. One nade is all it needs to take them out.
And they have 3 members, and they're holding back for so long. And RQ, they capitalize all through the deflate, and just like that, crushes 5-2 Esports. Wow. An overwhelming attack onto those members of 52 have ensured that they walk away with 6 points in total, topping the charts right now. Our RQ Ryu is on to something.
Honestly, I was really expecting and hoping for 5-2 to go a bit more aggressive, take up this space, really fire up here, but they hunkered down in a corner where you're just stuck. It's so easy to get naded out, to get molotoved out in the area. And now for eArena, they're not in trouble. NSD rushes forward. Kenboy, great opening into Sakura as well. Joker needs to be picked up. Kenboy, barely alive. NSD decides, you know what, we're not going to bait you, Sakura. Let's just try and rush forward to the rest of the team here. But the thing is, you can bring your teammates back. So his teammate just waiting for them to bleed out to death before finally bringing them back in the game. He's not going to try and contest them for that revive.
Yeah, they're just going for all-out trades at this moment. Joker taken down, as well as you're seeing more and more of these teams getting wiped out because so many of them were battling inside of Danqing, and we see all these casualties happen because of them traversing into the terrain where you don't have any cities to book other than Danqing, and right now even more so for the side of D-Saber getting overwhelmed by Homebois MAQNA. Stuck in a pickle right now. Parajin tries to give them a little bit more.
What a need.
Definitely over onto the corner, clipping over Shamil. Levi still holding by his own as well. Another one hitting onto Kim. And now this is so doable for the rest of the Savior to turn the tides around. And Levi, all he's got to do right now is hunt for the final member, Shamil. What more can he do in this corner? He's trying to turn back, and he does get it in return.
Gotta give it to Meryl. He just held the line. But Parajin is also here to play. Spoiler, waits for him, marks the corner, waits for that wide swing. Parajin, you read this team like a book. And now he's healthy. He can still bring his teammates back into the game as well. As on the other side of the map here, FaZe looking for a way up. Voxy is not making it easy. Canary knocked down as well as Chaco and Shopper looking to rush forward together as a team. If they're able to get a nice crossfire, nice double swing, they're able to just really take it to the top. But they're in trouble here. This terrain is not in their favor.
Not so much for the meantime. But at the very same time, FaZe Clan, they cannot afford to push upwards because of the presence of Alter Ego Ares on the other side of the map. So anytime that they advance over the top side of the hill, they will be caught out. Man, going back to the fight between the Savior as well as those players out of Homebois, that was insane because Paraton was left with only 1 HP to finish the job. And now, hoping to find a revive point. The Savior have been able to bring one teammate back alive at the very least to try to hold on, from my assumption. Now back towards the side of FaZe Clan. Now dealing with the situation up against Alter Ego as we have Snape pushing upwards. He's going to challenge them all alone with Canary already being loaded down with a couple of Deathblades being thrown right in. And now calling for a little bit more emergency barricade for them to hold out for the meantime.
Snape gets a nice corner to work with. He can just dwindle down the firepower just a little bit. Goes wide. Not enough to do much here. Alter Ego. His teammates are close. Long range is what they're going for. They left Kifton a little bit outside of that circle area as well. In case he needs to go for a quick pickup. It's going to be huge. Waiting. Still. I think they're not going to move for quite some time here. Both teams just lobbing nades. Both going huge. I'm kind of expecting or hoping for a team to go a little bit more aggressive, and that'll be Team Secret. As Red FaZe once again finds himself in the wings all alone here. But RQ somehow from another corner makes it hurt for the rest of Team Secret. 2 knocked out already. Tries to stabilize sides to find an angle to work with, but they can't really see as well. Those smokes are also a hindrance to themselves.
Yeah, it's so tough for them. I mean, they got caught in this crossfire where all the other teams were around this vicinity, and now they really have to huddle all together to go in for that reset. The rest of Team Secret have to deploy plenty of all these smokes in order to keep themselves alive. And take a look at that. GK, he just take an instant peek, and he got caught out by the members of NSC from around the corner. FaZe Clan now getting a little bit of a crease to try to challenge up against those members of Team Secret. Alter Ego's the one that managed to clip out Chaco, and now here goes the full onslaught, calling in Cavalry, and Krypton is gonna cause them a whirl of hurt with this double push coming right through.
Takes a bit of chip damage here. Nice timing from Snape here just to really go a bit more aggressive. Has his teammate as the bait, and he just plays cleaning up house. Earth falls as well. And somehow in the wings, we have another team knocked down already. FaZe also eliminated as well. Alter Ego doing a great job of playing that explosive style play, just catching them off guard. You were not expecting one player just swing out of the corner and just completely spray you down. As NSD, they've been quite active this entire map, moving around. They've taken kills, they've taken names, they have 2 eliminations already, but they haven't really been super secure, been able to secure these kills as well. Instead of pushing the issue, I think we saw more of NSD just holding out the lines, watching corners and, you know, watching flanks instead of going in full-blown fights, regardless of the ability to revive.
Yeah, the western side, they're definitely in a very troublesome spot because they can't really afford to really move too far off from their position because of all these open terrains. Meanwhile, for those inside the city of Dancheng, it's been a gridlock situation between Esports as well as TODAK right now, trying to settle the scores, moving onwards up against another, but there's still the presence of the Savior that they have to worry about right across those corners. But right now, the citizens of Dancheng, they got to move onto the outskirts instead to face up against Team Secret as well as Alter Ego eventually. So this actually gives the party back towards the side of RQ Ryu, who's been able to go for those revives. And now the tides have turned against the rest of Alter Ego, despite them actually securing a whole lot. I mean, there's just going to be a lot of all these back and forth trades going on. Octa now getting bombarded, and it's only down to Mastery and Yummy.
Rushing forward here, trying to find a different way to approach his MAQNA, and Ponbit downed. So firepower definitely not in their hands. Could do with just slowing down a tad bit. Let the other teams fight first. Oh, Mastery took a full force of that nade as well. His teammate now alone. Not too sure how he has to start this as well. You go out, you're out in the open, you're in trouble. Granted, how TODAK has positioned themselves on the top side. They're trying for xavier, they're trying to flush them off this area. But it's not going to be the easiest thing to do with Renzi as well, just really, you know, rallying back. But the blue zone is going to shift. And like it or not, you got to move into the area. With the amount of people just bottlenecking your movement, it's not going to be the easiest as well.
It's just so difficult for them to actually go for the direct challenge right now. From the outskirts to the city, these teams are scrambling for those spaces. And TODAK now back against the wall. They try to find a little bit of crease to hold up. But over onto the outskirts, we go back towards the side of Alter Ego, dominating on all their fights as they take out TODAK of Malaysia for a 17-point elimination spree.
Crazy stuff. RQ. They started off really hot and they're still on a rampage. As Lobby knocked down already, the nades are huge. We're seeing a lot of nade eliminations today, just starting it hot. I think because of the terrain as well, a lot of players are starting to understand that they can really abuse the angles and corners. Nakey waiting in the back. Not too sure how he's going to approach this as well, since he's barely alive as well, limping. And Alter Ego, once they decide they have their grasp on you, they put in that pressure. It's hard to run away.
It's so difficult out there. I mean, Alter Ego areas right now got the full control of the space inside the zone that it makes it almost impossible for all these citizens of Danche to even step out because all these crosshairs are pointed towards that southeastern direction. xavier, they find themselves taking down the rest of BLUG Esports, and now it's only down to Dep. Can he find anything in return? Apparently not. That will be the last hustle coming in, and now down to 3 teams. The Pecco gets the trade done, takes out the xavier's member, and now it's only 1 left, and it's Nate T. 1 against 3. Is he gonna make miracles happen right now? I'm afraid that will be the case. The Blues is already approaching, and they got him all cornered up. Now the battles between RRQ versus Alter Ego. El Clasico between the Indonesians to secure the first chicken dinner of the PMSL Southeast Asia.
Honestly, it's so rough. Alter Ego, they were waiting outside in the wings. They didn't have value. So the teams that are stuck in the compounds are now in trouble because the circle shifted away. Anyone peeks out, players like Krypton, like MAQNA, like Rosemary immediately spray them out. And that's a winner chicken dinner to start them off real hot right now. This team looks fire. Alter Ego, this is what they wanted.
A 20K bomb to start off their run. Alter Ego Aries are looking to find themselves another championship title if they can continue on with this insane spree in this first game.
Oh my god. I mean, I would have thought it was RRQ to make it all the way till the end, but positioning wise, I feel like RRQ was just pressured too much by the blue zone compared to Alter Ego that opted to play on the western side area. Circle had so much space, you know, they had a lot of terrains covered as well, and I think they were really banking on that circle to pull away from the compound, which means that everyone had to walk out in the open. Regardless, that's the final blow right now as how we're seeing it. So we're just going to be looking at the team stats first as we go in here. Once again, Rosemary, always the guy to put in that huge damage, always the front lines, but somehow the guy that never dies.
Yeah, what's really impressive about these stats is not only the damage output, they barely receive plentiful of damage. I mean, overall, their survivability in this round itself is something to actually shout out about. I mean, every single member clocking in more than 500 per member, especially Rosemary turning up this early. You know, Alter Ego has always been known as that late bloomer team, but this time around, they're showing that they can go run the full mile from start to finish.
Great stuff coming in here. I think that, you know, we saw Snape holding out these corners, long-range fights as well. Love the fact that when you... I wish we could see, like, how many revives they did, you know. Just want to see, you know, who exactly is the guy in charge, you know, for bringing teams back into the game. Who exactly is playing that back line a little bit more in terms of revival. But I don't think that we're going to be able to see that stat. But one thing's for sure, though. Rosemary had thrown some pretty impressive nades that particular game. I think he played those corners and just bounced off those windows. Just being able to stop players from leaving the compound to get outside and challenge them, allow them that 1v1s. You stop them in their tracks, let the blue zone just really eat their HP, and that's exactly how they want to go. Regardless, we're gonna have a look at the highlights to see what ticks, and we'll be right back after this.
A fantastic start for Alter Ego Aries as they found themselves more than 20 over points of eliminations to back the first chicken dinner of the day, followed by RRQ's prowess in their team fighting from start to finish to bring them to that second place spot. Meanwhile, B-Saber as well as XSOPHERE, they've been holding on to that corner of the map inside of Dante for a very long time, and just look at all these damage output coming from all these players. It's just so impressive on how well they've been able to adapt in this Rondo map, being in the competitive scene for the very first time.
Yeah, honestly, you know, like I said before, I would love, you know, things I would like to see, right, for the stats. Revival, pickups. Oh, I would also like to see... I think Revival. I would like to see Revival. Like, how many times they revive. Just add that in, guys. I'm just kidding. But, you know, coming into this one, you know, in terms of damage, I thought it would be RRQ taking the cake here. But I think RRQ was a little bit more... I think RRQ has a moment where they can go super aggressive, and then there's a moment where they can get a bit more passive. They have those ups and downs. But Alter Ego, you don't really see them up until the late game. I don't think this is going to change throughout many of these maps. Look at that Pentagon. It's completely filled. Get yourself a player as wholesome as Rosemary, in-game and out.
Yeah, you definitely gotta have a Rosemary in team if you could just, you know, clone him or something, because this guy has been the Terminator for multiple seasons of the PMSL SEA for a very long time now, and he's already showing what he could potentially do to the rest of the pack here in day one. Now, look at the field. Of course, we got an overwhelming number for our winners of Alter Ego Aries as they clock in with 33 points in this round of Rondo. And look at RRQ, they've been able to at least try to keep up the momentum with that 12-point finish of eliminations. So they are still pretty much up ahead to challenge the Alter Ego's status quo later on.
I am curious. I mean, this is just the first map, right? For anything, I wouldn't use Rondo as like what do you call that? As like a yardstick, for what we can expect today, right? Mm-hmm. You know, we were talking in the pre-show just now how we wish you could see the pickaxes and how players use to make trenches. Hope we in the future get to see that as well. Regardless, we're gonna go into air angle after this as we look at the drop spots. I always get so curious to see who plays SMB. I wouldn't say it's a high risk area, but usually we see 2 teams most of the time, right? We see one toward SMB and one toward Novo. But now we're seeing 3, and they're not dropping all 3 at SMB. Does this mean teams actually want early fights?
Perhaps so. I think like they will try their best to avoid it. If they really want to avoid it, Novo is absolutely doable for them to just be around the island by not really fully committing. But that'll be really interesting to watch. And what's also interesting to note is that, you know, we have a team side by side, smack dab in the middle of Rozak as well as the apartments of the school compounds. BTR, Boom Esports, and XSOPHERE, they're going to be contesting for that central ground where we move into Wrangle. We're hoping to actually see maybe a couple of all these challenges up ahead, other than what we have seen the predictions to be around the military base. So we got 3 maps back to back in Wrangle for them to really get adjusted. So they really gotta hit the ground running here in the very first one.
Whew. Fun stuff. Now, as we go into the next thing, we're going to be looking at this Super Smooth, which is going to be available now in version 4.0. So if you guys are playing this game, low frame rate, you guys are lagging, you guys are having device overheating, or your battery is running out too fast, the version 4.0 is here to put an end to it all. So you're gonna see a more optimized PUBG Mobile, a more fun game for you, and on top of that, it's gonna be more accessible to a lot of different devices.
That's a great news for everybody out there with potato phones. So it's about time you guys get a hold of yourself to upgrade your phones to the brand new Tecno Pova 7. So other than that, of course, the 4.0 update also brings in the Spooky Soiree, where you can actually check out a lot of all these great collaborations as well as epic IPs here in this brand new update. So make sure you guys tune in for those big surprises that will be dropping in throughout September as well as October. Perfect time for Halloween, so don't miss out.
Dude, I'm so shocked. You're already near Halloween. I was like, that's pretty early. And I realized, wait, we're just only a few days away from Halloween month. You know, to celebrate as well, if you guys are not into spooky stuff, but you guys are into music or maybe a skin, I'm not too sure what's happening, but we are going to be having My Game, My Rule, My Survival. It's a PUBG Mobile X PUBG Battlegrounds X G-Dragon. It's happening on the 19th of September for mobile, which is very, very soon. If you guys are on console, it's September 18th and PC September 10th. But we all know mobile is the best version of the game. No bias. But you know, check it out. If you guys love G-Dragon and you guys love the game, this is the collaboration you want to look out for. Honestly, these collabs have always been super fun. I love when they do this. You just know there's going to be a fire skin or track coming here soon.
Yeah, he is an absolute icon in, you know, the entire pop scene. And of course, all over the world, we've been dreaming about, you know, getting our hands on all these G-Dragon merch. You can now collect it as well. So make sure you guys get your hands on it on next week. It will be released here on mobile. If you guys are on other platforms, do check on the dates as well. I do know the PC ones is actually happening today if you guys are into that. So make sure you guys log in. So other than that, you know, we move back into what's on hand right now. Wrangle matches. Now with so many newly promoted PMNC teams, I think like we definitely want to touch a little bit more on these teams, because we saw 52 did a decent number on that last round. We've seen even some of all the PMNC Thai teams are not being too passive in their approach. So I'm loving on how they've been approaching, you know, that very first map already. So now that you put them into the classic map of Wrangle, I think they're going to be making some big splashes too.
Whew. I am excited because, again, it's day one. You don't know what to expect. I think that for a lot of teams, they do tend to just follow what they know best. But with tweaks, you kind of enhance your last gameplay. That's why VOD reviews are super important. But with the roster shuffles, with the brand new BLUG coming online, does this change the dynamic of the team? RRQ, we saw that with their new player. He's very aggressive. He's very, very well-rounded. I think what he brings to the table is very similar to what we see to Rosemary, albeit less bombastic in in terms of style of play. But that's the thing is, it's not RRQ's style to play as bombastically as Alter Ego. Regardless, we talked a lot about the brand new player for RRQ, but what about the team to focus on? And for me personally, I want to see the new Bloods rise to top. 5-2, you're up. I have all eyes on you.
Oh yeah, and I've been really hoping that these members of 5-2 will be able to really go the long mile, because last we saw that fight was kind of close, but RQ kind of put a dent on them. So my pick here is Sem9, eArena, as well as VOIN Donkey. I think VOIN Donkey has been this really steady team that really plays for chicken dinners, whereas defending champions eArena, I don't think I need to say much about them, but Sem9 though. Sem9, they've made some changes. I think last game, kind of convincing that they are playing even more aggressive than before. So they are super exciting to watch.
It's a very different kind of aggression, so I completely agree with you. Compared to before, it felt very reckless, very aggressive. Sometimes it felt like, you know, they put themselves, they go too aggressive that they corner themselves into these very dangerous situations. They look a lot more clean this season. They do have a new head coach, right? Man Parang, a previous player before himself, now stepping up into that role. I love when players step into that role. It gives a different feel and dimension compared to, like, you know, a person who's always been just a coach. You know, you have a little bit of insight on how it is on the battleground itself. So I am very, very curious. But you look at that, what he's saying on the left here, showed us a new perspective in the meta. And I think that's what a player is great for. You come through, you try playing, you get a feel, and then you kind of move in with the brains, the analysts as well. It's going to be fun to see as well. I'm really curious to see, you know, it's great to see that Man Parang is able to bring a little bit, or at least a lot of a change in the first game already.
That's right. And we're already moving on to our second round as we dive right into our first map of Erangel. To kick things off, we're starting off from the islands of Sanaska military base, and we had this conversation earlier with 3 potential teams into that same exact spot directly in the center of the island. Now, this definitely is going to keep us watching on what really goes on. Or whether if you're going to see all 3 teams inside the military base is definitely going to be a daunting task for them to even try to get out if that zone is nowhere close.
There are different ways to go out of that island, but I completely agree with you. You know, the first one to loot and move out of the island can be the one to be able to take care of the bridges. So you know, you gotta pay the toll when you cross the bridge. And most importantly, VOIN, I believe it was VOIN Donkey, they dropped toward Ferry Pier, right? If, say, there was a team that was from SMB decides to rotate from that bridge itself straight to Ferry Pier and just go really quick about it, they could just dominate and then bring home another kill. I mean, another team to the game. But we're not Rondo anymore, so each death actually matters, yeah? You cannot, there's no second chances here. So you cannot be making reckless mistakes. Teams like Sem9, I feel like, you know, their style play, at least from, I mean, we barely got to see a lot of Sem9 during that map as well, right? But if, say, their style play is as aggressive as last season, it's great for them to be on Rondo. It works out very well. But if they're playing as aggressively on Rondo on this map, where you can absolutely get cornered and in trouble, that's going to be a big problem. Regardless, coming into this one, not a lot of drops into SMB, which means that MXG gets this island completely to themselves. I mean, it is a very interesting shift as well to the right, the flight path. So it is understandably so that how a lot of teams will say, okay, we might just try and go for mainline instead.
Yeah, with this circle being a little bit more southern-centric, there's still, you know, certain opportunities that could still end up inside the island. So MXG, they don't really have to make too much of a drastic approach, so they get to really take it slow inside the island. Whereas when we take a look at, you know, all the rest of the field, I mean, Sem9, they can play gatekeepers if they really want to. Joker's already soaking a little damage, but I really wonder where exactly it was that from. Perhaps they were challenged somewhere midway through these quarters of the map because they're stranded outside of Yasnaya. I believe there might just be a team that's already onto them as they've been able to secure themselves the first blood of the game. Despite us, you know, missing out on that action, we can assume that, you know, that was just a little bit of a shake-up coming into those teams who are fighting for those vehicles. And this was what we missed out on. Turney K, he took out one member of Team Secret and just brings out his machete to secure that deal. So that being said, though, I mean, nothing too crazy happening here in the span of the early round. Of course, this is definitely that shift of tempo, especially when you mentioned, oh, this is not Rondo anymore. So teams really got to be careful.
Yeah, you want to try and find a different way to the game. I mean, this is where things actually matter. Your timing in terms of when you want to go for these fights, when you want to go for all in. How confident are you that you are not going to lose teammates, especially this early into the game? That's why everyone's just really, really patient. I think the meta's really changed from before. I think a few years ago, it was these early fights. People just go all in, just explode into buildings, houses, try and take, maybe if you see, different teams, like maybe 2-2 formation or 3-1 formation, you try and isolate them, take a kill away, and then be a little bit more patient in finding an angle to find the rest of the team. But we're no longer seeing that anymore, because I feel like a lot of teams have started to really understand and how to counteract. There's a lot of angles that's being marked as well, and I think a lot of teams are a little bit more on their toes when it comes to these responses.
Yeah, they absolutely need to do so. I mean, we're playing at a high-level lobby with, some of the best, arguably, in the world. You gotta always be mindful of every single corner you turn, everywhere you really want to go scouting, and most often than not, I mean, these teams, they've been able to really plan into some really cheeky angles. As for D Savior, I mean, this team so far have been touted as the best ever team that has been ever formed in Vietnam. Now that D Savior is going to be pit up against, so many of all these new teams, as well as the old ones coming from the rest of SEA, D Savior and Vietnam is only sending 4 representatives. So there's definitely a lot of pressure coming in from, the previous champions of the PMSL. But, judging from their performance last round, they walk away with 14 points. So not too shabby after all. They are still up there to maintain the pace. I mean, most importantly, these teams are looking for the top 16. Now that they are starting things off in A versus C, you don't know what kind of demons are waiting here in Group B.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Then you mentioned that, you put it that way. Yeah, I completely agree with you. There's always going to be a few that are a little bit more different, right? And there's a little bit more scary. Let me see. I'm trying to think right now. Like, I mean, this is a whole new different pace compared to Rondo, right? I think Rondo was a bit slow, but we still got to see some early fights as well. It's not fully all in. It's just, pickoffs right, left and center. But now that we're seeing this change in pace, what do you think, Contra? Rondo or Air Angle? Which is your favorite one?
I think I kind of like the mid-game pacing of Rondo, because teams can afford to play a little bit more recklessly, thinking that, so long as one guy is waiting by a revival point, we're going to be A-okay, so might as well go for those trades. So in a wrangle, you can't afford to make these kind of mistakes. So you are looking at, very careful advancements coming in from BTR. You are looking at, either securing yourselves into a really good spot. They need to think a lot more proactively as compared to Rondo, where, okay, you can prioritize battles first and then think about the consequences later.
Saw a bit of VOIN just now. This time around, I think we saw in the pre-show, VOIN was usually, at Ferry Pier. This time around, all the way north. I'm wondering if this drop spot is an alternate drop spot, because, they obviously don't have access to Ferry Pier just now. It's going to be a bit of a different type of rotation if they want to go. Regardless, coming into this one, VOIN is interesting. I think we had a lot of high hopes for them last season. But I feel like they fell a bit short toward the end of the season. I think a lot of teams started to really counter their style of play. They weren't able to adapt with the team starting to get better and better. I'm curious to see what exactly they have in store for this season as well, because they do have some of the most talented individuals I've seen in PUBG Mobile.
Absolutely agree. I think it revolves a lot around Vexy as well as Razak to really make some of all these plays happen. And on days that they don't really get these kind of activations, they look like, just mediocre. But when they are absolutely on the ball, I mean, this team looks for a very consistent top 4 finishes, or else a chicken dinner to book out. So I'm hoping that they can find their ways back into their glorious form once again. Whereas, all the other PMSC teams like NST right now are hoping to prove themselves. I think last round wasn't really the best of showing coming from NST. They started off getting chased around. They tried to go for those trades, but it looks slightly disjointed. So a little bit of a steady start for them is pretty much A-okay, but they're also approaching things from the very far corners of the shore. So they're bound to meet up with even the likes of Sem9, who's taking Ferry Pier, which you did mention, now that there is the presence of Sem9 inside Ferry Pier, I think VOIN Donkey definitely respects them well enough that, hey, 7-9 is sharing this group with us, we might as well let that go because we know these guys will never let off that city. So good proactive approach for these coaches to really think that, you know, sometimes it's really pointless to go in for those kind of hot drops.
You know what's really interesting? The fact that a lot of teams have started trying to make a beeline for the mid side. Look how packed it is already. Okay, circle shifting to the right side here. Interesting stuff if you ask me, because now look at how many teams are quickly rotating. My curiosity is more of like, okay, how many teams are going to be just, you know, fighting at this very moment? Are teams just going to make just pass by each other, just ignore each other like we've seen so many times? And it feels like it at all. I mean, looking at the map feed here, I'm not seeing a lot of shots being taken here. So if this keeps up, I would say these mad rotations without any fights, then the last circle is going to be hectic, which we love, by the way.
Yeah, we absolutely do love a little bit of that chaos around those hillsides of the lumber yards or even by the corner of farm. And you ask for more action. I guess we're bound to actually get some, because all these teams traversing through the spine of the Patel Hill is starting to be caught out by all the other teams. But certain teams, they just want to, you know, ensure that they just receive just about enough intel before they go in for a strike. And Zuxi returning back to BTR and already on the hunt, looking for a little something returned, but only gets a couple of clips done towards the passing team over on the corner. And B-Savior, they're looking to
nice
but
shot.
it's going to be Lamborghini going down first and foremost.
Federalis, he waited there for so long, waited for the right time, sprays out, and it's so lethal because his time to kill is incredibly fast. You're not going to have a chance to turn around once he spotted you here. So he's just going to clean up house, find that one pickoff, and then move away. And he had actually waited for the rest of his teammates to cross first, which means that he can actually get away with that unscathed, untraded as well. So now BTR moves away, and in fact, anyone crossing them, they shoot. They haven't been able to get that success in terms of their fishing like they did with Federalis, but still, these now you know, a man short, which means it's going to be a lot less in terms of firepower, but they already have 14. And for the time being here, 52 now in trouble. Oh no, Frenzy, he has no mercy, completely runs over Kiddo, and the rest of TODAK completely swarm the other members of 5-2. The rest of 5-2, last two men standing, you know what? Forget it. Leave them alone and try to survive till the end.
Wow, so proactive on their approach. TODAK, they knew that the rest of 5-2 was advancing, and 52 Esports, I mean 5-2, they just rock up the wrong neighborhood. And just like that, the entire team got clipped. The first one to bow out. Man, they didn't even really get a chance to even try to go in for the trade. A little unfortunate, but we talk about how congested these areas are. And 5-2 Esports, they gotta be a little bit more mindful the next time around.
7-9 loves go for these later rotations. They just hang around, you know, Ferry Pier. They still haven't changed the drop spot, like I think you mentioned before as well. So, you know, it's kind of fun to see how exactly they want to change this rotation here. They have Mika going a bit more aggressive to the top side there. Look at that. He's just really going around trying to find some information on where BTR is. But he can't be recovered if he's caught. So he has to really be mindful about how exactly he wants to approach that scouting mission he has.
Yeah, very dangerous approach coming from Mika, and especially now with the zone shifting deeper into the shelter grounds, I don't think it's wise of him to really put the aliens den. I want to say Tiger's Den, but you know, BTR, they're formerly known as Red Aliens. They always change their names for some reason, where I think like right now it's BIGETRON by Vitality because they got that partnership with Team Vitality.
Yeah.
And overall, I mean, they are still having that same DNA, especially now with Zuxi's return. I think what was lacking from the previous iteration was, you know, Coach Ken brought in a lot of all these young talents who are really sharpshooters, but they may not have that level of experience as compared to Zuxi, which offers both the firepower and the EXP.
Honestly, you know, we had a conversation about like young players. I love the fact that they're actually scouting for newer players as well. Give the new blood a chance to thrive. The only way they can get better is to keep playing on the highest level that they can. So, you know, coaches like Coach Kent, who have an eye for scouting, just does great job. It just really, what's the word? They call it Malay, mengasah bakat. Yeah. But I think they just, nurturing, that would be the right word, nurturing this talent, trying to make them tier 1 ready. Because you know what they say, when the more you play with the best, the more you're going to adapt and get better as well. And even if you're the last team on tier 1 and you go back down to tier 2, you're going to see a big difference in their performance from other tier 2 teams who have been playing in the same pool for quite some time.
I absolutely do agree with what you just mentioned. I mean, it's like, you put a player into Barcelona Academy or something like that in football terms, and then you just have all these new stars emerge being picked up by all these other big teams as well. I mean, BTR, kudos to Coach Ken for allowing the chance for them to really shine in that sense. Now, going back to the side of Sem9, they're getting caught in between by those members of Homebois MEC, and this isn't exactly the most comfortable spot because Mika, he's in this big bowl, but there's no approach that they could actually get away safely, so they really want to hunker down and just call in for a pickoff.
Call it confirmation bias, but again, this season, we're still seeing Malaysian teams cross each other fairly early. This time around, Sem9 keeps a close eye out on Homebois. Spots his head. Ooh, nice dink onto him as well. Took a lot of damage, forced to move back. He cannot hold his position. Mika sharp as ever, even after his hiatus for I think quite a bit before coming back into the scene. Meryl low, they get completely just hounded, by the members of Sem9. They're doing a great job of cross-firing off each other as well, which means that it's basically a meat grinder for any member that's taking a little bit too much time to rotate in. And one more member fairly low, so if anything, Homebois, they need to cut their losses if one of them did get knocked down. 2 already. Not a great start for this team making it this far into the game.
Yeah, Sem9, this is the aggression that I've been talking about from the get-go, right? And they just doubled it down. I love the approach coming from Viren with that drive-by to find the very first catch, and then they just sent the entire team rallying on. Now that forces Adikboy as well as Shamils to really commit to this fight, and now they're being absolutely outnumbered. I don't see a way out for the side of Homebois, but to really try to, toss whatever throwables that they have out of the bag to try to match up with Sem9 on such a great tempo. On the opposite side, that's going to be VOIN Donkey also being spotted by Mika right now. It's going to be the long-range approach, not really catching on to them just yet. But that first contact is vital for them to really track the approach. Some damage being done as well. Wow, sharp shots coming out of Mika to really push the rest of VOIN Donkey back.
So aware. Game sense is massive here. He's marked 2-3 different angles if you include the Homebois who are hunkered down at the bottom side as well. Making it so hard to rotate. And Sem9, they're not done. Anyone that crosses in trouble, as Potato will be the next one to fall. At the very least for VOIN, gets a bit of their own kills as well, so they're not going out without a fight or without any points for the time being. But Homebois here stuck in those smokes, and Mika says, you know what, eat this nade. Adikboy knocked down. Shamil's running for his life. No, I think Shamil's gonna try and recover him. Needs the firepower. Nah, not happening. Because that skill stolen away by Mormon. Playing ring around the rosy here. And Mika gets chopped down to smithereens. Shamil's, at the very least, gets his revenge.
Wow. Quite the outstanding play coming from Shamils to try to turn the tides around. And he saw this opportunity because the rest of Sem9, they kind of lead Mika all the way back because they were chasing onto VOIN Donkey, and now onto the other side of the map, it's going to be Lobby X and the rest of XSOPHERE striking down members of MXG as the Thai Titans are going up against each other. Big nades into the trenches. It is going to be a tough bunker for those members of MXG to hold out as they try to isolate KNS over onto the corner. He's just hung like by the corner of the tree.
No!
That nade dropping so close, but not quite enough to keep him down.
Oh, I was so nervous. That nade just bounced toward him as well, but he's not gonna get out unscathed. And Sui Boy tries to isolate these fights, but the amount of bodies thrown at him, a bit much. XSOPHERE, we love this aggression and this style of play. This time around, Lobby is very much alive. He was one of the big impact players for this team and much more alive and alert this time around. BTR in trouble, stuck in the corner, hunkered down, cannot leave that corner as Boom Esports gatekeeps them to smithereens. Octa needs to be recovered. Smokes to keep him at bay here. He has to move backwards. And I think he's going to meet up with his teammate Yummy to bring him back alive into the game again. But for BTR here, Federales will be the first one to just really poke his head out. Finds nothing. He might be a little bit more aggressive. Throws in a bit more smokes, makes a worm home for himself. Just cross over. The denial of vision means a bit more space to work with. And I think that's exactly what BTR wants to do. They're slowly but surely leaving that shelter area. but no one is following up.
Yeah, it's pretty hard for them to really leave because there's also Alter Ego Ares holding them down on the other side of the shelter grounds and back towards the other corner of the map. We're looking at close proximity fights once more. We recommit into this fight between Boom as they be able to double down, finding Federalis, overstepping the boundaries into the smoke, and now BTR pretty much stuck right underneath that bunker, while the rest of the members of TODAK have been able to find XSOPHERE out in the open, and they will capitalize after they've taken on that fight up against MXP, and it's just back-to-back fights, and there's more to come.
Here comes nades. Redface eats the full force of it. Rosemary, he does not miss. He's been incredible today with those nades, with the damage as well. Still putting in pressure. Alter Ego waiting in the wings. They're a little bit more further out here, but they're so relaxed right now. They're just allowing all of these teams to fight each other. It's a three-way Indonesian derby just on the southern side, and it's not going to be easy. Each player definitely very, very skilled and very, very hard-hitting in terms of impact as well. Rosemary waiting in the wings. He was the MVP from that last map. Another nade thrown here. It's gonna be Krypton to dish in the damage, excuse me. But Mastery is there. They know exactly, have an idea where exactly the players of Alter Ego are hunkered down. But the matter is, where exactly are their hits? They cannot dink them. They cannot penetrate their skulls. They cannot dome them at all because the movement is making it so hard for them to track.
Yeah, it definitely was very difficult for them to actually land much, but Krypton has been able to connect with those grenades. We get an instant replay of what went down around the towers, where Team Secret, they go toe-to-toe up against these other players of FaZe Clan, and they've been able to convert those numbers. Meanwhile, back towards Alter Ego, Snake now hustling up against those members of Boom Esports that's been trying to seek refuge from that corner of the hill, but they could not even find much of those grounds. So now it's down to Yummy as well as Octa. They gotta cut their losses as Pondit has been knocked previously. So Alter Ego, they close right in, sending two members right down on the hillside. Alter Ego just knew how to really choke them out in this very far corner of the map.
Honestly, I'm quite surprised that Rosemary survived for as long as he did here. But the rest of the team still in trouble. Boom Esports, they brought Octa back, not knocked out again for the second time. Not able to just stabilize, find a footing at all. Still in very dangerous waters. As for Team Secret, you have Loki in the corner here. Doki alone, and Ganyang close by as well. If he didn't die that day, he would be another example of a roadkill. RRQ has been very proactive with that today. They're just really dishing it out. And RRQ, you could tell they weren't really happy with how they ended that last map. They want to try and play catch up against Alter Ego, another team they've been hiding in the wings, in their shadow for many seasons already.
With 7 teams remaining, you can see majority of these teams consist of all the Indonesians who have been able to really hunker down to that spot around that shelter ground. And RRQ, they were just overwhelming teams coming from the high ground terrain without needing to really put their bodies on the line. And they just made great decisions right across the field in order to secure those 4 pointers. And now, with a little bit more wiggle room to play out, Alter Ego needs to make that decision. Do they go in to push upwards against that member of BTR that they have yet to settle up with? And now that they don't really have the zone as well, this is the best time, if ever. And now they close right in to just clear them all out. BTR this time, a little better than Rondo. 7th place position is not the worst, but not the best either.
Man, you really gotta give it to Alter Ego, man. They're so good at map control and zoning. We started off this 3-way, 4-way Indonesian derby with Alter Ego, the one on the back foot. They were not even close to that circle area, but they were taking these fights methodically. They have a way of approaching these fights one by one. They take it in stride, but still keeping attention to the teams that are further away as well. Sem9 this time around want to challenge RRQ, and they are keeping them at bay. Nades roll forward here. Yuhai moving back, but he walks straight into that nade. He gets knocked down. Fearon stuck alone, needs to bring his teammate back alive, but Yuhai cannot move, do not cross at all. RQ definitely knows that Fearon is close by as well, so all they can do right now is just keep pressuring, but they cannot afford to stay for quite so long because another team is pressuring them in exchange. It's going to be VOIN, who's also keeps an eye out on Fearon as well. VOIN, Alter Ego crossing by as well, in trouble. Alter Ego just completely swarming from every single corner. Stole away a kill. Krypton falls. Snape trades. Moana drops down Ganyang as well. And the rest of the team, both teams now in trouble. Alter Ego crippled, one player knocked down. Shouldn't be too much of a problem to bring one teammate back into the game as well, as eArena hears everything in the wings and puts in the damage of their own.
They tunnel vision onto Fury, and that was their own demise. By doing so, Alter Ego right from the back, and they were not ready to really pick them on. And just like that, Alter Ego Aries take charge of this fight, and now once again secures the top 3 finish. VOIN, we talked about them needing to find their winning ways. They now have a solid chance as they will dwindle down the numbers of Alter Ego Aries. Only one left right now. And we're looking at a 3v1 with ample space for them to work with. Mormon, Joker, segregated across the field. Rosemary needs to be the hero of the moment for Alter Ego to get a back-to-back win. VOIN now trading back for the side of Mormon as those smokes have been provided from his teammates to hold on for now. VOIN gets those quick restock, and they got themselves that compound to work with. They're definitely relieved in this situation where they have a vast space for them to really take control. And eArena, they don't really have to really fully commit to this fight, but they're trying to see if they can find a pick off up against Rosemary.
eArena, so much control of this southern side here. They have a compound to work with as well, some terrains. And Alter Ego, just in the wings, one player left is just Rosemary. Forced to be a little bit more quiet here as VOIN pressuring on the members of eArena. One member knocked down while he's barely breathing. Shouldn't be a problem to get that reset in. But I'm quite surprised at Rosemary's approach here. I would have thought, okay, you're all alone. You don't really have space in that zone. Be a bit more quiet. But no, he's still rallying. This guy has no fear.
Yeah, I was pretty surprised myself as well because he is kind of pitted up against a stack of tree on each side, but he's really causing a lot of pain towards those members of eArena. And now, with a lot of attention being drawn to him, he still finds it up against Sakura into the smoke, and he confirms it up against Mormon as well. This map lad, he's absolutely insane, and he's about to just rip out eArena apart.
That is crazy. He's saying, okay, I may be the last man standing here. I may not get a chicken dinner, but, you know, cut all losses. Just try my best. Still stealing away another point in the pocket, making eArena bleed on top of that as well. And now the blue zone shifts, and he's on that buggy. He's all the way rushing into a corner here. He has to be careful because he's going to be sandwiched between VOIN as well as eArena here. Managing to stay away here, uses the side of the vehicles, and as everyone tunnels toward him, you can start to see it. VOIN Donkey, as well as the other teams, start to rally back, and he is trying to play this battle of alliances. One team gets distracted, he strikes in. He tries to be the distraction. Teams settle on him. He lets the other team put in that damage. He's hoping for situations he's able to just go against a 1v2 or a 1v1 because each team can dwindle down the numbers. But VOIN Donkey has not allowed that to happen because of the advantages they have. The compound, the cover, the high ground. For eArena and Alter Ego, it's almost basically end game for Melodies at this point.
Yeah, and his game IQ is really second to none. When he moves into that direction of that broken tank, he's been able to also regain a lot of all these resources to really buy a lot more. That foot exposed for Joker. He's absolutely in trouble. Razak, he's just gonna lock his crosshair. He got some damage done. And it's just about matter of moments. Joker, he's losing control of that zone because the blue zone's also chipping right in a matter of seconds.
Oh man, you can tell that Rosemary really wants that kill. It's putting in so much pressure to a Joker, and he's stuck sandwiched between two different teams. Well, it's just Rosemary against VOIN at this point. It's just a matter of who can get that second place, right, for those extra points, and both players just want to really outlive each other. As VOIN Donkey, they've made a nice little wormhole to cross forward here. Razak alone, that nade could be huge if he just manages to chip down Joker. There's a big possibility that you know, that's a bit too huge, but that, you know, Rosemary can just dip his hand into the cookie jar, steal away that kill as well. And now, here comes the silence for Rosemary, just hoping for VOIN Donkey to do the dirty work for him.
Yeah, he's just really got to buy time because now it's Joker who's getting focused on. Razak overcooked the first nade, looking for a second, and he's got the rest of these other members to really wrap it all around. So it's just a matter of moments for VOIN to celebrate with a win, unless if there's just going to be a tag team between Rosemary as well as Joker to take on the members of VOIN.
Oh.
Last stand coming for Joker, not quite enough. Razak secures it with the grenade, and now it's down to formalities. But can Rosemary clutch a 1v3? It's still possible, but I want to see how this plays out.
He can't get these isolated fights, but I think VOIN does not want to give it to him. The best approach, just wait for the smokes to dissipate and just push forward. Maybe swing as a 3, perhaps. There's a lot of respect given to him. Oh, he saw that Michael Pixel angle. It's perfectly done. Now it's a 2v1. We have Zeta and Voxy very, very far apart. Rosemary can easily isolate these fights by using the tree line as well. He's hoping that someone will peek through. He's managed to juke every single utility thrown at him. It slowly makes his way forward. If they don't see him prone forward, it could mean double trouble for him. A lot of that damage as well. Zeta probably knows that the damage has been done. Throws another nade, and that is enough. Zeta done his job. And a lot of respect given to not isolating this fight, not allowing him to have these 1v1s. And VOIN secure a winner chicken dinner on map 2.
That could have been a very hairy moment for VOIN, but they've been able to regain that control and sticks in that first chicken dinner here in this fall season of the PMSL. Wonderfully displayed on how well their teamwork has been the key to their success in this match alone. And Zeta, he's got a perfect 10 record in this round itself. His marksmanship is just onto a whole nother level as we take a close look at how he's been able to really take all these teams apart.
Just really interesting stuff coming in from Alter Ego here. That was almost, I think, I wouldn't say an almost chicken dinner, but a second place finish after you get Rondo is just phenomenal stuff. You can tell that they're pretty well rounded on how exactly they want to approach these fights and these maps. Alter Ego is incredibly patient, if you ask me, on how exactly they approach this game. The rotations a little bit brought later. They had exactly a game in mind. And you know, I think for most teams, they would be a little bit more panicked if they were on the back foot in terms of positioning, if the blue zone was rushing toward them. But Alter Ego, just very calm, really figuring out, taking their time on how exactly they want to approach these fights, how they want to approach these games as well. Great stuff coming through here, but VOIN is the team to look out for here. Coming into this one, love the fact that you're seeing players like Razak go forward, try to become that first contact player, as you have Zeta and Voxy in the wings for a nice little cross from long range as well. They have a nice, I would say, synergy going on, and it's looking real good.
Yeah, you know, I talked about Razak as well as another member of VOIN to be the main focus. Now that Vexy is not in this equation, Zeta steps up so much so that he's done the most damage output on top of the 10 eliminations that he's managed to acquire. So it's really a great contact play coming in from each respective member for them to really get all these gains in this game too. And, you know, from that point that they're holding on to the last compound in that circle, that really gives them that full edge to really take on all the rest of the field.
All right, coming in here is our top 4 teams. VOIN putting a lot of damage. I'm quite surprised actually because, you know, while we see them rotating, I didn't really expect them to take that many fights in such a, you know, the entire time they were out on the ground. eArena, Sem9, and Alter Ego about that same 1.3 to 1.8k range. You know, I think for Alter Ego, for them, the fights didn't happen toward the end of the game compared to VOIN Donkey, who was active from the beginning. So, you know, it is a story that's told based on how they play and rotated as well. VOIN Donkey did not get their, I would say, the drop spot that we saw that was in the pre-show, but instead going north instead, they still had a different game plan in mind and it worked out very well in their favor.
Absolutely agree with you. I mean, overall, VOIN Donkey's display of how well they really controlled that zone was just immaculate altogether. And then you have Alter Ego, who was kind of in that gridlock situation between RRQ as well as Boom Esports. And yet again, they prevailed. Like you said, securing a top 2 after winning out Rondo really puts them in a very good spot. But despite all of that, Zeta has been also matching up to what Rosemary's shown back in Rondo, now securing 1,300 over damage in this span of a round on top of that 10 elimination points. Despite, you know, that Pentagon doesn't seem to be fully stretched out on every single aspect. That's also thanks to the rest of his members to really channel the same level of proactiveness over the span of the field. And to my surprise, I mean, Zeta's taking 200 over damage. He was not taken out of this match itself, so kudos to him.
Yeah, I think it's a lot more just chip damage. If anything, he just repositions himself, gets himself a bit of a pickup, then goes back into that skirmish and fight. His position was great, honestly. I love seeing how VOIN Donkey played the entirety of that map. Their positioning, you know, from the middle of the map, from that compound, a 3-way, I would say, elevation when it comes to a hold, to the circle shifting and moving to the end as well. They have a nice crossfire done here. And the 13 eliminations tell that story on how they've been tag teaming off each other to be able to choke and make grinders of situations where players are rotating into the area as well. Alter Ego as well, not too shabby. Well, I think 3 kills behind only, you know, with 6 ranking points. Alter Ego was able to survive just because Rosemary was able to live a little bit longer compared to eArena on 3rd right now. Now, for the newer teams, I think for me, I probably had a little bit too much expectations coming in from 5-2. They still need to figure out how exactly to get their head into the game, understand it. I wouldn't be surprised if 5-2 take a few more days to just really understand how the competition is. I mean, it's such a new, different stage compared to the rest, right? So I am waiting for the day they wake up. But at the same time, we're seeing DX at the bottom too. So, you know, it was definitely not an easy circle to play with.
Definitely a very difficult one. I think that teams definitely want to look for a little bit of that rhythm. Sem9 has been able to find a little bit more of that progression from that early game into the mid game. Just that they need a little bit more of a cleaner finishing touch because they lost Mika very early on. And then you had, you know, eArena coming up with a really strong chance, but they were dented with that hope of securing that chicken dinner, all thanks to Rosemary's double pin down on that corner. I mean, that definitely was a little bit of a bummer, so maybe eArena will be able to recover from that on the next upcoming match. But we've seen some steady climb coming in from teams like BTR, despite, you know, it's been a little bit more of a far cry from the usual high numbers. I think like they've been pretty proactive on their approach. They just got to ensure that these fights needs to be taken in a little bit more of a cleaner manner. And of course, we talk about that roster shift. Now that they brought in not only Zuxi, they brought in FaZe as well to find a little bit more of that synergy where they've worked together in Prestigia EVOS. But I think that, you know, with just like every other team, when you have new members added, you've got to form that chemistry once more. So head to head right now, it's the winner of round 1 versus the winners of round 2. VOIN Donkey, Rosemary, as well as Zeta really got super impressive stats.
I mean, it's the one with the full pentagon and the almost full pentagon, right? I think in terms of style of play and in terms of roles, I think that both players are very wholesome. You know, they understand. I think it comes down to what exactly you want to do. Individual brilliance versus with, what do I say this? Individual versus brilliance versus teamwork as well. So, you know, a brilliant player doesn't necessarily, you know, translate to a great teammate. But I think these two players understand their their roles very well, when to allow for that individual brilliance and when exactly to go a little bit more, teamwork oriented. Regardless, we have already finished our first air angles, but the first two maps today dominated by Indonesia, waiting for the time other countries to wake up as well. But while we wait, if your phones are lagging, you're dropping frames, and you're overheating on PUBG Mobile, well, version 4.0 is what you need to look out for. There's a lot more frame rate options depending on your mobile device. If your phone can only run 60, let's just run 60, 90, and so on, so your phone isn't overworking for a screen that cannot project those amount of FPS. Anyways, higher frame rates, higher in all devices as well. From high, it's going to be 30, ultra 40, and on certain select devices, you can go up to extreme, which is 50 to 60, and certain devices that already have 120 hertz refresh rate, you can go 90 to 120. So do check your devices and check as well if your device can go up to 120 or can it go for different.
That's right. You can always adjust it to your settings as well if you guys want to save a little bit more of that performance, or with this brand new update, you don't really have to worry too much right now. So that 4.0 update is absolutely vital for all the players out there to spend more time really fragging in those lobbies. So that being said, though, you talk about frame rates. What better way than to get yourselves a brand new phone to really gain an edge up against your opponents out there in a world where speed, power, and style define winners? You got to get hold of the POVA 7 Ultra 5G. Tell you what, it's engineered for those who refuse to slow down, because it is packed with that 6.67-inch 1.5K AMOLED display, so that keeps your eyes perfectly clear to really spot your enemies from the far corner map, and you definitely will enjoy it because it comes with a 144 hertz refresh rate. So it is just great for all the games you play on this mobile device. And tell you what, with 6K battery life and on top of ultra charging, you could absolutely spend long hours gaming nonstop.
Yeah, great stuff coming in from our sponsor as well. So if you want a phone that can run PUBG Mobile, do check out this phone. Now, let's have a look at what we have in the bag here for our third map. As we go to the half part of the day, we're going to be looking at another air angle. And I think if anything, teams like DX wasn't able to really, fly up high in the sky. We didn't really see DX be able to do so on Rondo as much as he wanted to as well. So I think this is where things get a little bit more interesting. You've done one map of air angle. You have an idea how the rotations are going to go, how teams are playing, what exactly. You have about, I think, 5 minutes of break before you head back into the game, right? So what exactly are you talking about with your coaches here? What is the anti-strat? What is the changes going to do? Are we going to be dropping drop spots? Are we going to be hot dropping? What's our SOPs if someone hot drops us as well? And what's our SOPs if we see X team here? Do we change our rotations?
Yeah, I think there's definitely plenty to figure out in such a short amount of time. I think for what it's worth, I think D-Saver, they didn't manage to get too much of an airtime because, most of their errors were really revolving around that rotation. The last we saw, they were punished by BTR in that early game. Two members dropped just within seconds without really going for those full challenge. We have you really yet to see Lamborghini really going back to his prime form in that sense. So I guess that's not really the full showing of what D-Savior usually represents, but hopefully they get this sorted out real soon. And of course, they're not the only ones right now. We've mentioned 5-2 Esports. We've mentioned, some of all the other PMNC teams that have been newly promoted. Maybe it was just a little bit of a mindset shift that will give them, a little bit more room to really transition from playing passively into a fragging monster. So I'm kind of rooting for the Savior because, they're probably fired up by now. It's hey, 2 maps in a row. We haven't got it yet. Maybe it's time right now that we show them what we're made of.
Yeah, understandably so. Now, Boom Esports as well is another team that I'm quite surprised that we didn't get to see them really come online. And I remembered, Boom Esports is Raja comeback. They come back so last minute, knocking the win out of this and just being whoa, okay, I thought you guys were not making it. How the heck did you guys make it here? So perhaps a bit too early for that prediction. So, you know, we'll just have to see whether or not this sentiment has changed this season compared to the rest. But if anything, as we go into the game happening about 1 minute here, I think that, you know, let's have a look at what the mindset is here. Good luck with there's a tournament and it's a happy face. So at the very least, Alter Ego still very much in good spirits despite narrowly missing out on that second chicken dinner in a row. But what about this team? You know what? You got the blanket. I'm very cozy too. I think the emote that I would put for that corner would be the sleeping emote because it looks so comfortable.
Oh, I would have really want these teams to, you know, put something like ha ha emote or like angry faces, like it's like, man, I'm not
what will happen
satisfied.
if you see an alien emote?
Alien emote.
Oh wait, they're bad. They're mad. Team Secret's mad. Oh,
they're on to something. I want to see how this one plays out then, if they're gonna be a little bit more angry moving to this lobby.
All right, Erangel, one more time. They had a bit of time to really just get their thoughts together. Again, see how exactly they want to approach this now. And interestingly enough, the flight path will be coming in from that northern side, from I believe it's Georgia Fall all the way down to Novorep Noye here. So I don't think, like you mentioned, Contra, I don't think that VOIN will try and challenge Sem9 for that ferry pier, if anything. So I think it's gonna be pretty much the same spaces as before. But honestly, for the viewers at home, can we please have an early fight?
I hope so as well. I mean, eventually you might see a little something return because the flight path has changed a little bit. XSOPHERE has now occupied Zarki, allowing them the space to do so in that early drop. eArena now goes deeper into the hospital grounds. I mean, Point Donkey, they won that last round by staying put inside 70. So, like you said, there's not going to be all too much major shifts. But that stretch for Sem9 into Fairpure is a little bit of a long one. So, I'm also looking at the trajectory of 5-2, who's usually booking around that quarry ground. And it seems like it's inevitable, right? These Malaysian teams, they're always going to go up against each other's throat because they're always dropping really closely. But you know what? We're getting a similar circle. So I think these teams definitely do have a hunch on how to really redeem themselves this time around.
You know, interestingly enough, when you look at this particular game, I think the biggest thing we saw was that rotation, right? Coming in from that left side, how aggressively people were rotating, but no fights happening in the early game. I would love for that to change. I would love for teams to just really challenge it. Be a bit more brave, get those eliminations a little bit more. I think we've seen teams go, you know, especially on those crucial days, right? They enter the game with that nothing to lose attitude, the nothing to lose mindset, which really gives us this aggressive. I think one of those teams before was Sem9, who used to do that before. At one point, they managed to terrorize like half the lobby before going down. They dropped out a little bit too early, I think 6th or 7th place, but they had gotten like, I think, what, 15 to 17 eliminations, which is honestly enough. So, you know, would love to see the era where teams are, you know, are terrorizing the whole lobby again. But in the last 2 seasons, we haven't really seen that. So, you know, I can only reminisce.
Yeah, I mean, we can reminisce a little bit, but then again, like we reflect back onto the past round, they did rain a little terror onto those members of Homebois, though they could have basically do it a little bit cleaner because they left that one member off to pick off onto Mika, and then things start to go haywire from that point onwards. So I think like Sem9 is a kind of team where they feel most confident when they really have all 4 members still staying put into at least stage 5 onwards. So you just gotta ensure that, you know, if you really want to take those super aggressive approach, you either double down or really not leave, you know, a couple of all these crumbs around the map. So that might just come back to bite them. So moving into another team that's been really feisty as well. I mean, RRQ, we've seen what they've done in Rondo, and last round was also another statement match coming from them because they were pretty much erupting into fights after fights, and right now sitting at number 2, despite VOIN Donkey taking that chicken dinner, getting all that limelight, but it was actually RQ's consistent performance that puts them into that number 2 spot instead.
Yeah, I agree. You know, when you're able to survive that long, 2 maps in a row and 2 separate maps on top of that as well, that means you've done your thorough homework on how exactly to approach these 2 different maps. And I have to say that, you know, sometimes it gets a bit harder, right? You have that map shift between map 1 and map 2. It's 2 different maps, 2 different styles of play, 2 different rotations. You know, some teams maybe are riding that high of the momentum and aggression of map 1 that won't necessarily be able to be brought into map 2. But it feels like for Alter Ego, they have an idea on how exactly to approach these maps and these games. It's incredibly patient. They take their time. I think it's a very different team compared to before. I mean, back in the day, I think we had this conversation about how Rosemary was always the last man standing or the first one to go down all the time. He's always in the front wings. He's so separated from his teammates. We're not seeing that cohesion. But this season, it looks really good. They're playing close together as well. He's a little bit more far forward, but his teammates are there to provide that cover fire and support. I'm not too sure what they did in that preseason in terms of changing, in terms of chemistry, in terms of conversations, but it's working.
Yeah, I absolutely do agree with you. Speaking of changes, earlier on I saw the graphics where MAQNA has been subbed out and they brought in Zero into Boom Esports. So hopefully this actually gives a little bit more of a firepower towards Boom Esports because they absolutely need it. Now back to what you also do mention about Alter Ego. Yeah, I absolutely agree that, you know, there were those seasons where it really felt like it was disjointed, like either Rosemary gets picked off early or he's the last man standing. Last match, he was the last man standing, and he still brought in the numbers. And they really fought toe-to-toe up against all those teams that were really surrounding them as a unit when every member was still alive. And now, a team that I was kind of surprised to have a slump right now is actually Team Secret. I mean, we've seen these guys really thrive in some of all these battles, but for the past 2 rounds, not really too convincing. I think that they've secured just a couple of points through pickoffs, but not entirely winning in those 4v4. So that's something that they really gotta sharpen up on.
Yo,
right now, we got on our screens some big numbers.
That is insane.
Out here.
Yeah, he's 2.5 above second place. He is almost double second place in terms of average damage. Dude, we've only played 2 maps, guys. And Rosemary is already blowing us out of the water right now. It's gonna be hard to compete with these numbers. Look at the knocks. Like, Zeta is the only one that comes close, but it's still 1.5 KD behind Rosemary as well. You know, we were glazing him a lot, and for good reason here. Individual-wise, he delivers. Teamwork-wise, he also gives a lot of impact to the team. I wouldn't be surprised if Rosemary was the guy to play first contact, you know, up front and center, challenge these early contacts, and he's just killing people quickly enough that it allows his teammates to go a little, you know, it just gives his teammates a bit more breathing room to make some mistakes as they rotate toward him.
Yeah, and what I really love about this season's Alter Ego is that Snape is also playing just as proactive as Rosemary. He's either number 2 or number 3 on the charts at the moment, because when we take a look at those damage numbers, he's also matching up to half of what Rosemary's been doing. Half is more than good enough. I mean, right now he's just on a whole nother level, right? So with a little bit more of that backing coming from Snape, it creates that room for Rosemary to really shine. And right now, 7-9, you know, we've talked back in the past as well, where a lot has to do by playing around Yuhai. That's no longer the case right now for 7-9. And that's the beauty of it. 7-9 is more of a 4-man squad rather than, you know, playing onto hero plays altogether. So that's the beauty of how they've been able to really achieve those results. And right now, they're definitely hoping to, once again, bring 7-9 into the finals, where in the finals, they've always been outshined by CELCOMDIGI Alliance. That's been the bane of their existence for so many seasons now. I think that with a little bit more of those change coming from the coaching staff as well as everything else, I mean, this iteration of 7-9 is better than ever.
Yeah, looks really good. I mean, this is one of the... I mean, we've started to see a lot of reconstruction when it comes to 7-9's roster, right? It went from just one player swap to bringing in imports and now bringing back some very, very, you know, big names. Mika coming back into the game definitely is a big change as well. Now, Circle shifting to that right. Look at how many teams are going to have to be rotating from that eastern area once again here. Alter Ego this time around very much smack dab in the middle of the circle, is looking to make sure that no one takes their space. And unfortunately for Team Secret, GK will be the one to fall down here. And it's just unfortunate because I don't think that he was aware that Snape is as close as he was.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, Team Secret, once again, getting punished in the midst of that rotation. And like you said, couldn't really spot from that outer angle. And right now, since they've managed to catch GK, can they catch Juke as well, as he's trying to see if he can find that position to really rock up against Snake.
The Malaysian curse.
They've already set up the camp over onto the gas station. TODAK boy caught out. This is the second time round that they are meeting up with Homebois, and they're definitely enjoying it. Snake, he gets the double dab onto the double J's of Team Secret.
That's honestly so ballsy the way he played that as well. It was a drive-by where he slowed down and purposely took out his weapon. That is insane stuff coming from him here. As Homebois once again find themselves toe-to-toe with SEM9. They weren't able to win against them earlier, at the very least. This time around, Yuhai so low already, barely alive. The nade barely passes him. He's going to try to take a little bit more of a proactive angle. As one of the members for SEM9 knocked down already, has to be recovered. Nah, hard to do so. Hard to get close when the rest of Homebois are just pressuring them all together. And SEM9 said, you know what, doesn't really matter. Let's just take this fight on, head on as well. Mika takes a lot of damage, but is he doubling down? Yes, he is. Throws on that nade. Fortunately for him, goes a bit more wide. And he hasn't even recovered yet. Didn't even go for a reset. Instead, he's prioritizing putting in that nade, putting in that damage first. A bit too high up, but enough to put Meryl in a bit more of a chip damage situation. As Meryl keeps his head low, knows where one member of SEM9 is. A bit more far out, is making it rain nades from above as well. The blue zone is not making it easy for both these teams to stay alive as well. Mika is still not alive, but Kim on the outside area finds him in the end, knocks him down. One player knocked down and second to follow. Homebois this time around, they want to stand tall against their counterparts from Malaysia. And Firan running for his life, barely alive. He's in the corner trying to keep his team still very much in the game, but hard to do so as well. As Homebois, that nade hits him. Shamels alone. Kim has to keep his team alive, has to stay at all. Breaks the door. Firan cooking up that nade. The timing is good. He lobs it down forward. No, he's still making it count all the way till the end. Kim barely alive, and Kim will be the one to close out that fight by the skin of his teeth.
What a clutch moment by Kim, starting from that wide swing with the DBS into this charge directly onto Firan, and he's just pixel perfect on his approach. That was an insane 1v1 duel that saved his teammates from perishing in this match itself. And Homebois MEC, they redeemed themselves, shutting down the doors of SEM9, who was on the streak, and now they will begin theirs. Hopefully they will still be able to go for that pickup with Real limping early on, but I don't know how much time can they buy by staying outside of the blue zone. Meanwhile, with the rest of the teams right now looking to take a space somewhere between the mansion grounds or even shelter, now with the charge approach. And ST got caught out all alone, and MXG is just gonna make an easy claim into this territory.
Rosemary knocked out already. The rest of Alter Ego rallying to bring him back into the game, but DX is not going to allow that to happen. Your nade T going to cook that nade to perfection. Oh my god, Krypton, that was ballsy as heck. He rushed forward past that nade, shot him in the face, got 2 knocks to his name here. Parajin alone tries to isolate his fight. Krypton low, the smokes should keep the rest at bay here, forced to move up to that second floor, and he's going to try and get some advantage here to anyone crossing up forward as a 2. Got 1 knock already. The other member of Alter Ego forced to move down. Krypton decides to just wait and go for that reset instead. Snape in the wings, going to cross forward here. Parajin has a lot of information. You can see from the angle he's holding. Levi also close down as well, as Alter Ego will suffer. Both of them bleeding to death, and Alter Ego with only 1 player left standing here. They are punished, and DX, they're going to be happy with how this turned out.
Persian really funneled them into that choke point of a stairwell, and after that, supported perfectly by Levi's, throwing in that massive deflate in order to turn the tides back towards the members of Alter Ego. Those were insane plays after another, and we're about to get a little bit more long-range nades into the shack where eArena is hoping to find a little bit more of that space inside of Garage, challenging the likes of BTR, but Joker, he could not really get the perfect glimpse, but now, for a tag team tandem, they're trying to go for the full swing. Zuxi Barrage over the back, and eArena, they're in shambles right now. Drawing low, Zuxi has got to do it all by himself right now, and the Blue Zone's closing in, and he shuts them down! BTR, they find them all!
That was insane, just a drive-by straight to the face, just completely shredding the team. But BTR paid a hefty price for that cleanup. He paid with 3 of his teammates. Now Zuxi has to play the survivability game. But I wouldn't put it past this guy to be able to pull that off. We've seen miracles done by him in the past few seasons. But right now, most importantly, he has to keep himself fairly hidden by the teams crossing here. It's MXG that he has to look out for. And he's staying as quiet as a rat as this team passes through. He has to tank that blue zone for the time being.
But the smokes are also giving his position away as well. I mean, he can only buy as much time as necessary, but I believe there should be just about sufficient percent kits that he could actually find from those drop bodies of eArena. So he could definitely have just about enough wiggle room in order to make his entry a little later on. But we take a look at the update. It goes further into the mansion grounds. RQ smack dab in the center. And once again, we're looking at 3 Indonesian teams really holding onto the prime position, so we might see another repeat between those 3 teams: VOIN Donkey, RQ, and Alter Ego.
The corner waiting in the wings here has to go past. Now it's gonna be 5-2. Not too sure if the members of 5-2, oh yeah, they definitely spotted him. Ryan already rushing forward here, Zuxi just running for his life. He's already so low, and he's also a very, very dangerous position to be in. Zuxi, what are you gonna do here? What's the play, man? Running away? No, not too sure, because VOIN has their eyes on Homebois. Keem knocked out Meryl, half HP left. The nades are just rushing through toward them as well, as VOIN completely overwhelmed Homebois. You ran out of a lion's den straight to another.
Yeah, it was just a tough position to be in. I mean, they tried to claim that real estate as well, not knowing for the fact that VOIN Donkey has already taken all that space. eArena, they also bowed outside of the zone. So that leaves us with only 12 more teams remaining. And it is just a flock of crowd into the outskirts of Mansion, and in this center of it all is going to be RRQ. Despite them holding that real estate, it's going to be rather difficult for them to really find those angles up against MXG, which is why they have to expend plenty of all these troubles towards those corners of the fences. Whereas RQ, they're happy enough with their position that they've got all the rest of Team Secret stuck inside of the same compound. And it's just going to be a lot of back and forth between all these 3 to 4 teams who are currently situated into the area. So I'm expecting maybe a pickoff or 2 to happen in this stance until the blue zone actually closes further away or into this area itself for them to really commit into something. So we take a look on the outskirts. 5-2 now, spotting out Levi's. He's trying to refuel, but it's the worst possible location for him to be at right now. Great tax coming from Ryan. Not quite enough to take Levi's out.
Levi still rallies back though. Tags him to fairly low HP as well. But Ryan, I don't think he's actually undeterred at all. He's just going to reposition himself and just see whether or not the other 2 members of DX will cross him. Don't think it's going to be happening. DX now just going to go for a longer rotation, northern side instead. Why bother fighting southern side? We can go for a fairly safer area on the top side here. As for RQ, this is the middle area of the map, the absolutely middle area where Mansion is, which is one of the few covers is available to be used as RQ. I have to say, MAQNA as well as RQ have been finding these nice little micro angles to work with, putting a lot of chip damage for these players. And if you're a player that's not really looking to move around the map, you're just looking to hunker down, getting tagged like that, which means that your resources just going to slowly dwindle away.
Yeah, bandages could come in pretty handy right now, but not so much so for XSOPHERE as well as FaZe Clan. The 2 ties up against each other right now. Chaco as well as Chopper trying to hold down the line. Urs is on the other side though. But numbers aside, Lobby X is looking for a full push. But he's being held back by all these, definitely being thrown right in from Canary. Chopper right now tries to also try to get a little bit more of a glimpse. Goes back and forth, still not finding anything at all. But the health bar is dropping really low for Lobby X. He's got to be very mindful of this position. And these nades are clipping onto XSOPHERE slowly and steadily. And Lobby X finally found something in return.
Nice angles played from the window. You can start to see the desperation coming online for XSOPHERE here. KNS with barely any space to work with. He's just going to try and move forward, making his teammates take the fall for him to just really tunnel vision the rest of the team here. KNS trying to bring Teiki back in the game. Not going to be the easiest. Chaco in the smokes, distressed by each other. And Chaco falls. KNS barely alive. Earth's waiting for the right time here as Canary and Earth decide to play together. They just pass by each other here. But Kaneki will be caught in the end as FaZe, I have to say, their tag team formation caught the entirety of XSOPHERE off guard.
XSOPHERE were so unfortunate as well. They got clipped from the outskirts and they were forced to really double down onto this area. All thanks to TODAK. And now TODAK being the Green Reapers, they're looking to clean up shop on the weakened side of FaZe Clan, but the trades go through. Oh, TODAK, they managed to still go in for the rescue. And FaZe Clan still has one more member alive. Now they're trying to retrieve all that intel. And TODAK, they're also looking to cut some losses as well. They won't make it in time.
Oh, that's so sad.
They're all going down in shambles.
Yeah, it's looking from bad to worse here as well. As the last member, at the very least, they do deny points away from Boom Esports here. They died to the play zone, so that's fine. But for the rest of the team, cannot do anything else other than that. TODAK with only Kenny left alive. And I think Kenny has always been the brains of the team, so I wouldn't be surprised if he were to pull some insane miracle in terms of survivability here. As an 8 come through for DX, 52, 5-2 as well as DX have been at each other's throats for quite some time now. They thought about, I think I saw DX decide to rotate from north side from the area. They ran into MGX. They were like, okay, that's not happening here. I have to go down southern side here and take another fight instead. You gotta pick your poison, and they chose to fight them 5-2 at the southern side.
Yeah, they really have to squeeze for that tight spot inside Mansion, and it's either they just rock up against DX or just really hold back ever so slightly or look for that further rotation over the south side. So either ways, it's not an easy decision, which is why they're just trying to buy as much time as possible for the moment. Boom Esports, they got a glimpse as well as a couple of pickoffs from that early scuffle that we just witnessed coming in from XSOPHERE, FaZe Clan, TODAK. And now that it's all drawn to a close, they're looking for options to weigh in into this Mansion finish. And we got that quick replay onto what went on. I mean, it was just absolutely chaotic that they're blindsided by the smoke, passing by each other, like you said. But FaZe Clan, I think that they definitely did wonders in that close quarter combat.
5-2 still very much alive here, and D Xavier and them have been stuck in this Mexican standoff for a good 2-3 minutes or so already. Just a prone game here. It's all wide out in the open. There's no cover to work with. Hoping for another team to get involved in this situation. I think DX wants to just really cut their losses. I think they just want to try and rush forward if they can. This is huge because they pulled away from Mansion as well, which means that everyone is out here in the open. Those two at Mansion side that have compound, if they move a bit too late, it might spell doom for them, and that's exactly what it spelled out for Ryan, as NST will be the one to catch them off guard. Kiddo playing with the very edges of that circle as well. I'm pretty sure that DX have already marked his position.
Probably so, and right now they're absolutely on the hunt. You could potentially go in for something, but like you said, they've already spotted him out and just run him over to secure another point in the bag. Now, the question now remains here. Half of Mansion is being covered while the other half is not. And the ones who are on the other half is going to be MAQNA and some members of Alter Ego. But MAQNA versus True finds one member of MXG, takes the close angle approach, and he's looking to double it down with the taps of the SOK. Not really finishing the job just yet. He goes in for another jump shot and secures it. 2 members of MXG eliminated by MAQNA alone.
MAQNA's doing God's work with how he's escalating these fights as well. They're going for drive-bys. He's very patient while he approaches it. Now he spots out Boom. I'm pretty sure that all the members of Alter Ego have it coded in their minds. Like, if you see someone moving, just shoot, right? Why not? You're alone. It's okay. Just put in that damage. You have a gun that's perfect with a 3x scope here to put in that mid-range damage as well. It's good. And now we move over to Team Secret. The amount of rotations from northern side is starting to get a little bit more intense, if you ask me. With Boom Esports coming in, with Team Secret coming in the southern side, and MGX close as well. Boom Esports, this is a chokehold for them because you have to cross not only that compound, but also those gates as well. They're trying to build themselves a nice little wormhole as they cross forward here, but MAQNA is keeping a sharp eye. If any single pixel is aura, it's just not there, he's gonna shoot.
Yeah, it's kind of tough because Boom Esports, they got themselves funneled into this trajectory where MAQNA gets a full clip over onto the corner. Not quite enough to actually take out that member just yet, but MAQNA, he's holding firm, and he knows that that's one member charging right through. He quickly repositions, and now looks for those close angles with his S12K. Lumi Esports staying afloat, but not quite really finding the right positions because there's still all the other teams that they are concerned about. So they will just leave MAQNA alone for the meantime and take the rest of the space inside of the mansion. But they really need to go even deeper to really find more of that wiggle room, because in Stage 7, it is going to be the exact same problem that BLUG Esports will face.
Whoever has managed to go through the compound is going to be huge. MAQNA barely alive, running for his life. I'm not too sure how exactly he stayed alive for that long, but MXG, excuse me, is going to be the one to find him in the end. PMSL is probably kicking himself in the back now, not able to find that final angle just to spray. At the very least, for Kenny, he's done the damage, stolen away a kill here, and somehow staying alive, just really taking his time crossing forward here. Not too sure how exactly he did that, especially such a wide open area. Probably a rush forward, who knows, would love to see a replay on that.
Yeah, he was pretty much having himself in the forced position where he just really has to book it. And MXG finding a way to capitalize by really holding firm into that tight spot inside of the Jack, has been able to really take that claim. Stops the streak of Alter Ego, so I guess the rest of the teams will be decently happy with that, but still a lot of catching up to do because that's more than 50 over points for Alter Ego so far in this round 3. Boom Esports, they do have those numbers though, but to even get their way across to RQ is going to be a tough task because they need to exit through that one-way fence, and that's going to open themselves into that crosshairs of RQ that will funnel into that corner. And right now, the trays looking beautiful for GENOTH to secure the IGL, and there's still more to come. PMSL makes his way over to the broken walls. He's being brought down low, and they're looking to clear him out, but couldn't find the angles. The jump shot will do for Nepako.
My god, PMSL, that was a little bit too aggressive there. He was already so low, he's still challenging right now as Mastery tries to steal kill where he does. One member knocked down already, needs to be picked up there. The nades are just so unforgiving. And RQ, the high ground advantage gave them so much space and value to take advantage of that completely spraying down Boom Esports. As you move to the last 4 here, with VOIN, the only team healthy, not anymore. One member knocked out. RQ is still very much available to take his teammate back into the game. But for VOIN, they have to find a different way to survive here. They have control of the southern side. They have a pretty tanky vehicle as well to work with. Let's see what they do.
RQ this time finding themselves into the top tree. They were denied by Alter Ego the past round, and now they will be denied no longer. 4 members strong up against a 3-member strong VOIN Donkey as well as Team Secret, who's been elusive for the entire match. But now it's their time to shine. Zeros now pops that grenade into the smokes, trying to find something in return up against the rest of RQ. Will they walk towards it? That nade falling really close to Donkey, chipping out with his health bars. It's going to be Razak. They managed to find that catch. And now that takes Team Secret down to 2.
Waiting the wings here. Oh no, was really hoping for Doki to survive just a little bit longer. Not happening. As the rest of VOIN puts in that pressure. One thing's for sure about VOIN is that these last crucial circles, they have a different or interesting way of playing here. And RQ, they need to be super careful of that as well. They have the man advantage, one, albeit quite low. You have to understand that for VOIN, it's all about getting control of that map. Look at how they're moving, the formation here across the map in different terrains, different covers as well, which means that they're in prime position to swing off one another and trade.
They've been holding on to those safe position for quite some time right now. It's RQ that makes this entry, and they're looking to spread their wings as well. But take a look at it, so much of that open space in the mid ground, which is going to be very tough for them to navigate around. So whatever smokes that they do have, they need to really deploy in this final hour. Potato is going to look for that flank. Cheekily sneaks around the grasses. RQ looking to do the same. Despite VOIN Donkey having a deficit in numbers, I do think that they do have a slight edge onto controlling this region itself, with a little bit more dip for them to really cover some grounds. RQ, they gotta really play this one perfectly to isolate those targets. And now, whoever gives away that position is gonna be losing an advantage.
I'm just waiting for that first shot to happen, right? Whose head pops out first? Who's out of position? Some smoke's done already. This is huge because it cuts off some vision as well to allow for RQ to go a little bit more aggressive. I'm not too sure if Nepeko did loot that package there in the back, because if it did, he gives him so much value in terms of shields, in terms of weaponry as well. But Ganyang will be the one to show his hand first, and this is okay. It's not too bad at all, because for him, being able to steal away the crosshairs from his teammates could give that big opening for his team to completely swarm. But VOIN Donkey, they're not at all looking to even bite that bait.
Yeah, and that is absolutely vital, because that kind of aggression is now being met right with Potato shooting back at Lapar, being absolutely exposed. The nades falling really closely towards Potato. Den Boss has been able to creep right in, all thanks to Ganyang's approach. And now Razak doubles down, drops the nade towards the side of Den Boss. They manage to get another contact upon Zeta, and this might just be it for RQ to close right in. Ganyang falling low, but he knows where exactly to look for that nade. Coming in closely towards Razak, not really connecting, and now the trades looking good for the side of VOIN Donkey to return the favor. Now it's all down to DevBoss to clutch this very moment. He stands up to try to look for a trade, but it is still going to be RRQ being denied by VOIN Donkey securing the back-to-back win.
Oh my god, VOIN Donkey doing the impossible, consistent as heck, with the 3 on top of that as well. Their protocols for that final circle, like we suspected, has been really good. The amount of circle control they had, the crossfires and tag team situations, and on top of that as well, the more proactive style play, being able to spot out one member of RQ early and immediately collapsing was the name of the game here. As soon as that first shot happened, that one knockdown happened, they got super active in just choking the other members of RQ, to the point I think that RQ was not expecting for that to happen at all.
Not at all. I mean, RQ, they were overwhelmed with plenty of all those fights happening in Mansion, and the moment that they finish off that fight, there's only one direction that they could approach, which is from the north. So VOIN Donkey had ample time to really prepare for all these battles, and for the fact of the matter that RQ shot first, so they are giving a lot more of all this info back towards VOIN Donkey to capitalize on. And Razak, he really came in clutch in this match.
Yeah, crazy stuff. Razak once again, the guy, the man of the hour here, the one to be the frontliner, and I have to say it's just phenomenal work coming from him, in the highest in terms of damage compared to his teammates, and understandably so. If you're gonna show your hand early, you better be showing up, well, you know, with guns blazing, and that's exactly what happened to him as well. Now Zeta, this time around, not shining as bright, but still, when you have teammates that are able to shine when you aren't able to, that's where things get super, super interesting. Again, I mean, when you look at how it's being played here, Potato just set his teammates up for success alongside with Zeta as well. The throw balls really told a story. I'm guessing it's those smokes as well as those nades. It pressured a lot of the teams into that last final circle. And I think that for VOIN, when it comes to keeping their team's resources, like just cycling through it, they know how to do that. Because just now, if you see it, the team that had the most advantage in the last circle was actually RQ. They had access to the drop. They had access in terms, they had advantage, in terms of firepower as a 4 and a lot of control off that northern side. But in terms of proactivity, VOIN still takes the cake. They were able to quickly take away that space, be able to deny them from being able to get super aggressive, so RQ wasn't able to execute. Regardless, let's have a look at the highlights to see before we talk more about how the breakdown went.
It's been 3 chicken dinners for Indonesia, and it's 2 being won by VOIN Donkey with their level of consistency, and it really shows that they've been super disciplined despite the odds. They were not biting the bait of going in for all these explosive fights. They were really well-mannered into getting themselves in those prime spots, and also well-disciplined enough for them to really close it out up against RRQ, despite them being outnumbered in that fight. Despite, having, less flashy plays, they've been able to really secure all these hefty points, all thanks to their positioning. And look at huge improvements for not only of RRQ, but also Team Secret as well as TODAK in this matchup.
Team Secret and TODAK are just great at just surviving. Honestly, in this situation when you don't have a lot of, I would say, advantages. I'm talking about fire, bodies in terms of space as well. They knew how to survive. I knew when I saw Kenny as the last person standing, for TODAK, I knew that he was able to bring the team incredible, a lot more far forward than expected, and he definitely did that. I think he managed to steal a kill away before going down, so that's great stuff coming through. Regardless, Potato is the player you want to look out for here for VOIN. I think he's pretty. When you look at player data compared to MVP average data, it's a little bit more different in terms of what they bring to the table. Potato a little bit more, I would say, on the support side compared to the rest, but he had done or actually executed what he needed to do well. 19 points for VOIN, and RRQ not too far behind at 11 here, double digits for both these teams, followed by Team Secret alongside TODAK with 8 total points each for just this map. And mind you, TODAK actually lost the majority of the players fairly early in this game. To be able to survive this long and get that much of points is actually phenomenal stuff.
Yeah, super respectable performance coming out of them, as well as the Savior to also opt to do the same thing. Alter Ego managing to find themselves 5 points before getting overwhelmed by all this flock of crowd inside of that mansion base. It's been astounding as well. Alter Ego maintains their spot at number 1, but with that double chicken dinner secured by VOIN Donkey, they will now overtake RQ despite RQ's effort in the past couple of rounds. The Saber also maintaining their pace. So the biggest shift moving into this first picture is TODAK moving all the way up to that 5th position, and they're just ahead of Team Secret by a 3-point margin. Team Secret also bouncing back up in this round itself, because the past 2 was a little bit of a dismal coming in from them, but they've definitely improved on their survivability.
5-2 being the only team without any points here, need to play catch up. It's not too bad though if you think about it. I mean, the top, I think from 12 all the way till the end is still very much doable. Maybe even give it to BTR as well. Now, I would say that it's quite competitive on the second place page, but I think if anything, a majority of these games have just, the points are just being heavily shoved into 1 to 2 teams compared to a more, I would say, spread out situation. When teams don't get points, they really don't get points. It's not impossible to see 2 to 3, 2 to 4 teams, ending with a 0, not being able to survive until the end. So I think in a lot of teams here, surviving would be a little bit better. And for those who are having trouble surviving, maybe the most important thing is to be able to go out with at least 2 points to just at least really kickstart you as you go into the next few maps. You do not want to go out with a 0, because playing catch up with a 0 is harder than playing catch up when you actually at least get 2 to 3 points every single map, because it does eventually add up here. But as you said, Contra, the first 3 maps all dominated by Indonesia, with VOIN Donkey, 2 of them on Earingle. My question is whether or not Earingle is going to be VOIN Donkey's map. If they get another one later, then it just pretty much confirms it, at least for day 1.
Yeah, it just really feels like they have this perfect formula on how to really play in this map that is not even funny anymore on how consistent that they've been able to achieve that. So we'll see if anyone could actually break that streak. So we'll give them a couple of minutes while we take a short break, and we'll be right back for more chicken dinners here in the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia.
On this dreary night, Wraithmore Mansion is draped in shadow. Somewhere in the corridor, a ghostly figure looms. Watch out! Your every move could startle the area's long-term residents awake. PUBG Mobile's new Spooky Soiree version is now available. Here's a quick run-through of V4.0's themed mode and all the specialty gameplay it has to offer. In Spooky Soiree, you can pick up skill items that infuse Ghosty with ghostly powers. However, you can only equip up to 1 main skill and 2 passive skills at a time. If you prefer to fight over supplies, you should choose skills that boost your offense and survival. The first skill is Floating Balloon, which lets you fly for a brief period. It's really effective for repositioning or moving to support teammates. Scan is a skill that provides a lot of enemy intel. The Heal and Armorer passive skills allow you to battle to your heart's content without a worry. If you value survival and fun above all, go with Guardian Shield, which provides cover that you can bring anywhere. It also knocks back approaching enemies. Passive skills Boost and Ghost Helm greatly increase your sprinting speed and defense respectively, allowing you to loot your way across the map swiftly and efficiently. If you get defeated in a match and become a prankster ghost, don't fret. Take advantage of the special skills you gain, Bomb, Scan, and Shield, to give your teammates more opportunities. Keep in mind that these skills will gradually become available on different maps at different times. Choose whatever fits your playstyle. This mode has 2 main theme areas, Wraithmore Mansion and the Rock Review. Head straight for Wraithmore Mansion if you love battles. Open ghost crates to expose the locations of all nearby enemies. Speaking of supplies, there's a magic mirror on the first floor with tons of treasure sealed inside, making it a highly contested target. If you'd rather explore the new version in peace, head for the Haunted Residential area, where the scaredy ghosts gather to avoid intense confrontations. This update introduces a new vehicle, the Magic Broom. It seats 2 players. It has a dash that's great for pursuing enemies. The broom's portability and flexibility is also useful for quickly scouring the area for supply. Plus, it has a powerful sweep that can knock enemies away. There's a lot more ghostly content for you to experience. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. Nightfall marks the beginning of your adventure. That sums up most of V4.0's themed updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Finding it hard to fight back against enemies? Is reloading not realistic enough? Is it affecting your battle experience? Does your motorcycle have a busted tire? Did you reach Conqueror tier and have nothing else to do? If any of these are relatable, then don't miss this video. Let's check out the various upgrades in PUBG Mobile V4.0. This version introduces a brand new weapon, the Mortar. It uses a special explosive ammo and deals tons of damage to enemies. It's great at applying pressure. The Mortar has 2 firing modes. Quick Strike mode lets you aim directly at enemies. Precise Target mode lets you strike areas beyond your field of view for amazing long-range coverage. Whether it's fighting back or providing long-range support, the Mortar is an excellent tactical choice. We have also revamped reloading to provide even greater realism. To put it simply, if you reload your weapon before it's empty, you'll keep a round in the chamber. So after reloading, that means you'll have an extra shot available to you. We've also improved the idle and reload animations for empty pistols to keep you more immersed than ever. We've added crosshair style switching for the 4x scope. You can easily switch between them as you like. May you never miss your shots again. Now, when you burst your motorcycle's tire, you can easily swap it out for a new one. We've also improved the stability of mounted firing on 2-wheel vehicles. Ride smoothly and fire with more precision than ever. Boats also get an upgrade. They travel through the water much smoother than before. Enjoy the improved naval warfare. These vehicle updates are sure to make matches even more exciting. Apart from battle-related improvements, Erangel's Lipovka has a new relaxation area. Take a break from the fighting and come here to gear up with supplies. Or relax for a bit on the swings and Ferris wheel. Get comfy on the battleground. C9S26 is here. Check out the new Ace-exclusive Path of Honor and rewards. We've improved tier objectives and added rewards for reaching the highest tier in the previous season. New legendary firearm is here. Challenge the brand new firearm combat power system. Your glorious journey begins. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. That's a brief overview of V4.0's classic mode updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Get to know version 4.0 in 3 minutes. No treats? Then beware of tricks. The new spooky soiree version is here. Let's check out what's new. This version's themed gameplay will be available on Erangel, Livik, and Rondo. The main themed area is Wraithmore Mansion. Also, 2 performing dead concerts will take place on the map. Wraithmore Mansion contains tons of interactive content, including the Soulbind Mirror, Scaredy Ghosts, Phantom Treasure, and more for you to discover. This version's ghost gameplay consists of Ghosty, a ghost who accompanies you throughout the match, and Prankster Ghosts, which you become if you get knocked out. Ghosty has main and passive skills. Main skill, Floating Balloon. Passive skill, Boost. Passive skill, Ghost Helm. Passive skill, Armorer. Passive skill, Scan. Main skill, Guardian Shield. Passive skill, Heal. Prankster Ghosts allow players who get eliminated to turn into ghosts for a short time and use skills to disrupt the match. Spook, Bomb, and Shield. The themed vehicle this time is a magic broom. And there are tons more mysterious gameplay and collabs with famous celebs for you to look forward to. Doesn't pranking sound more fun than haunting? Have a spooktacular spooky soiree. In this version, you'll also get the chance to play a new thrilling pursuit and escape game mode, Unfail. In this mode, you'll either join the survivors or become the predator, and experience the thrilling battle between them that ensues. It really gets your heart rate up, so beware unless you're bold. In Classic mode, Erangel's Lipovka has been updated. There's a new mortar weapon, realistic reloading mechanics, and pistol idle animations. What's more, Cycle 9 Season 26 begins on September 11th, along with the new firearm combat power system, Path of Glory, and Weekend Joy. Home will introduce the new Lunar Castle style, a treasure hunt minigame, home competition, and home-style voting event. Perhaps most exciting of all is that World of Wonder 1.0 is officially here, bringing full creator access to all players. Also included are the new World of Wonder Pass and World of Wonder gifts in an effort to create a win-win ecosystem. Metro Royale Chapter 28 has begun, and you can now challenge your friends to a 1v1. We've also added Ghost Crates, and that's not all. Version 4.0 still has more gameplay on the way, so stay tuned for future in-game announcements. See you next time.
Reaching a total prize pool worth $10 million. Become a top creator for a chance to win $200,000. Everyone has a chance. Hi everyone, I'm XL. The 2 most frequently asked questions I've received have been when World of Wonder would release after having been in beta for so long, and when we'd grant full creator access to players so they could realize their unique ideas. Today, I've come with the answers that everyone has been waiting for. I'm happy to announce that World of Wonder 1.0 officially launches in the next version. In World of Wonder 1.0 will significantly boost creator access, letting more players join in creating. Of course, we've also prepared plenty of rewards. World of Wonder cash incentives have increased yet again, reaching a total prize pool worth $10 million. Become a top creator for a chance to win $200,000. Everyone has a chance. In 2025, we anticipate over 100,000 creators receiving incentive earnings. WoW currently boasts over 4.4 million maps. WoW maps have hosted over 33 billion matches. World of Wonder has over 1,000 dedicated influencers, bringing its maps over 1 billion views per version. If you'd like to become a WoW ambassador as well, you can join the Next Star program for smaller influencers for a chance to win a share of the $6 million cash prize pool. Some creators may wonder, my creation skills aren't really up to par right now. Will I still get the chance to receive earnings? Rest assured, everyone has a chance in the World of Wonder incentive program. Every step of the creation process counts. A lot of rookies tell me, XL, I don't know how to take the first step, or I lack inspiration. How do I even start? In World of Wonder 1.0, we'll gradually make the smart assistant feature more widely available. When you don't know how to get started or lack inspiration, you can turn to the smart assistant for help. Some creators wonder, World of Wonder looks difficult and I know nothing about coding. Does this mean my maps will never turn out good? Here, I'd like to recommend our visual programming tool. Through simple configurations and logical calculations, you can design something truly unique without knowing anything about coding. It's sure to take your abilities to the next level. World of Wonder is also an open ecosystem that connects players around the world. For example, we're working with the Prime Minister's Office of Pakistan and collaborating with over 50 global universities to help students gain professional game development skills while discovering new career paths. We are also working with the United Nations to promote environmental and public welfare awareness. We welcome global brands, artists, celebrities, influencers, and map creators of all kinds to join the World of Wonder ecosystem. If you're interested in collaborating with World of Wonder or have any suggestions for us, feel free to contact us through official customer service.
Hi everyone, I'm JY. Now that World of Wonder 1.0 has launched, we intend to work with everyone to establish a mutually beneficial ecosystem for the mode. Players often complain that World of Wonder lacks challenges and rewards. In order to meet everyone's expectations, we're introducing the World Pass system in World of Wonder 1.0. By playing World of Wonder content and completing missions, players can earn points and get tons of rewards for free. Upgrading the pass also unlocks lots of customizations and exclusive perks. A certain portion of the earnings we receive from the pass will be invested into the World of Wonder incentive program, increasing our cash prize pool to give back to each contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem. At the same time, we hope every talented creator's fantastic ideas will be worthy of praise and attention. In World of Wonder 1.0, the new gifting system builds a bridge between creators and players. Fans can gift special World of Wonder gifts to instantly give the creator a like for their creativity. These gifts increase creativity points, which can be used to unlock even cooler custom appearances and are displayed on the creativity points ranking. Top creators on the ranking stand to receive tons of cash rewards. All in-game cash earnings will be stored in the co-creation wallet for clarity and transparency. We've added a strict identity verification process to ensure the security of every transaction. We support withdrawals in the vast majority of countries and regions worldwide, allowing you to turn your creations into real-life earnings, no matter where you're located. World of Wonder 1.0 marks a new beginning. We hope all players with creative ideas are able to become game developers.
We will continue working on this mutually beneficial ecosystem so that all outstanding creators are well compensated. May all creators march into the future together with World of Wonder.
May all creators march into the future together with World of Wonder. Thank you.
The first ultimate set with removable outwear, Nixon Sinistra, is now available. The first advanced upgradable firearm with sound effects, Nixon Rose AUG, has arrived. It comes with an exclusive Inspect emote. Help you stand out on the battleground. Plus, a cool elimination broadcast, elimination effect, and loot crate to turn eyes on the battleground. The matching Resonant Nell glider is sure to make a stunning entrance in battle. Equip the Nixon Sinistra set and battle in style.
Welcome to our first interview of PMSL SEA Southeast Asia for 2025. And now we're here with Rosemary. Hi. Hello. And Jung, our translator. First of all, สวัสดีค่ะ Can you say สวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีค่ะ
สวัสดีครับ for male in Thai สวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับ
Ooh, so clear. Okay, let's get in the first question. Alter Ego Aries secured 23 eliminations on game 1 and now are ahead on top with 54 points. What are preparations have helped you team start so strong on the first day?
Oke, Alter Ego Ares mendahului carta Liga dengan 53 poin di game pertama mendapatkan 23 elims. Apa preparation yang dilakukan oleh Alter Ego supaya terlihat tampil dengan bagus hari ini?
Sebenarnya nggak ada sih, nggak jauh beda dengan yang lain karena kita ya enjoy sama jaga mentalnya aja sih, biar performanya maksimal gitu.
I think we don't have any different compared to other teams. We just focus on ourselves. We try to do our best, and then we take care of our mental, and then yeah, we just perform.
Whoa, great mindset. I love that. Okay, second question. You seem to have great chemistry with Snap, who just joined from BTR. What difference has he brought to the roster?
Okay, Rosemary, terlihat kamu dengan Snap itu chemistry-nya sangat-sangat bagus, cocok juga. Apa perubahan yang terjadi ketika Snap gabung ke Alter Ego?
Perubahannya mungkin dari playernya juga suka membaur ya, jadi di luar game atau di in game-nya kita klop sih, itu aja sih.
Yeah, I think we why our chemistry is very good. I think it's because of the person itself. The person itself, Snip, basically he love to join us, like maybe having a quick session, like talk to each other, and he is very good and humble person. So I think that's why we can click with each other.
Oh, lovely. Communication is the key. Okay, this is the first time Rondo has appeared in the tournament, and you even secure a chicken dinner on it. How do you think Rondo compares to Sandhawk?
Okay, Rondo pertama kali bermain di PMSL kali ini, dan ini kamu menjadi tim pertama yang mendapatkan WWCD di Rondo. Apa perbedaan lah dibandingkan Rondo dengan Sandhawk?
Perbedaannya cukup banyak sih, karena bisa dibilang Sanok kemarin kan mapnya lumayan lebih kecil lah daripada Rondo ya. Tambah juga Rondonya juga bisa ada recall, yang Sanok juga kemarin nggak ada kan. Jadi kita masih bisa dibilang memanfaatkan recallnya lah untuk mendapatkan semua kill yang bisa kita dapat gitu loh. Jadi ya gitu aja sih.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of difference. First and foremost, basically Sandhawk is much more smaller compared to Rondo, and then the things that I like Rondo right now, we have a recall system where I think that we can get a lot of benefit from the recall system itself. So I think yeah, basically there's a lot of difference compared Rondo to Sandhawk.
Yes, I couldn't agree more. I love the recall system as well. Okay, in the interactive board, you stick eArena and Vampire as your rivals. Do you think Vampire is still a threat without Tony K in the main roster?
Okay, kalau kita lihat di sticker board kamu taruh eArena sama Vampire. Apakah kamu masih ngerasa Vampire itu ancaman dengan ketidakhadiran Tony di main lineup?
Jujur, yang naruh gambar VP sama EA di boot kita sih bukan saya pribadi ya. Jadi kayaknya gue gak peduli deh sama itu. Jadi gue mikirin diri sendiri aja.
Yeah, if you want me to be honest, basically I don't know who is the one that put VPE and eArena at the sticker board. But if you ask me, I don't really care. I don't care about my threat. I just focus on myself. That's all.
Oh, good answer. Thank you. And lastly, is there any message for your fans?
Terakhir pertanyaan ke teman-teman.
Ya buat Alter Champs, buat fans gue juga, doain gue terus, support kita terus, mau di atas mau di bawah. Ya intinya support terus lah biar kita bisa maksimal, itu aja.
To Alter Champs, keep supporting us, keep pray for me, and keep support us whether we are performing or we are not performing. And yeah, that's it. Thank you so much.
Oh, clapping. Okay. Thank you for your interview. Join us with interview. It's so great, incredible interview. And now game 4 is ready. Casters, back to you. Goodbye.
Wow, you hear that? Coming in from Alter Ego, 23 elims on game number 1, and Rosemary being Rosemary. I don't think it actually matters to him who exactly he leads. If they move, he shoots, and it actually shows there as well. Love that how he said it's all about just taking care of that mental. I feel like for the previous seasons, there were a few seasons where Alter Ego, when they choke, when they're stressing out, you can actually see them, really show in their styles of play. But this time around, not anymore.
Yeah, I really do love that he also brought out that I don't care whichever team it is, like Tony, no Tony, it's gotta be the same story as well. Alter Ego is here to thrive and dominate. I mean, they absolutely did so for 3 spannable rounds, and we've also seen signs of brilliance coming from the rest of the field as well. Team Secret, they searched their way up from that past game in order to really climb the charts, despite, it's been a day of Indonesian dominance. I think, like, some of all these teams from the rest of SEA is starting to really show up as well, where they're being chased from the top, but Alter Ego has definitely created such a gap from that Rondo round. So that being said, though, we'll have to see if Miramar is gonna give them a little bit more of that edge as well to secure another one in the back, just to tie the knot with the rest of VOIN Donkey.
Yeah. Love seeing VOIN Donkey just really, you know, get aggressive right now. I think that we had a bit of a question before the break. Like, is Erangel really going to be VOIN's playground? Granted, on how dominating they were on that map, back-to-back chicken dinners and ending the games in a situation where it was almost flawless. You know, you have a 3, you make it till the end, you're still very much up 3 bodies, you know, without losing much. So it is quite impressive. Our top 4 gunslingers is going to be dominated by the Indonesian teams up here alongside D-Xavier. Now, D-Xavier is an interesting case, if you ask me. We didn't really see them get super aggressive. They aren't super flashy. There were moments maybe Levi or Parajin comes up on top. But if anything, they were just surviving. And their survivability, even as a 2, is incredible. They were able to make it all the way to maybe top 4, top 6 even as a 2. And they are still bringing in frags regardless of their lack in numbers. So I think that Xavier, they have always been a little bit more of a slow cooker team, if you ask me. They take some time to figure things out, to come up on top, and now's the time for me to question, okay, Xavier, is it time for you to wake up now, or is it going to be a day 2 moment for you?
Yeah, they also were one of the benefacting teams coming into that Rondo round. In game 2, they had a little bit of slump, and back in game 3, the Saber has been able to at least found 1 or 2 good fights going in their favor. So with a little bit of that break that we've just had, perhaps this could actually break a little bit of that streak. And, you know, sometimes you guys also wish you got a break from all the lags and stuff from your phone. Well, look no further, update to the 4.0 edition of PUBG Mobile, and you can say goodbye to all this lag, and you get more steady frame rates with smoother combat, with all the improvisation onto asynchronous texture streaming for simulated terrains, and you get significantly reduction of the game performance overall for you to have a field day out of an experience playing and scoring yourself those chicken dinners. Or you can see from the stats alone that they've been able to reduce the lag from 30 to 50%. And this update is definitely going to be essential for you guys to return to your winning ways.
Yeah, exciting stuff coming in here for that super smooth as well. I think this is an update that I think is a must do. Please patch your games, guys. It's going to make the experience so much better. And if anything as well, I think this can make things a little bit more competitive. As we get competitive, there is one mobile phone to keep the competition here alive, which is going to be our sponsor today, which is the Tecno Pova 7 Ultra 5G. It's engineered for those who refuse to slow down. It has 144 Hz refresh rate. It has 6,000 milliamps of battery, 70 watts ultra charge, and a 30-watt wireless charging. It isn't just a phone, it's your future, it's in your hands. The Pova 7 series is what you look out for. And honestly, you have the Pova 7 Ultra 5G, you pair it with the super smooth, you're gonna have one of the best games of your life on PUBG Mobile. And the downside is, you can no longer blame lag if you're bad, so I can't help you there,
fair
guys.
enough. Yeah, so all you really have to worry about is skills, and that's kind of it. I mean, you spend a couple of hours day in, day out, you should be able to get the drill done. And who knows, we might see you in the next PMSL. So good luck and all the best to you guys out there. Keep up with the grind. And, you know, speaking of grind, look at all the rest of the teams here who's trying to really play catch up. I mean, we look at the top 5 with, you know, all the familiar faces really putting up those numbers. But I really want to see, you know, after that break, is there going to be a little bit more of that momentum shift? I talked about, oh, VOIN Donkey, they went on the spree. So maybe this time, this is just going to cool down that kind of tempo that they were playing on. We'll have to see, you know, maybe a different shift of the zone will be giving a little bit more of a great sight for the rest of the teams, because 2 rounds in a row, similar circle, VOIN Donkey executed almost seamlessly onto how they've been able to really get that back-to-back win.
Yeah, I think that for me personally, when I look at VOIN Donkey, I think it's a little bit more skirmish heavy for them because they don't really have a timing on where exactly the executes or fights are happening. It doesn't really matter. If they feel confident they want to take a fight, they will take that fight. And I think it's that confidence that really propels them forward, especially in that last circle as well. They have, I think if you really just, I think if I were a coach and I were to break down that final few circles, I would see a lot to tell in terms of crossfires. Map control especially is what I think they really, really prioritize, which really gives them a lot of zone control as well. So if anything, this is something that a lot of teams have to look out for as they go into that next map. But yeah, you're right. I mean, that long break should definitely break that momentum. You know, everyone is just, you know, stopping to have some dinner, just really cool off a little bit. This is where teams can finally have that even playing ground again compared to in the previous maps where you're playing many rounds in a row. Perhaps Alter Ego could finally find their footings back into the game, give themselves another chicken dinner. Why not, right? But I would love to see the rise of like the Thai teams, the Vietnamese teams, you know, the Malaysian teams as well, because historically these teams are also pretty impressive as well. So these are something that I would really like to see coming into the second half of the day. Don't let Indonesia take all of the chicken dinners, guys. Come on.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that eventually we'll be able to get you know, some wins coming from Vietnam, Thailand, Malaysia even. So look at all these kind of pacing coming in from all these different teams. I'm also paying attention onto PMNC teams in general. Like, a lot of them are having some struggle because, you know, tempo between PMMC as well as PMSL is a very vast difference. And I think that the ones that have been able to keep up, I'm looking particularly at XSOPHERE. I mean, they have some veterans involved. We have even names in their substitution. XSOPHERE, some of these guys have played in TEM Entertainment before, and we know how phenomenal they could actually be. So right now they're sitting in the middle of the pack. So eventually I think they'll be able to get a little bit of that limelight. So that being said though, you know, Boom Esports also, you know, has been overshadowed by, you know, all the current top dogs out there, but they're definitely on the climb as well. So I'm thinking that Boom Esports, they're absolutely cooking something in return.
Yeah, I mean, again, when you look at Boom Esports historically, they do take a while to really warm up. I would really like to see them warm up a little bit sooner this season rather than give us all fans a heart attack. Please stop doing that, guys. You're stressing me out. Gary, if you're watching this, please save us. But, you know, coming back to the rest of the pack here, yeah, I really do agree with you that the PMNC teams are definitely, you know, a force to be reckoned, especially if these teams have not been playing on the big stage yet. People are not very familiar with yet. You know, these teams could really surprise a lot of us. Now, coming into teams to focus this time around, a bit late on that VOIN prediction, but, you know, it be what it be. Better late than never, but I am glad that we are on that same page when it comes to the Indonesian dominance for day one.
Yeah, absolutely right. When we take a look at all the list of names out there, they've always been the most aggressive in the form of their fights. They're more calculated. They're also very decisive in general. So it really goes to show that no matter which side of the Indonesian teams that we're rooting for, everyone's got their own unique formula to really show up big in some of these rounds. And, you know, one team from Thailand that's been the big hopefuls were definitely eArena, because they are the defending champions of the PMSL. And now that they're playing on home soil, we're definitely seeing that you're building that big morale before the game. That
we'll be studying real play. Vietnam Pochinki. Wait, is that foreshadowing? DX, do you only drop Pochinki?
They always do. Every other season, you only see this saber in that spot and nowhere else. And they are here to show us what they've got here in Rank.
Yep, coming into this one, Pochinki is the name of the game. Yeah, I honestly, personally for me this season, I love that board on the side there. It's great to see the mental, where they are at, you know, the encouraging words. I think they write it for themselves, which is really huge. It's just a matter of when you feel like you're having a bad day, we turn around, you're like, oh right, we'll be studying the VODs. Oh right, we hope to see things in a new perspective. I want to see more. If someone could make a vlog of that venue, that'd be great.
Yeah, you know, we have so many new stuff added, and I think like it's a little bit more quality of life for our viewers to really know what's really going on with the team or how they're really fully feeling. And now we've got all these being implemented here, so I want to see what more will, you know, week 2 offer. This is just day 1. I think maybe we'll find funny messages down the road, and maybe even target it at players specifically to have a little bit more of that banter. That's what I want to look forward to.
Real. Now, okay, flight path all the way to the right here. I don't think that we're going to be seeing a lot of changes in drop spots, if you ask me. If anything, I am more curious to see where exactly the circle is going to go, which we'll see in a few minutes. Okay, I think, wait, oh, there we go. I had a feeling it's going to go to the left side. Maybe give us a Gatka circle, just because it's wide open areas. You know what? What's interesting? Give me that hill. The hill, yeah, beside the hospital there. That'll be hard.
Oh yeah, it'll be super gruesome for some of these teams. I mean, looking at this flight path as well, skewed towards, you know, either the far north or some of these teams who are around that middle sector, it's so difficult to actually get to those terrains across Gatka or even up the mountain itself. So we'll have to see how they adapt to this situation. Now, we do see Deb dropping all alone into the shack, so he kind of spots a couple of players, but thankfully this is unoccupied, so Deb's going to be able to go in for those bullets. Now, I want to also talk a little bit more on TODAK in general, because they've revamped their roster, bringing in 2 members from Sen9, Kenny as well as Deb. Mm-hmm. 6.
They haven't really been able to really showcase what they have to offer.
Yeah, and look at their display today at the very least. TODAK currently sitting at top 5 as well. 19 points is not too shabby after all. I mean, they are sitting above the top half of the field. So that's already showing that, you know, these youngsters who's been able to spend, you know, multiple seasons in Sem9 really finally beginning to feel a lot more at home than to always feel like, oh, I don't know if I'm sitting in the bench today. I don't know if I'm going to be fielded in majority of the games. Now they get to be the mainstay in order to really build something for this new home of TODAK. And to me, that really starting to really show what kind of talents they are. TODAK is also rising, all thanks to, you know, this brilliance of whether it's a coach or the organization themselves to bring these 2 stars into the team. It's absolutely a win-win condition.
I think TODAK was just having trouble finding a team identity, and I think it's good that they're starting to really figure out what they want in a team, what their objectives is. I think there are just so many situations for a lot of teams, you know, that have that problem, right? I think Alliance went through that as well before they started to find their, you know, their climb up. Sem9 as well was definitely one of those teams. It's so important to find a team identity. Like, what are you known for? What are you a team that likes to play aggressive, or are you like a team that likes to play a little bit more methodically and take your time? Are you a team that's really good with the crossfires and swings, or are you a team that likes to go bar? I think at one point, Boom Esports as well as I believe it was BTR by Vitality that were the team that carried, you know, these things. And once you figure out your team identity, it makes it easier to approach the game because you are on that one singular page. And I'm glad to see that for TODAK. Being able to really find a team identity is key, because for the last few seasons, it felt like they were relying a lot on individual brilliance, and because of that, the consistency cannot really shine. You cannot rely on one person for a 4-man team game.
I absolutely agree with that. I mean, overall, we've seen, you know, the rise and fall of certain dynasties like the Alter Ego era where they only play around Rosemary versus, you know, now they are playing within whoever's still pretty much showing the law of great stride. So it's no longer just the Rosemary show after all. I mean, today he definitely bit quite the number on everybody else in the field. That's, you know, to his own accord and the team's effort in order to really propel him ahead. And overall, I think TODAK really finding themselves to be a top contender if they could really keep up with this pace. And you know, Seb9 might end up regretting letting go of those two players as well, because now, I mean, maybe it's not too showing for the moment where, you know, all the teams are still sitting within close proximity in the form of scores, but for TODAK to show up above Seb9 right now is already a statement by itself.
Yeah, I think it's just huge. I mean, TODAK, okay, I mean, we can go through all of that as well, but, you know, for them, they still have a lot to fix as well, with Kenny being the last man standing. But again, it's only been 3 maps, so I don't really want to draw the line in the stand where these players stand.
True enough.
Yeah, but at the same time, for Sem9, you know, I really doubt that there's any hard feelings dealt here. I think if anything, Sem9 would, I think just from if you watch their vlogs and how, you know, they interact with each other, the team has a lot of love for each other. If anything, Kenny and Depp probably, it was the best to let them go just so that they could play more. I mean, you've seen so many situations in orgs, right? Where you have like really good players in the 5th man or 6th man slot, and you're like, damn, they deserve to be playing on the main stage. Just let them go, you know, to give them that opportunity.
I absolutely agree with that as well. I mean, when we take a look at that Vampire Esports roster every other season, it's like, you got so many superstars stacked in the team that it feels like, hey, if you don't play Newsy, is this the right direction? If you don't play a said person, then does it feel the same way? Now that they kind of let go of Tony K, the big question is, where does Tony K go? Or
exactly.
Is he really taking a break?
Where is he going?
We have no clue. We got to find out.
I thought you would have the clue. You were like the super sleuth, you know?
Even in off-season tournaments, I was expecting, oh, when is Tony K gonna show up or so?
We only got Tony K right now. No Tony K.
Hey, at least there's a TK. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. Well, I guess
production's listening to us.
Oh, definitely. They're kind of eavesdropping a little bit. I mean, well, we are broadcasting this to the whole wide world. We could. So, eArena, I think they're in a decent spot, right? I mean, tying with Team Secret, 16 points over the span of 3 rounds is decent. It's not the worst showing. It's not the best either ways, but eArena, they got themselves into that poised position. You talk about that heal being a potential big play in this current zone, and it might just end up as the final focal point. So if that happens to be the case, eArena, they gotta hold still overall to that high ground.
I think that EA loves that hill. I think from, if I'm mistaken, last season as well, they were always one of the first few. If the circle shifts that way, they would always be one of the first few onto that hill as well. And for good reason. It's a high ground. You get a lot of, you know, vantage to see where exactly everyone is. And on top of that, if the circle does go toward it as well, I mean, you already got that value in terms of positioning. Anyways, that's a bit of what happened from across the map that is now. And I don't think that these long-range tracking sprays are gonna stop anytime soon either. So I think if anything, these games we've been seeing a lot of chip damage, one pick off. Again, never really gonna see all ins quite yet. That's why Rondo is just better. No, that's not me projecting already what I like, right?
Well, I guess, like, you know, it's a new scenery. It definitely has its own appeal.
No, I just like the recall. Just bring everyone back in the game. Let everyone fight. Let's see who can hit 30 bomb first, right? I think that's where the majority of the points that came from Alter Ego, right?
Yeah, I was just baffled at the sheer amount of numbers that Alter Ego Ares have been able to achieve in that span of round. And you're telling me that maybe tomorrow we're going to be getting, you know, 30, 35 bomb. Maybe that is something that will really put everybody on the floor.
Yeah.
Looking forward to that.
I want to see that. Yeah, that'll be fire. I mean, one team just really terrorizing everyone. One player gets away, revives again and again and again. How many times can we revive? Unlimited?
I believe it's only once. So, like,
only once?
Like,
oh man, so we're not going to see 100 kill farm then.
If potentially every team goes for a revive and that one single team was the one to really demolish everybody out there, maybe we'll get that 100 kill in some distant future, but most likely than not, 50 is possible. It's absolutely possible.
Be kind of cool though to see that, yeah. Okay, more chip damage across the board here. Let's look a little bit at positionings here. The only team right now still on that hill is still very much eArena. They do have Joker walking around on the bottom side here just to see whether or not he can get some kills around as well. But a lot of these rotations coming from Gatka is not going to be unscathed. We're seeing Homebois and TODAK this time around passing by each other. I'm not too sure what's going on here. The Malaysian teams always will fight against one another. Oh, nasty stuff coming from 9. He's very, very merciless with that kill as well, as Depp will be the next one to fall. Homebois, this is a new phase we're seeing from them as well. On game 1, they seem to be a little bit more passive. They allowed for a lot of teams to really walk all over them, but this time around, they rally. A bit of a ring around the rosy moment coming around here. Bit of breathing space needed just to go for that reset. He was hiding behind the door! 9 didn't see him. Okay, he definitely walked into that crosshair, closed the door, shot to the face, and there we go. TODAK done their job. And Homebois, they're just crippled right now. But they're not out yet. There's still Shamils to worry about as Kenny swiftly deals with one member, but not the rest. It's still 1v1 still in this area.
Going for a full-on point-blank shot right now. Kenny soaking a whole lot. And it could have actually been a case in point. Shamils wins out that trade, but there's still the rival coming from behind. It's 9 here to call the shot. Both sides, 75% HP. Now they're really drawing out to close by the window pane, but none of them connecting at all. This DPS needs to hit the mark, and it seems like Shamils is banking on hopes that he will eventually go in for the swerve. And 9!
Oh my God!
Right into it!
Oh my God, Shamils, you are a god of isolating fights, because what the heck was that? Granted, 4 eliminations by the cost of 3 of your teammates' lives. Fair enough, you get the points. Game is game. It's not over quite yet, but 5-2, Ryan knocked out as well. I'm not too sure what is going on with 5-2 here. It seems like they're stuck somewhere out in the blue, and I don't think they can rotate inside. And Sem9, king of the hill for now, and NST wants nothing to do with them, at least for the time being. And Sem9, they want to collapse. Rushing forward, they have Ramika and Fuhrer at the bottom side. Yuhai alongside his teammate over on the end, as Grumpy will be the first one to fall. The rest of the team cannot pick him up. And now NST, you can tell, they're just really thinking whether or not they want to try and rally back, do a revenge kill, take one to their own name, but I don't think they're in a good position to do so, especially with this hills, especially since they are playing at the corners there. I think they just want to say cut their losses, get into that circle.
Yeah, they definitely don't want any business to do with Sem9. You saw how quickly Fuhrer goes in for the knock, and his teammates instantly finishes. Joker, though, on the other side, gets a beautiful hit shot onto the members of SP. And now a long-range approach coming from the rest of Sem9 as they are battling for a little bit of a jostle control over onto the outskirts of Pachinki. And on the far right of Pachinki is going to be RRQ right now. Once again, lock and loaded up against Alter Ego Ares for the third time, and that instant nade onto GENOTH was beautiful.
Here comes Rosemary. Always that first contact player. I see how exactly he swings out with the nade, throws it in. But an answer back. Oh my God, that is such great timing coming in from Ganyang as well to deny that space. But Rosemary walks in. We gotta give it to the rest of Alter Ego. You have a tag team formation with Snape taking the lead when Rosemary's down to shoot him in the face. Lovely stuff.
Pixel, perfect plays coming out of both sides, but GENOTH, they were deteriorated prior to this. I mean, they lost 2 members and they were just hoping to seek refuge inside of the garage. But the rest of the members of Alter Ego Ares, they were so swift on their approach that it's just too daunting to go up against. Now it's going to be NST that rocks up ahead. They thought that Alter Ego is being weakened up, but no. It was a full squad still on the ready to go in for more battles. Now Krypton as well as Snape's going to rejoin the battle. And Kenboy's got to dodge this grenade. Thankfully, that's not a full connection at all, so he's going to be able to stay put. Sakura on the other side of the map will be able to strike down another member of Team Secret while they're at it. NST, if it's any time to show up, it's now up against the titans of the block, Alter Ego.
My God, I felt like that break just really changed the trajectory of how Alter Ego was thinking. Krypton is close, just rallying for his team to come inside, so he's able to go for that pickup there. NST cannot follow up to just secure that kill, as the rest of Alter Ego is providing so much cover fire for the team. You have the smokes, you have the crossfires, you have Moana as well with that nade. Kenboy can't even come super close. And now Krypton slowly making his way forward. has a nice height advantage as well to really answer back. Molotov to keep them at bay. Rosemary once again knocked down. It's just so unlucky for him. Everywhere he goes, people seem to be marking him as already. As AE, Snape, and the rest of his team looking to pick him up one more time. Shouldn't be a problem to do so. As NST, you could tell they're a little bit more passive in their team fight approach.
Yeah, all thanks to FaZe Clan, this fight is being stalled, and now here comes the rest of Sam9 as well, arriving on the worst of timings. As Amazon is the first one to be clipped off, Mika also following suit, but he's being isolated instantaneously into the crosshair of Krypton. And the battle continues on between the two sides as Sam9, they just walked into the wrong neighborhood.
Oh no, NST, this is very, very dangerous in terms of position. They barely have any space to work with. Oh my god, that nade actually just dropped down straight onto Kenboy. A very unfortunate situation. Just bounced off that buggy. And now the rest of Alter Ego on the bottom side here, rushing up to go to the top side. Rosemary on the outer edge just to provide a bit more cover and information as well for the long-range kills. And he's already positioned himself on the other side. He can just peek through a window, get a kill as the rest of Alter Ego throw in those nades and take away that space. The rest of the team here just eating chip damage at best, and they're just gonna wait out this onslaught.
An absolute domination coming from Alter Ego. They have yet to have a single member to be dropped, and that nade is gonna really chip out the health bars of those members stuck over onto the corner of the walls. There's nowhere to go, and now that will just blow up too, and with a single blow, Alter Ego rampaging through with that 7 points gained.
Hearing a lot of the sounds here coming through. We saw people passing by and Alter Ego actually challenged them. They weren't too concerned whether or not it's the same team or not. It's just about whoever crosses their peripheral vision, they shoot and they just take it. When you're that confident in your individual skills, you can get away with that, right? And you know, Sam9 was really punished for even crossing in that situation. They thought that they were able to do a drive-by, maybe try and third party in a situation and steal away a kill. They weren't able to do so.
Not at all, and all these teams thought that, hey, there's so much noise happening around that area, we can capitalize, but it was basically just Alter Ego winning clean fights one after another, and it's just impeccable on how they've been able to execute so cleanly. And as much as, you know, we saw some lucky nades do happen, but the precision when it comes down to swarming into those compounds was a sight to behold. And now they get to enjoy so much of the spoils of war. Getting those restocks of smokes and even more frag grenades is just going to be them just snowballing out of control. We saw beautiful angles coming from Krypton. Snape also going for all these invades as well. It's just so clinical coming out of Alter Ego.
Oh god. Every time you see an Alter Ego replay and just kind of like slow it down, you watch it frame by frame and see the positions, it just says a lot about how they're working. Curious to hear like how the comms are like, whether they are calming or rather it's just, you know, they played with each other enough that they can understand each other in terms of movement. Regardless, another Indonesian derby coming around here. Indonesia and Malaysia have been meeting a lot today. Boom Esports toe-to-toe against BTR. The nades doesn't actually go where it is intended. But I think that both teams are being very wary as other teams are sort of moving around the area. Oh no, it's a bad situation right now as Alter Ego is stuck in a very dangerous predicament, stuck in a hole, in an area, lost 2 members already, has to stay alive, and they're so very low right now. Moving around the area here, Krypton as well as his teammate just staying alive by just being very mobile. Krypton trying to find the perfect angle to go a bit more aggressive as MXG just completely sprays through the smokes. And what a nade comes through from Alter Ego here. They were at a big disadvantage, but somehow managed to turn things around.
And they still won, and now it's already 11 points. Even if they tap out now, it's like they've already earned a chicken dinner. It's unbelievable how they're so relentless on their approach. And now only one survived, and that nade from Krypton was absolutely golden. Boom Esports now trading nades alongside with the rest of eArena. It's gonna be Pommet that soaks in the brunt of it, and oh, there's barely any health bars left coming from the side of Zero. And now backup arrives in the form of BTR. They still get shredded out with that beautiful toss coming in from Mormon, hoping to clean up. BTR also receiving some damage, Razy being knocked down. Mormon now needs to quickly heal up before they go on top of Mastery as well as Yummy. 30k now gets the assault done, dropping those huge chunk over onto Yummy. Now both sides go on the reset.
Yummy barely survived that. And I have to say, there was a dangerous predicament to be in because the only thing they can cover with is just a 3-line. That nade means either you take the damage for the nade or you swing out and potentially get sprayed. And they chose to get naded out. Regardless, his teammates not going to be able to be recovered here. Another nade just really pressure off the other members of Boom Esports. I'm not too sure how Yummy is going to be able to survive this onslaught here. But the same could be said about EA as Sakura burns to death. And now you also have FaZe in the wings, pressuring from the other side. Every single team stuck in the blue zone in trouble. A long-range pickoff as well coming in from Chopper. And FaZe has done a phenomenal job of just choking these two teams and cornering them. And it's just Turney K, our last man standing for the team to be able to survive this onslaught. It's not going to be easy. He doesn't have a lot of throwables. He only has one molly. Shields and helmet, yeah, could help the survivability, but against a 4, staring right at you, not gonna be easy. And FaZe Clan, I think there's a lot of respect given here as they move together as a 3. Whoa, Turney K still rallying though. That nade plus a spray to the face means he gets a pickoff, moves forward, rushes up, but positions are just not that good. Chaco plays perfectly with his vehicle.
Perfect timing on that third party for FaZe Clan, and a little bit of a slight mishap as well because they thought that they have already fully cleared out both teams and maybe the other person is somewhere far away from the map. And look who's here, Krypton. Despite being all alone, he's still showing some form of aggression, but he walks right into the zone just in the nick of time before being caught out by FaZe Clan. That point is being denied. It is still FaZe Clan now charging up ahead. Still 13 teams remain. Alter Ego, despite bowing out, before even reaching placement points, 11 points is already worthwhile. I mean, they can already sit back and relax for the time being.
They can. They just really just take their time. They have a huge lead compared to VOIN. But VOIN is still very early in the game. They still, as a 4, very much active. If they get another 10 elims, catching up shouldn't be a problem at all, especially when you reach this last few circles. This last few circles, yes. I think Parajin does notice where the majority of the FaZe Clan members are, but FaZe Clan is just not moving at all, knowing that the northern side is completely in their control. They have some cover as well. They don't have to force anything.
They definitely don't have to. All the other teams right now just scouring around for some space in the middle of the fields of Gakta, and finally it's gonna be Levi's that gets the tap onto Chaco instead. Looking for that confirmation, but this is a little bit of a far out of reach. But they do spot out Canary trying to go in for the save, so this might just be a perfect double. Perfect execution, and now Team Secret is also hoping to steal some points away, but Lamborghini secures it by detonating that buggy by the far corner. And now spots out GK since he's revealed himself, so that's going to be 3 points back-to-back, all thanks to Levi's and Lambo.
I am in shock. VOIN once again consistently in this top 4. The only team that's really gonna challenge them right now is D Xavier. And I think, we had this conversation about D Xavier. They were consistently in that top 4. In terms of eliminations, they're very much there. But what was their problem? Survivability. This time around, I think they figured it out. They did take a bit of chip damage though from VOIN. And VOIN, once again, always so proactive to find the perfect areas in that circle. Whether it be a compound, a high ground, a terrain. You want it, they got it.
Yeah, the only concern is if that circle does shift away, then VOIN Donkey is pretty much stuck within that same shack, needing to move out of the way, and that could easily be spotted out by the rest of the teams. Well, I say team is pretty much just D-Saber because the others are Lone Rangers out in the field. And I can't help but to notice this is one of the fastest rounds that we're actually getting so many players being dropped out by Stage 6 itself. And now, down to the final few. D-Saber as well as VOIN Donkey take the fork to play it slow, and for the elusive members of Homebois MAQNA Esports, they have been spotted out already by Lambo. That's going to be an easy pick and FaZe Clan makes it to the top 3, despite them, drawing it into a late fight, finding a couple of all these advantages skirmishes. Herbs is absolutely in the pickle because he's been spotted out prior. The rest of FaZe Clan just got nowhere to go.
And chipped down to smithereens too. The circle actually shifted in VOIN's favor as well. So whatever compound that D Xavier had, now gone. They smoked out one corner as well, just to deny a bit of a division. Tracking not quite there, so Parajin is able to cross. But the same could not be said about his teammates. I think what Parajin is trying to do here is walk outside, get a majority of the intention on him to allow for his teammates to rotate out of the area. But again, that open field is not making it easy for them to even move out of that compound. The blue zone is gonna come by the way. The zone is gonna shrink, so they're in a terrible, horrible disadvantage unless they do something and quick.
Yeah, if it does move directly into the next center of the zone, then it might actually benefit the rest of the Savior now that they're a little bit more spread out in the form of position as compared to BOIN, who is very reliant onto this compound space. So if it shifts outside of this compound itself, then BOIN has got no option but to really play on flat ground terrains, which we saw. These Savior, they've been able to really take claim of all the other lurkers inside the grass so easily by doing so. So this is definitely a cosmic concern. Lambo being spotted out by the corner of the wall, so Zeta is absolutely going to be locking his crosshair towards that very far corner. Nate has gone unspotted though, so perhaps he will be able to find just about an opening to really keep the rest of VOIN at bay. But now, buying for time, it does move in favor of VOIN. They still have the shack, so this might just be a tree pit right now for the Indonesian squad.
I love Razak's positioning. He's always been a little bit more proactive in terms of the high ground here. He's gotten so much value from it. He can hear everything, see everything, but he keeps his head fairly low. Just waiting for that last circle to shrink, honestly, because at this point, it's just a Mexican standoff until that happens. But in terms of space, there's not a lot, and the blue zone is shrinking. As soon as the Xavier is actually pushed into the wide open areas, yeah, this exactly is going to happen. It's a hail of bullets coming through, and Nate T cannot hold on, especially if you have someone as sharp as Razak and Zeta on the front lines.
Yeah, they're just trying to find a way to push closer and closer into the direction of VOIN because they know that there's no other option but to really fight it out. And they just don't really have the angles behind that broken truck. And Lambo, he's got to make sure that this first contact is going to count for them to try to put an end to this current form that VOIN has.
The nades come through. They're pressuring, and in fact, they're taking up so much space already. They have a nice 2-2 formation with two players inside of compound, a nice high-low. Zeta, dangerous position to be in. Razak barely alive. It doesn't really matter. Those smokes should buy a bit more time. At the very least, these Xavier is still rallying. Lost one member. That doesn't mean that it's over quite yet. They could make this even, especially since Razak has fallen. They can't pick up Razak. They could be able to go for these fights of VOIN finds Lambar, who was just a little bit too tunneled to one player, and now comes the collapse. What VOIN is very, very known for. The nade a bit too wide, but still enough damage, half HP for both Zeta as well as Voxy. Weaving in and out of each other here, playing with those smokes. Parajin will be the next one to fall. Levi, last man standing in a 1v2 all alone, but out of the three, he's the one with the most HP. Parajin and his teammates just rallying, giving that information out. Levi secures a kill. He secures two, but Zeta secures it in the end. And like it says, our comms are cleaner than your gameplay. VOIN, this map is your playground.
3 in a row. Undeniably the best team in Erangel. It's history in the making in the span of the opening day. We've never seen anything quite like it. Scrap all the doubters. VOIN is sure to stay and sure to claim the throne. I may speak too soon, but with this kind of showing, we're absolutely seeing them in the Super Weekend.
Great stuff coming through here. It's just really clean how they played and how they calm. You know, like they mentioned there, I think we have to really pay attention to that. How they're moving, how they're saying like, okay, one's knocked down already, we can go a little bit more aggressive. Let's have a 2 forward and 2 in the back, just for a little bit of layering when it comes to our takes, when it comes to our holes. Yes, Razak did fall, but instead of falling back to revive Razak, they doubled down.
Yeah, not only did they double down, I mean, look at the widespread potato comes in with the flank angle. Levi's almost clutched it all. You saw the last couple of stray bullets almost connecting as well. Voxy was literally 1 HP by the tail end of it, despite, of course, having potato over far back. But that could have almost been a big clutch coming from D-Savior. I mean, huge bounce back performance coming from the Vietnamese. But VOIN Donkey, I mean, they're just better. They're just so miles ahead of everybody right now.
Yeah, look at that. When Reza cannot deliver in terms of positioning and damage, Zeta steps up. I'm not too sure what exactly the calls are, because when you want to say who's exactly playing first contact, who's the more aggressive player, who's the fragger, you know, we don't really see that happening. We're seeing a nice change in pace from both these teams and players as well. It means that if one player were to really get set back, another one fills in those empty spaces and that shoes. So Zeta and Razak have been doing a phenomenal job of doing that today as well. Voxy would be the secondary one, I feel, to follow in terms of damage, but Potato provides a lot of support as well. Great stuff coming through here. Really clean gameplay coming in from VOIN. And you know what? Let's enjoy it together. VOIN, here we go.
If anyone out there is looking for a way to perfect their craft, look no further than VOIN Donkey's gameplay in all the maps of Erangel, dominating all 3 rounds so far, and they've always put in the big results, all thanks to their sheer teamwork, firepower, and cohesion that's been able to take them all the way down to the final stretch. D-Saber came super close, putting out double of what the damage numbers are, but they could not go in for the final blow. We saw that D-Saber was absolutely forced to reposition in the open grounds, and VOIN Donkey absolutely found the edge.
I'm not sure how it is, but VOIN Donkey has a knack of really figuring out where the circle might be. In a lot of situations, VOIN Donkey, out of 3, I think, that they've gotten that chicken dinner, the circle had actually favored them. It's a gamble, but they gambled very, very well. And I have to say as well, in terms of when they do have that advantage, they know actually how to guard that with their lives. Coming through here, Zeta, once again, the MVP to watch, coming in with a 41% team contribution here. Again, they know how to refill each other's shoes if, say, one were to fall, which is just incredible stuff coming forward here in the end. I think if we looked at the data coming in from Alter Ego, right, I think it's a flip on what I said before, because Alter Ego used to be a team that I would say, okay, they have a timing on where they want to go aggressive, compared to VOIN Donkey, who take their time a little bit in terms of when exactly they want to go aggressive. But in this game, it just proves that even they want to go aggressive early, it can very much work in their their favor. Granted that their comms and gameplay was actually, you know, done or executed well. And 17 eliminations with Xavier just trailing very, very close behind with 15 alongside Alter Ego at 13. Great stuff, because look at where Alter Ego's positioning was. It was actually on a 2-pointer situation, but they were able to go completely nuclear in the beginning of the game. I think they had, what, 11 eliminations before they were finally knocked out. Great stuff.
Yeah, they were involved in all the early fights, and there were still 13 teams remaining when they crashed out. So this was just another massive result coming in from Alter Ego despite bowing out early. FaZe Clan as well, managing to capitalize in some of all these fights by playing by the edges. Whereas we see majority of the teams have been able to walk out with a couple of points. This time, not so much for BTR as well as RQ being some of the casualty towards AE's assault earlier on. 52 still haven't found the groove. They're still sitting at 0 points. So this is already alarming for the moment. But when we take a look at the charts, Alter Ego, they don't have a wide gap anymore, all thanks to VOIN Donkey's triple chicken dinner, drawing it to only less than 10 points at this very moment.
Yeah. You know, just crazy stuff coming in from Alter Ego here. They got knocked out early. They've already done the work and put in the eliminations. They go out a little bit later. They're gonna get at least a top 4, top 2. So it's almost impossible when you have a team that's always this well-rounded here. Now looking at the bottom of the barrel, still 5-2 hasn't found a single point quite yet. We're not able to clinch these fights, getting knocked out very, very early. It feels like maybe they're overwhelmed. Maybe the pacing of the game was a little bit too fast for them coming from the later stages, I mean the lower stages into tier 1. So I'm just waiting to see when exactly is the time for them to shine. I mean, sometimes it takes like a few seasons. We've seen that happen before. Sometimes it happens after a few weeks. But for now, head-to-head, once again, Alter Ego and VOIN, these two cannot be separated, at least on day 1.
Yeah, it goes to show that they have very distinct playstyles, right? Alter Ego is on the full metal nuclear mode where they're just basically shooting everything that moves. VOIN Donkey, they have the major priority onto their safety as well as their position. By having that position, they will still get the funnel. They will always reach towards the very tail end of stage 7, 8, as well as 9 with either 4 to 3 members intact in order to really close out the games. And now we are finally looking at the biggest momentum breaker, which is moving into the desert dunes of Miramar. So we don't know. Is it still going to be a big dominating spree coming from VOIN Donkey? It's hard to tell right now, because when we move into this map, definitely it is a very different pacing that these teams will be playing on.
Man, this is going to be a very, very different map to traverse. I know that, you know, some teams do well on certain maps, weaker on the rest. I think VOIN did fairly well on Rando as well today, if my memory isn't betraying me right now. As we go into this last 2 Miramars, right, it's different in terms of rotations, in terms of terrain as well. Could this be the I don't want to say the word kryptonite, because I don't think that VOIN is going to suffer that much in this map. It's been the map that they've been playing for many, many seasons. But would they actually, you know, find this map something of a little bit more of a struggle compared to Erangel? And could this be a moment where other countries can rise?
Yeah, now that you pointed it out, I think like the teams coming from Vietnam as well as Thailand, they are very well versed onto how to really play a really beautiful round of Miramar, especially in names like Team Secret as well as the Savior. But I would think that the Savior might find themselves in a troublesome spot, but I'll talk about that later, because right now, if you guys have not updated your game just yet, this is a very good reason for you to do so, because if you guys have been playing PUBG Mobile for maybe 30 minutes or even longer, you'll always notice, oh, my phone's heating up. Maybe it's time for me to rest for a little bit. Tell you what, with this update, you can play without overheating, and with the game not being so heavy, it is at least a couple of Celsius cooler than before, and you can absolutely feel the difference with 15% cooler temperatures when you log in and get your game updated.
Yeah, anyways, version 4.0 is the one you want to look out here for. But at the same time, version 4.0 brings us the spooky soiree. Halloween is only 1 month away, guys. Can you believe it? And it's honestly my favorite month of the year, because not only is it the spookiest month, it's also my birthday. Just kidding. But yeah, it is the spookiest month. You want to be celebrating with these really adorable characters in the game. You know, it's supposed to be spooky, but I think it's super adorable. Do check it out as well, because there's some epic IP collaborations coming in by tomorrow. Best big surprises, dropping this September and October. So do not miss out. So stay tuned for more spooky stuff. And speaking of spooky, here's something not so spooky. It's something epic, which is a collaboration with G-Dragon.
Yeah, you K-pop fans definitely want to snatch yourself some epic drops coming in with this collaboration. Whether if you're playing on the PC console platform, I mean, there's something for everybody out there. If you guys are here for PUBG Mobile drops, it's going to be happening next week. We don't exactly know what exactly will be featured right now, but make sure you guys log in on the date. Make sure you lock this in your calendar, because it is going to be on the next Wednesday, where you will be able to get your hands onto some exclusive G-Dragon merch.
Yep. Oh man, I'm excited for that collaboration. I love G-Dragon. G-Dragon is fire. G-Dragon is my icon. My idol.
He's an absolute icon. I mean, he recently performed around Southeast Asia as well, and I know that you guys out there, you probably bought yourself some tickets, or you guys tuned in on social media. You will never be able to avoid him. I mean, he's everywhere, and I'm glad that, you know, he's here with us in PUBG Mobile as well. I mean, his songs have been super inspirational. I mean, what he stands for as well. I mean, he's just so much more than just, you know, a pop star. He's just that legend in the scene where, you know, it is something that everybody has been, he's someone that inspires everybody out there. So I'm definitely looking forward to whatever it is that will be offered to us eventually. But you know what will be offered to us? More rounds here, 2 more rounds to go in Miramar. And I think, like, from what we've seen coming from, you know, some of the projection coming from the experts or teams that wants to drop in certain areas, there was this one location that will be highly contested, St. Martin as well as Hacienda. I think there was, like, what last I spotted was 4 to 5 teams who's looking to be playing around the north central region. So it will be a little bit of a gridlock situation if the circle does go, you know, lopsided onto either corner of the map. But if it's central grounds, oh, we're definitely in for a little bit more of that brawl. So I can't wait for the next map to start.
Yeah, me too. I just really want to see how exactly it's going to go here for this map. Every season we see a different change in pace and how games are played. So this is where things get a little bit more interesting. Would love to see. I think what's most important as well to note today is that the Malaysian teams are running into Malaysian teams. Indonesian teams are running into Indonesian teams more frequently in the early game or the mid game compared to other teams as well. And honestly, at this point, I'm not surprised, because, you know, all these teams, especially locally, they are going to 100% be doing scrims with each other as well. So that's why we are seeing the similarities in terms of rotations. Regardless, coming into this one, I have a multi-country, multi-Southeast Asian team coming up here. Vietnam, Malaysia, and Boom Esports. I think Boom Esports hasn't really been able to show their shine quite yet, so maybe it's their turn. Who knows?
I hope so, because like the last I saw in the recent tournaments, I mean, Boom Esports, what they struggled with is if there were to be contests in their city of Impala. But when there's no contest, they can win it all. Same could also be said about RQ as well as TODAK, based on recent performances as well. TODAK impressed me because a lot of times they've always secured minimum top 2 in those mirror rounds. Now that it's a full SEA bout, I'm not quite sure, because you got a very from VOIN Donkey as well as Alter Ego. So that really changes things altogether. On top of that, the Savior, who really loves to play around that central zone, is going to be one not to be messed with as well. Now, what's the new message here? Looking forward to your brilliant plays. Which team is he projecting this to?
That's Sem9.
Oh.
Yeah, it's Sem9. I think that's so positive. Aww. That's so sweet.
I love the emojis that they use as well. Your teamwork is truly impressive. Well, Glue hasn't played. They're going to be playing tomorrow, but TODAK, I do absolutely agree. I mean, RQ so far, they're doing well. I mean, overall, their track record throughout the past couple of rounds, they've always been able to score huge. And now, this is their favorite map to score even bigger.
Yeah. Regardless, we have a few more seconds as we go into our first Miramar of the day. Ready or not? Let's go.
A little change of scenery while we move into our penultimate round of day one of the PMSL Southeast Asia. And today, all these rounds have been epic. Despite if you were to just tune in and say, oh, it's a full Indonesian dominance. I mean, if you watch the VODs, every round there was also pop-up performances coming from all these different teams out there that's been astounding to witness. And you don't want to miss a single second of Miramar because sure, it's a little bit more of a crescendo ramp up as compared to the rest of the map, but I assure you that some of these teams, they're going to move in a very fast tempo. And right off the bat, XSOPHERE is going to be moving into Tor Ahumada. We see quite a number of teams situated around the northern area instead.
Honestly, I'm wondering if it's mostly a small question mark moment. Not sure about where to go right now, or you just want to drop out fast enough to just really pinpoint where the vehicles are, just make a beeline for it as well. Still seeing teams that's going to come out a little bit more later. I mean, the drop spot, I mean, the flight path did stop right before Partona as well, with TODAK as well as, I think it's RRQ being the last two teams to exit the plane. And I think they chose right because the circle did go to the southern side at the very least. So the northern side here, FaZe, XSOPHERE, VOIN, MXG. Fast rotations should benefit them just to stop anyone from being the gatekeepers, to keep them out of the area.
Sure enough, and I guess now that a lot of all these teams who drop over North Point, they need to either make two decisions, rotate in super early or super late. Like there's definitely risks and rewards to each respective approach, and I think like for VOIN Donkey, they love to play it a little safer this time since they're all the way in La Corberia, which is all the way over onto the northwestern quarter of the map. So a cause for concern if they were to move into the direct south. So if they were to do so, they want to traverse into maybe a little bit closer to Montenegro if they want to really reach the zone instead. So NST, this is going to be the team that looks to gatekeep the rest of the field who's around the Cruz del Val region or even around St. Martin. Track record-wise, I think that they haven't really shown us too much, so to speak. But I really want to see if NST can actually show us perhaps this is one of the best maps to play out in the circuit itself, because we have yet to see them perform in an international stage. This is their very first time qualifying to the PMSL, and we're already seeing changes. Vexi now brought in, subbing out Federales. Now, I wonder what exactly was the call that they've made over the back end, because that's going to be a lot of firepower taken out for Vexi to try to pave a path.
Yeah, and Trexie also coming into the game as well for Amazal. I'm wondering if it's a map situation where they have certain players playing certain maps. I think Geek Fam at one point had Kacang Susu, right? Only playing for Sanok when during the healing meta era. So, you know, I think that it's not impossible that you have certain players, you know, brought in for these kind of things. Ryan out, Barry in as well for 5-2. So a lot of shift for this particular map. So yeah, I think I'm still having my suspicions about that. But if it is really a map decision, I find it very interesting.
Yeah, it could also be the case where, you know, you just need that fresh pair of hands as well as eyes to really be absolutely focused so that you could get fresh new perspective from, you know, the player that's been sitting listening to the coach all day long and finally gets to really show their mark is going to be able to offer an alternative onto the gameplay. So I really do love all these different shifts coming in from these teams. And once again, we get the update coming from the top eliminators,
They're all Indonesian players.
Yeah, they're all
Indonesian players. You know, we have come a long way. At one point, it was the rise of the Thais, right? Just dominating the seed. It was always going to be Vampire Esports, FaZe, you know. It's a bit of a dramatic shift, but I didn't know our shifts are going to come by country here as Indonesia rallies. I think this is one of their more, I would say, dominant seasons these past 2 seasons, if you ask me. So good stuff coming around. Maybe it's just because it is this first group. We haven't really seen the usual suspects from the next groups playing quite yet. So I would love to see what the dynamic is for tomorrow's groups.
Yeah, that also goes to show that they do have a very healthy scene back in Indonesia. And on top of a healthy scene, they also done a lot of prep work, whether if it's, you know, the coaches as well as the analysts, to be able to really read, okay, these are the play patterns of each respective teams for them to really have maybe an extra edge onto their opponents overall. I do know VOIN Donkey's analyst, who's been a personal fan of mine for many, many years. I'm not going to reveal who. He likes to be a little bit more secretive. But like overall, I know that his work, which he's shown me, has been really, really well thought out. It's very data-driven. And numbers like that wins you games. Now, speaking of numbers, FaZe Clan bringing the numbers up against NST.
And ST playing on the lines, I'm not too sure how exactly they're going to break this defense. Nah, actually, I don't think FaZe actually wants to play here. They position themselves all the way out there in the open a bit more. And for good reason, if you ask me. You don't want to take these early fights. They probably have an idea on what timing is the time they want to go all in. And in fact, finding themselves a better place to hold with lower terrain as well as access to the church, I think this is better compared to that Shacks just now where there's not a lot of space, where it's so easy to be blown to smithereens. I think this is a better choice for them.
And I really do like that, you know, sometimes you just gotta ensure that, you know, you go in for some great repositioning just to ensure that you can go for either a reset or even another shift of plan in order for you to really recuperate in certain situations. It's going to be able to bring benefits, especially with such a hardship over on the south. FaZe Clan, they could opt to really traverse in an alternate location if they want to. Meanwhile, take a look at the rest of MXG. They're taking a very late approach, popping up some gas before they go. It's always a very good notion for them to really run the long mile. So, Terra Branca, this is still pretty far from where they need to
far. Be. Yeah, it's so far out.
And I think that they're probably going to be bumping into 1 or 2 more teams before they reach there. So, I'm a little worried though. Like, that's the thing. Playing late means that you gain no info on the rest of the teams.
Can try and then brute force your way forward. Honestly, for TODAK, I don't know. This is a big restructure. I think we talked a little bit about them as well. Kenny, I think regardless of what team Kenny plays in, like, you can always rely on him to bring the team forward. If, say, the whole team gets knocked down, he's all alone trying to survive till the end. I think he's able to... This is not the first time that he's able to propel his team all the way till the end. It actually did enough to propel him all the way up to 7th place today. So that already speaks volumes about his capability as a player. I think before they see us the IGL, I'm not too sure if he actually retained that IGL status here in TODAK.
Yeah, I'm not too quite sure either. I definitely want to take a look at some of all these data in order to really confirm it. And yeah, like you said, Kenny definitely one of the best additions that TODAK could actually acquire. And on top of that, right now tying with Team Secret. I mean, when was the last time we've heard TODAK tying with Team Secret in PMSL? Like, it's honestly almost never. And this is already leaps and bounds of an improvement that, you know, a lot of all these people were not expecting, as much as, you know, oh, it's only day 1, some may actually say, but they're no fluke. I mean, their performance really shows that this is a very cohesive team. Speaking of cohesion, hopefully with the addition of a different member into BTR's lineup right now, bringing Vexy to the table, we'll be able to capitalize onto the lurking Mormon that's around this motel. He knows better to back away and to regroup with his teammates inside of Picado. This is only going to be a slight checkpoint because none of these members are actually fully within the best areas of the zone. So BTR, they're happy to be where they need to be for the moment. Sem9, however, they start off inside of Montenegro and they're already traversing to look for a more proactive play into the edges of Picado as well.
They're already right smack dab in the middle of Picado, if you ask me. I think it's good. But the amount of teams that are already here is quite worrying, especially for teams that are a little bit later. TODAK, I think 5-2 is still out inside of Los Leones. They're not inside the circle quite yet. the amount of teams on the southern side of the map is concerning here. Because if you're not careful, that's exactly what's going to happen. You're going to have a very nasty clip coming in from RRQ. Didn't manage to get to kill, so that is enough. D Xavier just still hanging around that power grid side. They're not too sure how exactly to approach getting into Picado itself. So it's going to be a problem, especially since eArena has a majority of that terrain of that area fully in their control as well. And they also have to really worry about teams coming from northern side. VOIN is rotating in EXOSPHERE as well. This could easily become a four-way fight, especially with that terrain.
Yeah, true enough, and this is already building up into something. VOIN Donkey has been able to strike down Lamborghini. And to my surprise, I think like Lamborghini has been caught out very early for a couple of times in different maps, of course. And now losing such a veteran member in this area so early on is just going to put a slight dent towards the side of the D-Saver. Not the best possible location as we finally get that replay, and he was just scouting around. Unfortunately, he got caught out by Razak. And now back to where we're at. EXOSPHERE finally arriving to the scene over on the course of Power Grid. Thankfully, BTR has left the scene, or else they will be in the pickle. Whereas Secret, so far, a debutant moving into this season's PMSL has been performing decently. EXOSPHERE, I think, like overall, has been doing okay at best. So they haven't really convinced me that they are title contenders just yet. But you know, when we talk about Thai teams and Miramar, they've always shown great prowess onto long-range fights. So I'm hoping to see something special coming from EXOSPHERE. Now that there's a lot of space over North, it's congested down the south side though. So I'm thinking that in this next phase, there's going to be a lot of fights taking place.
Graveyard is still empty. I would be surprised if the area southern side of Graveyard is where VOIN Donkey decides to hold. Let's see FaZe kind of like moving up northern side as well. I'm surprised that despite the amount of teams on the southern side, no team has really decided to take a fight quite yet, especially from TODAK up against Alter Ego. You know how aggressive Alter Ego can get. They're the type of team that doesn't really worry too much if it's early in the game or not when it comes to these fights. Homebois will be meeting up with them. They're the one putting in that pressure for Alter Ego. And Alter Ego, that's fine. We don't really want to force these fights, so just move all the way back and pull you out of your compound to us instead. So if Adik Boy doesn't watch his step, you can tell how lethal these sprays can be, especially from players such as, Crypto or even Rosemary.
Yeah, I love that the moment that you mentioned some of all these names from TODAK to Alter Ego, they're just appearing on our screens, as well as they're already putting some damage done over onto Real Kenny. Hitting all these beautiful shots despite, the rest of these members of MEC Homebois to be just by the tail end of it. Now they're trying to get some healing done as well as to revive their fallen comrade. Should be done in a jiffy, but I don't really see a full collapse of TODAK flooding towards their gates just yet. So just a little bit more poke and prod to pufferfish this area so that TODAK can take a firmer hold.
Play these angles right, they could get so much value from Homebois, especially since they do have to rotate into that circle. But Homebois, you know what, they just let it be. They have a lot of space. They can move toward the northern side to get into that circle. That terrain gives them so much cover as well, so they can just really brush off TODAK. And now TODAK might be a little bit left behind in the dust, especially since Homebois is going for a longer rotation. But since they're going northern side here, the entire area from there all the way up to Picado is going to be a big problem. You have teams like Sem9 from the blue zone here putting in pressure to members of Homebois who are crossing into that northern side. They can't get into the circle because of the presence of Alter Ego, BTR, EA as well. So they're sandwiched. What can you do?
Yeah, and that's where they're trying to pave a little bit more of that passage as well. Speaking of BTR right now, they've already seen the arrival of Adik Boy, and they really want to pinch him out of that position. There's not much of a choice for the members of Homebois in particular, so they're just hoping to be able to wiggle for that room to play with. Now that zone shifts away from Picado itself, moving back up towards the craters where Boom Esports is currently holding on to. And, we talk about Boom being late boomers? What do we want to call it? This
Late
is
bloomers.
it's too rude to call them boomers. They're so young, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, this is gonna be a good round for them.
This could be a great round for them, honestly. They're a little bit more positions much better than before. A lot less late. If they can only hold on to their position, could be huge. As Alter Ego managed to get a pick off onto Mika. That's a high impact player. 2, in fact, taken out here by Alter Ego. But the same could be said about Homebois. Here's Meryl. Eats a full grenade to his face and the sprays as well. With Zuxi on the outer side, putting in more pressure with those mollies. With nice off angle too. If Homebois does get a revive, they can't go out. They go outside, they run into Zuxi. They go left side, they go toward Vexy as well as Razy and Redface. What are you gonna do here? You're stuck in a corner. The rest of BTR giving them a lot of respect to not just really, collapse onto them. But Depp, he's doing the most with Renzi not able to be recovered. He's going to try and put in a bit more pressure to the members of 52. And 5-2 has just been struggling right now with Kiddo about to fall. It's not going to be Depp that takes the kill away. So that must be so frustrating for him. But now, Frenzy shouldn't be a problem to take him back into the game to get picked up, but he has to do it fast because you can tell that Alter Ego are just hovering around trying to look for him.
Yeah, and the Blue Zone's also approaching as well. That was a beautiful 2-prong attack coming in from the side of TODAK to be able to really cause a very big disruption towards 5-2's plan. And TODAK, they're not in the clear because Rosemary is here, dropping a beautiful bomb on top of their heads.
Oh, that's painful.
And there's just no space for them to really play with.
There really isn't, as Rosemary is looking to pressure. And when Alter Ego pressures, it feels choking like a python. Just moving around at you. Nasty sprays for both Frenzy and Depp, so they're not going to be able to get out of this alive. Took too much time. There we go. Ruthless from Rosemary. Wants to do the job quickly. Now they have to worry about another team waiting there. It's D Xavier RQ as well. Gonna be so much problems for them to just try and break into that circle. But the same could be said about RQ here. There we go. Waited for DX to push into their zone, into their compound. Ganyang did put up a fight before his teammates rotated over. Still managed to survive. So 2 members of D Xavier not able to break in. With only Parajin left alive, it feels like the same problems are popping up over and over and over again for this team. As Chaco as well will be meeting that same fate.
Wow, all these teams really forcing the issue right now because of that zone is pushing them all the way up into this crater. And there's not much space left with all these preoccupied teams up on that hillside. And I love the analogy that you brought out. A lot of all these teams are really forming a chokehold like a python. Just like how RQ as well as Alter Ego have displayed from the fights that they've been successfully winning up against the rest of these squads. MXG right now caught in the middle. They are forced to really play it very defensively. The rest of Team Secret also charging towards the direction. And this is just going to be a 3-way battle between them as well as FaZe Clan over on to the upper end. VOIN Donkey finally moves their way into the zone based on the minimap. There's still eArena versus XSOPHERE on the far corner of the map as well, so there's just plenty of battles taking place at this moment.
GK took a lot of damage. I'm not too sure from where exactly. I would love to see where it's going. And you know what? It's kind of like similar to what these players are feeling, if you ask me. It's hard to really pinpoint where the shots are coming from. There's just so many teams in this northern side area. And on top of that, these terrains are not making it easy as well to really track these members down. Trying to stay safe here. Oh my god, Earths waited for quite some time for GK to pop his head up. As RQ looking to recover his teammates there. Ganyang tries to hold on for a while longer, but Alter Ego, they're looking to chase. They tried to form these nice little layers, right? We're looking out for Rosemary, looking out for Snape as well. Now Rosemary's been knocked out, and so has his teammate RQ. They have advantage in terms of bodies there, with GF STY going a bit more aggressive. Nerpeko, I don't think it should be a problem to pick him up quite yet. No. The rest of Alter Ego are pressuring, which means that they cannot rush forward here as well. And I have to say, Crypto, this is a very dangerous angle you're playing with. As soon as your head pops out, it's an immediate knockdown. But he's still challenging. But the rest of Alter Ego is rushing here. MAQNA is close. They win this fight against Ganyang as well. What a jump out. Barely alive. Ganyang knocked out of the game already. And MAQNA should be able to bring this home. Finds Nerpeko too. One more person to worry about. It's just the final man left standing. Throws that nade. Bit too wide. as MAQNA rushes forward as well to go for that reset.
That was beautifully dissected by Alter Ego. At first, we thought that, hey, the rest of RQ, they got the multi-layered type of offense with different terrains to work with, but they were absolutely isolated, and the rest of Alter Ego have been able to quickly identify that and really call in the cavalry at the right time. And from what seemed to be RRQ's perfect plan, it goes down in shambles because they were picked apart one after another. And that's the problem about playing multiple different layers when you are spread apart from your teammates. BTR right now tried to scale up ahead. And these are difficult terrains that we're talking about here. And now XSOPHERE is spending too much time up north, and they are not in the clear up against the rest of VOIN that's been waiting in the wings. Those nades connecting onto Voxy, but not quite enough. Secret has to pull all the stops right here to quickly isolate his targets, looking for Razak, but he's barely having enough space to work with. The moment he steps out of line, GENOTH's gonna be out there to catch him as well. Secret now soaking all the damage coming from the blue zone, but there's barely enough room. eArena on the far corner might be able to assist him for now, and GENOTH got distracted, and this is the worst of time for him. And Secret, he's got no time. Is he gonna be able to heal up?
No.
Unfortunately not.
He's denied the points at the very least. He was really hoping to see whether or not he could steal away a kill. It's going to be VOIN that eliminates them as well, as BTR this time around once again go toe-to-toe against Alter Ego. For some reason, I'm not sure how Alter Ego is able to pull this off. They were in a very dangerous predicament. They should have lost at least one player in that scuffle, but somehow they still stand as a 4. It's just incredible stuff looking at them as well. As BTR slowly try to make their way into that circle, Alter Ego doing a great job of keeping them at bay. This low ground terrain you would think is a disadvantage. No, they are using this so well together as a team. Nice crosses, layers as well in terms of their firepower. But they also have to worry about that high ground where RRQs position themselves. Redface putting in the chip damage into the members of Alter Ego here. Rosemary barely alive. They get knocked out to one. Krypton falls and Redface just completely take him out. MAQNA out and so is Krypton. Alter Ego finally ended, and this is 12. This is the earliest exit today.
GenFoss managed to hold down the line, all thanks to that assault coming from BTR that kind of forced the hands of Alter Ego to really push upwards, and they were also blindsided by their own smokes because they were trying to survive as well. And it really seemed like these 3 teams from Indonesia were bound to meet in whatever aspect of the map that they actually play in. FaZe Clan right now, drawing to a close up against MXG, could not find that finisher up against Homebois. And they've been able to hold within that dip, but the grenades are falling right in. Canary finds one. Can he actually trade back Homebois right now? Needs to call the shots, but he's looking to book out of this one. But there is a big goal charging right towards him. 2 members cutting right across. Homebois gets one. He might be able to turn the taunts around. It is 1 versus 2. Bringing him down low, but it's gonna be a shot from down under. Juke snipes him from right across.
Team Secret, they're rallying. A slow start of day doesn't mean a slow end as well. They already have 6 eliminations this game, and they're not done yet because FaZe as well will be stolen away by them. Juki and Zero's doing the heavy lifting for the team, but VOIN wants to stop them, putting in a lot of damage, and TS finally conceding, saying, okay, that's enough space that we can take, let's just back off, go for that reset. At BTR, they're still not done. You thought they would have already won one fight? No, they have to worry about Joker as well, or EA, excuse me, as they are one of the kings that excel on these terrainous fights.
It's just ridiculous that all these teams are really battling for that space because they cannot afford to go into the center of the crater. And right now we're looking at BTR versus eArena. Big nades onto the side of Vexy, dropping into 40%. And now Richfest coming in for a challenge, provided with another cover fire coming in from Razy to hold down the line up against eArena. They cannot breach towards this spot of the hill, and they have nowhere else to go. eArena, they gotta quickly go for the reset. One member being knocked out, and here comes Vexy, charging right through the nade! On top of Razy! Puts it then onto BTR, but they put their face forward. Redface is the next one to battle. Now it's all down to Vexy, and the rest of eArena confident to strike them down.
That is crazy. Joker played from the very edges of smokes, jumps out, delivers shots to the face, and still gets away with murder. Zuxi wants to rally. He's trying to fire those shots, but none of those shots are clipping. Razy has already been eliminated already. An elimination with a grenade coming in from Joker as well. The play zone does claim a kill, and it's going to be red face. But Zuxi, I don't think he can do more than that here as Joker walks up, shoots him in the face. Nonchalant King, hello! As he's just down to go for another fight. Resets all around as they worry about the next team below them, which is going to be this last survivor of DX.
That was crazy. The full-on defense into a counter offense as well, coming in from eArena in just a flick of a switch. And that really put the number onto the rest of BTR. GK now in trouble. Potato now dropping in some huge nades onto the two members of Team Secret. Master also spots GK on the far corner. Now they've been able to retaliate up against Potato, forcing him to heal up and also answer back with a grenade as well. Whoa, that was sublime. But the rest of VOIN Donkey will have just about enough members to go in for the resuscitation. Team Secret opt to do the same. Team Secret, they don't have the zone. They need to find a way to breach in.
Not the easiest circle to play with at all. If you thought you made it already up to the top 5, you're gonna have to fight for it. No one actually has access to this circle except for Boom Esports right now, who had prioritized getting this compound. And they're doing well. They're just stealing away some eliminations left, right, and center. They've been fairly quiet, but I think this way of just surviving instead of taking fights works for them all the way till the end. But VOIN, they're still very much on a rampage. They have so much terrain to work with, a high, low, middle area as well. They have nice crossfires to work with. I have to say that regardless of them not being able to find cover, still means that they're able to play together as a unit, and you have to really worry about that because the layers of firepower and hold is just a lot to deal with. As look at that, Reza quickly finds Doki, and this is looking bad for Team Secret because it's one of their first few good games. They're only alive as a 2 now.
Yeah, and right now Team Secret really has to pick up a fight either up against VOIN Donkey or absolutely full send it up against Blue Esports, which is definitely not advisable at all. Still 3 members though, they can find ways to slowly deplete even the likes of eArena, which they're opting to do so right now, being the closest targets. VOIN Donkey, also by the Craters as well. Rest of Blue Esports hoping to play turret defense for now, where all these teams are forced towards their direction, so they don't really have to do anything too provocative for the meantime. Nate's now exchanged towards the side of eArena, all the way coming in from VOIN Donkey. And we can start to see that all these teams are bleeding resources because of all the massive fights that they've been taking all along, that whatever scraps they still have, they're hoping that it will bring value. Oh, that was too close.
Yeah, that was barely close. He was barely by the skin of his teeth here. As Team Secret, patience the name of the game, they're just gonna hope that VOIN Donkey and maybe eArena can get a little bit more proactive, fight each other so they can cross. But as they do so, Boom Esports have been marking them for a long time. We had one player that's just marking Doki, gets a nice spray onto them as well. Team Secret is barely alive right now. They're just slowly getting eliminated. They do. VOIN will be the one to do the deed as Boom Esports set their sights onto the team that's been undefeated for the last 3 maps, which is VOIN. EA wants to go a little bit more aggressive, getting into the circle and just really steal away these kills from VOIN Donkey. I don't think they can move a lot at all as Voxy down. Morban take it away here. Joker at the very least trades out, so a majority of those kills are going to fall into eArena. And Boom Esports here, they're barely going to get away with anything, but at the very least they do have circle, they do have a compound, and they do have advantage in terms of numbers.
Yeah, and it was a free firing range for them because all those 3 teams that were fighting around those edges, they were all scrambling for space. Well, it's just free pickings for the side of Boom Esports. They got full intel onto eArena, so it is a very difficult decision to make for eArena, where they don't really have much room for cover. Once they actually move out, this is going to be the result. They're just going to be absolutely spraying down Joker. That vehicle's about to blow up, but he's trying to look for a little bit more cover. The detonation not quite enough to take him down, but at least he's going to be slightly safer now. But there is a slight crease right underneath, and Yummy's looking to secure it. Tourniquet already bleeding out of the blue zone, and this definitely will be BLUG Esports to take the victory once again for Indonesia.
Wow, impressive stuff. You've earned our respect, definitely so. BLUG Esports woke up a bit late, but they've made it work. A different approach to how they usually play, but survivability is the name of the game. Slowly but surely making sure to get into that circle fairly early. Gambling on that compound paid off for them as well. The emoji means happy, and I have to say, it works out well. Indonesia still very much up there here. That's our third Indonesian team with a chicken dinner in 5 maps.
They're absolutely on a streak as a nation, but it's the first out of many for BLUG Esports. Mastery taking charge, and you've got Yummy dealing all the blows onto all these teams out there. And that final moment where you see them scaling up ahead, just getting those perfect angles up against the rest, was a beautiful, beautiful sight to behold.
You know what's even more crazy? The fact of the matter is we're still seeing VOIN at the top 3, top 4 before everything else. I think that if say that they had a better shot at a terrain, they weren't forced to, you know, to be sandwiched in 2 teams, we might just see another chicken dinner from them. Because that was incredibly close, if you ask me. And this time around, you always will see that same suspects to put in that damage. Yummy, sharp as ever with 615 here. Always the one to be a little bit more quick on the uptick. You see something moving around, he's gonna put in that damage. You can always rely on your teammates as well, such as Pawnbit, Zero, and Mastery as well, to just really steal away those kills in the end. But I wouldn't say that this is the highest amount of eliminations we've seen so far as a team, but that's what I said about team identity. You go in with an idea on what objective you wanted to approach, which is that chicken dinner, and that's exactly what BLUG Esports did. Yeah, their way might be a little bit more, I would say, passive compared to the other Indonesian teams that are a little bit more aggressive, but hey, a chicken dinner is still a chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, just like that, they've earned themselves about 15 points to really gain themselves a little bit more of the surge in points in the leaderboards later on. So BLUG Esports, despite this not being the flashiest of plays that they've been able to put out, but hey, it gets the job done. And of course, let's take a look at it once more for the highlights.
All right, crazy stuff coming in from this as well. Top 4 this time around. We're seeing a shift with Team Secret and BLUG Esports joining in on that ranks. And as we predicted, Contra, the map swap did in fact stop the momentum for VOIN Donkey, but it didn't stop them from being able to hit the top 3 again.
Yeah, I mean, it's still part of the DNA where they've been able to play a little bit more feisty, getting themselves involved in majority of all these battles, so much so to the point that they are the ones offering the most damage in this match with a total of 2,598.
The travel distance. Yeah.
And Yeah, it's ridiculous, right? Because it came from La Cabrera into the zone.
Yeah, it was a very, very long rotation for them. They took a while to just break into the defense. I have to say that was actually one of the hardest circles we've seen today as well. Anyways, Yummy will be our MVP. Honestly, do we think about any other person when you think about Boom Esports here? You know, when I look at Yummy, he's been like one of the core members for quite some time, the pillar, if you ask me as well. I think in an interview a long time ago, he mentioned that the reason why he's there, most importantly, is to guide the younger players. And I think he's doing a phenomenal job of being able to do so.
Yeah, he is an absolute icon, and I feel like Boom Esports without Yummy wouldn't really feel like Boom Esports. I think like he absolutely understands and represents the organization so well that, you know, he's being a mainstay for a reason, where over the years, he has always been the most consistent player and the most performing player as well at the very same time. And I think there's definitely reasons as to why they don't really have those flashy elimination points, is because all the other teams were playing outside of the crater. They were the ones playing directly into the compounds of the crater itself, where they have to prioritize defense. And on top of that, they have limited angles where they could actually shoot from, which is why like it's not as huge as compared to eArena or the VOIN Team Secret's amount of elimination points. But hey, they got the job done. That's the most important part, securing their first win. And hopefully the next one is still going to be Boom Esports. And they've definitely got a certain formula to really get the engines pretty much running all the way to the end.
Okay, currently looking at the page here, this time around it's XSOPHERE and HBME that's managing to go 0. But you know what? 5-2, you got your first point. Congratulations. That is the start and the beginning for this team. I really hope they're going to be able to climb up from here as well, because end of the day, we still have another 2 more days as we go into our first super weekend. But the lead has already been made here. Alter Ego, while they are very comfortably at the front, VOIN has managed to catch up. Only 4-point differential, and on top of that, a whopping 3 chicken dinners. And this tells a lot about Alter Ego, if you ask me. 1 chicken dinner, but still in the lead means that they're consistently still bringing in points regardless of the round, regardless of whether they win.
Yeah, and they're really earning it all through eliminations as the major bulk of their carded income. And when you take a look at VOIN, they're fairly balanced on both the offense as well as placement points as well. But if you take a look at the rest of the field, I think like a lot of teams have proven that they've been able to really go for those high frag volumes, but they just really gotta ensure that they can sustain a little bit longer. We're thinking good examples coming from BTR, FaZe Clan, as well as 7-9, which have got brilliant performances. It's just that they cannot really outlast some of the rest of the teams in the form of sustainability. So we're down to our one last map to play out for this day one, and there's just so many big plays that happen, and we talk about stopping the VOIN streak, but is there a stop to Indonesia's dominance right now? I'm uncertain because they look so good, and
this is scary.
I kind of don't want it to stop, honestly.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, Indonesian fans are probably having a field day right now. You know, what a statement day it is, right? Day 1 of the season, of the group stage, and you're already, you know, going this aggressively. I think that this is something that's looking really, really good. And speaking of good, we also have something for you guys at home, and also a reason why you should be getting the version 4.0. Now we have our super smooth, we have less CPU usage, 10% less by the way, less GPU usage, 10% less, and on top of that, less power consumption on average, which is 5 to 7% battery usage as well, which means that you're gonna see your battery drain a lot less as well, and you're gonna see a lot less heat. So if you upgrade this, if you were thinking about coming back, if you felt like your phone cannot handle this game before, now's the time for you to re-download the game and see how different it is night and day between the previous version and now.
Yeah, I absolutely want to update my game right now because, truth be told, I am using a potato phone in that sense. And on top of what's being offered, other than, you know, super smooth gameplay, you can also check out the spooky soare, where you have brand new offerings throughout the month of September all the way till October. Or if you want to celebrate Halloween with PUBG Mobile, you can do so, bring your friends along, and, you know, there's just brand new additions of skin that you can add to your collection as well. So you definitely want to, you know, gather your friends all together for some new exciting gameplay and epic collaborations coming in tomorrow. And on top of that, there's also the huge news of an epic collaboration between PUBG Battlegrounds, PUBG Mobile, and G-Dragon.
Yeah, G-Dragon is great, by the way. This collaboration is coming out in the month of September. Do check out when exactly the dates are going to be. It's different dates across the board for PUBG Mobile, Battlegrounds, as well as PC. So do check it out and find out for yourself what exactly you have in store. I really hope it's a song. I really hope so. What if you could have a song? What do you think it's going to sound like?
Oh, I know that it's always going to be super funky. I mean, the way that he grooves is just different from the rest of these artists nowadays, that they just don't make music the way he does, right? So other than songs, I wish that it's going to be, you know, some dance move emotes, some great skins, or I want his hairdo. I've been jealous, ever since like the Big Bang era. Like, he's got the iconic long red hair, and now he's always shifting styles.
Wait,
He's
didn't
always
you have
shifting
that hair
styles.
too at one point? I think I remember an emo Contra moment there.
Don't think like that. I mean, it's been many years. I don't think I can rock that hairstyle anymore. But
You never know.
I have no idea, but maybe I could try it someday. Nowadays he's bringing out the fedoras, he's bringing out the hats. Like, my head's a little too big for hats. I love hats, but I just couldn't wear them. It's a very sad story for me.
We'll have
But
to
hey,
see.
I
We'll
can
have
wear it
to see.
in game. I can
Oh
wear it in
yeah,
game
why
now.
not, right? Yeah, okay. So moving on to the game itself, we have one final Miramar map coming in here. What country do you think has the highest probability to break Indonesia's streak right now?
Highest probability? I think Vietnam.
I
Okay,
was about
here-
to say the same. I was about to
really?
say the same, yeah.
For a moment, I thought you would say
Xavier-
Thailand or something.
No,
the Xavier.
I did Xavier because they've been quite consistent. Top four to top five finishes throughout the entirety of the day, plus eliminations as well. So that's the reason why I have a little bit more faith in them compared to the rest of the pack. Would love to see, as a Malaysian, I would love to see Malaysia rise to top. Please take this as a hint to get me a chicken dinner. Thank you very much. Wink, wink.
Yeah, and I have a very interesting take on this as well, right? Because I've been raving about Team Secret. Unfortunately, they didn't fully show up today. I mean, they've had some signs of life, but not quite enough. So if it's not going to be Vietnam, I'm hoping that the next team to really take it is going to be someone like TODAK. I think TODAK so far, they've been able to really make a very consistent climb. They've been able to really take proactive approaches. So I'm just hoping that, the faithful to be rewarded. It's just like how both esports have been able to score themselves one over the past round.
Yeah, Team Secret also quite surprised me just now as well, getting that top four, granted, mostly because we didn't really see a lot out of them in the beginning of the day. It felt like they were knocked out fairly early as well. I wouldn't expect them to really activate up till the next day, but they really rallied back. I think that shift in map really helped their mindset just, come in with that fresh slate, if anything as well. But we're still waiting to get back into our final game. I am curious to see what exactly is going to be happening here. If, say, Indonesia wins it, it's going to be a huge statement game. And I think a lot of teams, especially from other nations, are going to go back to their rooms to really figure out what went wrong, what exactly ticks in Indonesia, why exactly is working for all three maps. But if not, I'm really wondering whether or not this is going to be like a day one wonder for us. I think we've seen so many of these teams, right? They do well on day number one, it's completely go quiet for the next few days up until the end of the season. I'm really hoping that this isn't the case.
Yeah, I think the format changes have definitely put a little bit more amplification onto, making sure you qualify to the Super Weekend, and on top of that, performing in Super Weekend. So if you can get a banger start, just like how Alter Ego as well as VOIN Donkey did, then you don't really have to worry about, day 2, day 3 all too much. It's like you just need to do some maintenance work just to score average points, just to keep yourself in the top 16. And then you get to really get yourself energized for, the Saturday as well as the Super Weekend Smash rule over onto tail end of every single week. So I think that mindset is definitely important if you have already had this long list of checklists that you've been able to hit the target one after another. If you don't hit the target, try again tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, there is still time to catch up, but with that lead coming in, I mean, it's going to be hard to just really, catch up onto that first place. I feel like for me, when you don't have that huge lead on day number 1, it gets even more stressful as you try to catch up. That top 16 place, I think all the way from 12th, 11th, all the way till the bottom side, you can start to see that it's getting very, very competitive. Teams that are only on 0 and 1 right now, you can start to feel the pressure, because I believe the minimum they need to hit is about 10 to 15 points as of right now. So, 10 or 15 points doesn't sound too daunting, but the longer you keep it, you struggle, the harder it is to play catch up. And I'm really hoping that teams at the bottom there would be able to do that quite as we go into the end of the day. Regardless, Contra, can you tell me a little bit of lore here? I think 5-2 just joined, the big stages. I think you shared with us a little bit more. You did see them play on some scrims, you mentioned, and they were able to take down some international teams. What is the dynamic that you usually see them play that we haven't been able to see today from 5-2?
Yeah, I think like 5-2 was really proactive on going on a hunt to really look for some of all these direct challenges, as they've been able to win out a lot of CQCs, a lot of all these 4 versus 4 duels, especially in the early games. In those scrims, these were scrims with international counterparts from South Asia as well as South America as well. So no slouches. They're all tier 1 teams, and they've been able to really make a mark on that recent tournament. It's just that I'm not really seeing that same level of confidence as compared to, what I saw the other day around. It really felt like the tempo of play is a little bit different as to what is being displayed. And I just felt like because some portions of it being off, it affects the entirety of the team on how it's actually being operated. Despite you having Helton as well as some of all the old names that's been able to really shine, I think Brian especially has been an impact maker onto really scoring some big results. I mean, this player has played in RSG, he's played in a few other notable teams like even Sam9 in the past. So I'm kind of expecting him to really find certain pop-off moments. Maybe it just wasn't their day at all. So hopefully they'll be able to be reminded of who they really truly are. So tomorrow onwards, there's also another impressive team, which is called AZ Slumber, which I think they are a little bit more consistent than 52 Esports. So that's definitely another hot prospect for the PMMC teams. But hey, I don't want to overrate anything because, that kind of spoils like my prediction as well.
I don't think it spoils prediction. I think you're just really setting up the audience for success. I think in many of these leagues as well, a lot of the audience only watch tier 1. They're not very familiar with the tier 2 teams. And it's so good that we have a little bit of this time to just really get the people familiarized, give them a little bit of what to expect as well. Now, you did mention that they weren't able, or 5-2 weren't able to play as consistently. And you know what? I don't blame them at all. It is a bigger stage. They're still trying to get used to playing with the bigger names as well. They are definitely a lot more confident on these bigger areas as well. Now, we mentioned before, in terms of confidence, what's lacking for this team? Is it the team play? Is it the communications? Or could you tell that maybe one of them is having a bad day and it's affecting the entire synergy? What can you see so far?
Yeah, I think like there's a few factors as well, right? You take a look at all these established organizations versus the newly promoted ones. Maybe there's a difference in the form of like, hey, did they just recently hire a new coach just to for them to do something here in the pro league, and that actually shifts how a certain team plays. So maybe they are not fully adjusted to how they are supposed to play according to the game plan that was being set by the analyst / coach in that sense. So maybe this is just another level of layer that they also have to peel through, as well as on top of what you just mentioned early on, the synergy, the comms, the protocols that they need to execute. So it can be very daunting because they are traveling out of the city for the very first time, no longer in the comfort of either their own gaming house, their own homes.
Is it really their first time on a LAN?
Okay, maybe a few players, not so much for Helton, but like half of them have not really played in like a LAN setting that is like in overseas. So to them, it's a lot of things to
it's a
adapt to
very
as well.
new experience. Yeah, I completely understand. I think environment truly does matter, like how home ground advantage can be a problem, but the same could be said about moving yourself out of your room. I think you're so used to maybe your own same chair, your temperature of the air conditioning. I know it's crazy, but it does affect it, by the way. The same lighting, and also I think it's not like you're playing in front of a crowd right now. I don't think there's a crowd right now. They're just playing together on a LAN. It's a different experience as well, because there is more pressure seeing your enemy right in front of you across in that booth, so that can be pretty scary. But at the same time, being able to play with their teammates as well, I think gives another layer that they need to be able to adjust as well. So I'm really hoping that the team does come together to be able to come back. I mean, we've seen so many of these happen before, right? But I feel like for me, PMNC teams, I would love for them to really rise to the top, mostly because to show everyone that tier 2 is not a scene to be ignored as well. Everyone's all eyes are on tier 1 right now, but there's so many hidden gems onto tier 2. And like we said, like we talked before about Coach Kent, right, who's able to scout out those Indonesian fresh blood newbies to come up to the big stage and actually just challenge everyone. I would love to see more of that as well, which is why everyone needs to support the tier 2 scene.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. And now that they are part of tier 1, they just have to maintain a certain pacing, and once they do, they will be able to really get into the groove. So that being said, though, we've already had our talk about all these potential teams out there. I've already mentioned Team Secret. They've been going up and up. Alongside with, we voted for Boom Esports last round, and we're definitely wanting them to once again shine again.
Yeah, but for me, I would love to end the day with the Malaysian team. # no biased. # done claim, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah. Anyways, I would love to see that happen. But for me personally, well, as much as I want a Malaysian team to end the day, my most likely prediction for this one would be Xavier. Also another team that's a little bit more late to the party when it comes to getting that chicken dinner, but consistency is there. So they have a different approach to meet their means to an end. It might not be a chicken dinner, but points definitely very much there. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them on week 1 of Super Weekend, no problem, even without a chicken dinner.
Yeah, I think like Boom Esports definitely are having a very great progression throughout this span of the day, right? You saw even back in those rounds of Wrangle, yeah, there were some rounds that maybe they've only garnered 2 to 3 points, but hey, it all definitely accumulates. So they keep stacking and stacking, and scoring that chicken dinner was already pretty huge. Definitely, they could use some more elimination points in order to really boost their standings. But overall, I think like it is definitely a marathon that they're running right here. They don't really have to really go full blown at it as well. And also to the notion where, we talked about all these PMMC teams as well. And, me witnessing scrims, perhaps this is where, we've had that kind of argument where, in scrims, not everybody takes it seriously. And now that it's the real deal, it's overwhelming to some of these guys who just got newly promoted, So I think like definitely there's definitely a whole lot to learn. So that being said, I guess like all these names that we've just mentioned, Team Secret, Boom Esports, Sam9, I mean, these are the top dogs that's been really in the leagues for so many seasons now. They know the drill, and I think like they will definitely cook something up this time.
Yeah, and speaking of Sam9, I think we did briefly talk about their new coach, Man Parang, coming into that is big shoes to fill. I think Man Parang is one of the icons for PUBG Mobile in Malaysia. He played, he was a legend, he conquered, he retired, and now he's back as the head coach. And this is a big shift, and mostly because why I'm emphasizing this is because for a long time, Sly DD has been the coach for Sam9. He has been the mainstay of that team. This is a big and huge shift, changing your head coach. It means changing your style of play, changing how you communicate and play together as a team, and how your trainings are going to be turning out here. And on top of that as well, a coach a player is such a different role than a coach. I'm not too sure how it's going to be. But then again, Man Parang is definitely a lot more, I would say, senior amongst all the players as well. He definitely has the years on his belt as well. So my curiosity is, how exactly has he transitioned from that player role to content creator to coach? Does he have a little bit more of a different insight on how these games are going to be? What led to this as well? You know what? We gotta wait for a podcast to happen. I think none better than I think Sir Cloud would have his podcast at Balasin very, very soon that we can watch out for as well. So look out for that, because I would love to see what exactly is going on in the wings here, because usually I wouldn't say it's very rare for a player to go into a coach role, but for most of these teams, they have older players for the coach roles. Not even players, they're probably from other games. They're probably coming into PUBG Mobile as a designated coach already, with that idea as a coach in mind.
Yeah, true enough. I think like when you mentioned about, his credentials, and, not to say that, previous coaches don't have the credentials, like they also have the results to prove. But when you are actually taking, advices or even commands coming from the person who's been there, done that, who's performed in the biggest stages of PUBG Mobile, you got no other options but to really fully listen to the advice of Man Parang, right? Because like he demands that respect, he commands that respect, and I think like it becomes a very natural thing. I mean, even back in the days when he was playing, I believe even Yuhai has played alongside with him before, or even against him at a certain point in time. Like, it goes to show that, this kind of mutual relations goes for a very long mile. So that being said, I want to see how far will they take it, because they have yet to score themselves a chicken dinner as of yet. We are looking at some incredible stats coming from eArena as well. Last match, dealing plenty full of damage. Joker being one of the stars of that round, despite that win was being earned by Boom Esports. Team Secret, also another hot prospect on our screen, and we're looking at the rest of RRQ solidifying themselves and once again thriving in this map of Miramar, just like in the past couple of seasons where they've been able to land consecutive wins. This is also one of the few teams out of Indonesia who have yet to score the chicken dinner today. It could still be an Indonesian spree of wins if RRQ lands it. And hey, I'm not complaining at all. I mean, RRQ looks hella good for today. Meanwhile, the arena, so close yet so far in that last round, and it seems like eArena could still be able to find themselves another opportunity in this final map of the night.
Oh yeah, for real. eArena, I think, when you talk about almost, right? Xavier, eArena, these two have come pretty close. Team Seeker as well, not bad. But yeah, when you look at, last, in terms of how rescues were happening here, I would love to see rescues from map 1. Please! I need those stats! How many times? Which player was in charge of bringing, players back into the game?
Yep, we gotta find that out. And cool elephant pets, by the way, as we're playing for Bangkok, Thailand. And here we go into the last map of the night, and we will get ourselves a glimpse of those islands. I kind of still wish we get those kind of circles on that far edge of the map, but very likely it won't happen.
If one day it happens,
I will be shooked.
You'll be shooked. I will be happy. It's kind of like that one moment, right? Where it's like a once in a lifetime moment, a blood moon or something like that. Like maybe once every 300 years, Mercury retrograde or something like that happens. Yeah, like that moment. I need that.
Wow, Mercury retrograde. Now you're speaking a lot of all these Gen Z philosophies that everybody's into right now.
Is it really?
Yeah, I really do believe that when I scroll around like some of my IG reels, I see like, not feeling that great tonight. The mood's not in my favor and stuff like that. I'm like, well, that's not really entirely up to my belief, but maybe I should delve more into that. And maybe some of these teams are being affected by the Mercury retrograde for all that we know. So hopefully, they will be able to see a moon phase pattern that suits them in this final round.
Yeah, I'll be fire. Oh, there we go. I was about to say Lost Leone's Circle. It happened before I could say it. Now I can't claim it. I hate this for me, man.
Hey, it's absolutely all right. I mean, we get to enjoy seeing some of all these teams do get all out, whether it is an urban setting or just like last round, that crater around La Bandita is still available as well. So I don't know. Maybe Boom Esports will feel really happy about this because they love dropping inside of Impala in order to really gain those full loads. And now this absolutely favors them in this map. VOIN Donkey still stretching all the way up north again. I don't know if they would benefit by doing so.
Just having a look here at the map feed right now. I have to say that, I mean, a possibility of a Southern Los Leones Circle end could be kind of fun, just because of the hard shifts that happen toward the southern side, right? So that's always exciting. I think compared to last map, this map is a little bit more quiet. Oh, Razak out and Consulate 5 in. Curious. It's a very, very curious thing because I think Razak was one of the impact makers for TNT. He got MVP twice out of the 3 maps that they won as well. So I'm wondering if Razak said, yeah, I'm tired of carrying. I need a break right now. Or, you know, or it's just really just to give, because like that one moment where he's like, okay, I'm just trying to get a feel of how it's going to be playing with the main roster here on the bigger stage of Miramar.
Yeah, I think like the latter is the case, right? Because when you take a look at VOIN Donkey's 70 points, very, very comfortable. Where third placing is RQ, where there's just this significant gap right now that they are so confident that they won't get overtaken. All they really have to worry about is like the amount of frags for them to really catch Alter Ego. So Consulate making his debut. I believe he's also a new addition to the team as well. So I really wonder how would he actually fare to pair up with the other 3 members that's been playing all day long. So we'll see how that dynamic works out for them. Whereas, not much changes for Alter Ego. It's the same MO as per usual.
Exosphere drops so far out though, all the way up to Trailer Park and Ruins. And the rotation is gonna be easy as well. It's such a long way to go, especially with the majority of teams, you know, kind of hunkered down to the western side. So those who are already on the right side should have it fairly simple. Teams like 5-2, this could be one of the rounds they could potentially go huge here, especially since they are taking up the right side quarters of Los Leones. They don't have to worry about any team behind them. They can just focus on the northern, southern, and as well as the western instead of worrying about all 4 corners. But I'm curious to see which team would actually kind of fight them for that spot as well, since it is very, I would say, fairly central to the circle.
Yeah, I definitely would agree to that statement as well. I mean, it does favor some of these players who starts off in around Picado as well as Los Leones for sure. But Nepeco's putting his head into a very tight space against Mastery, which they will easily capitalize from. So that is going to be first blood in the hands of Mastery, the IGL who was known as Misery.
You know what's really interesting is the fact that Nerpeco thought he was, you know, being really smart, you know, waiting out the nade, rushing forward. He didn't realize that there's another layer to this hold with Zero as well. Great stuff coming in from Boom Esports. Now, I like the fact that they're actually layering up in terms of how they're taking a lot of respect given to Nerpeco as well. So this is good. That 1 point should really help them just really propel themselves forward if they really want to really play that catch-up compared to the rest of his Indonesian veteran like Alter Ego, VOIN, RRQ as well on the top side here. But then again, right, despite everything, Boom Esports has 34 points already collected. They are not too far behind.
Yeah, they could potentially close it out into a top 5 or even top 4 finish, depending on the performance of eArena as well as the Savior, which have definitely shown a level of consistency for today as well in order to really etch them mark here for today's standings. Whereas MXG is also in the same predicament as compared to 52 Esports as well as NST. Now, Exosphere throughout the past round with Miramar is also being pushed down. That was also a fight that was being won by VOIN Donkey from what I do remember, because Exosphere taken rather late. And you did mention, yeah, they're all the way in Trail Park. I am very, very worried about this team right now because they've shown some consistent signs and then they start to have a little bit of slump. But same could also be said about, BTR. I mean, BTR in 10th position, not exactly in the most comfortable spot because they can be pushed down even further by 7-9, tying the spot with FaZe Clan as well. FaZe Clan with this massive roster shift is something that I probably want to touch upon because the last iteration of FaZe Clan was the absorption of Austria Esports, which they've done super well. But towards the grand finals, they did not really make a mark, which is why they had that entire overhaul. And then, like, right now, a lot of fresh faces from the side of FaZe Clan, but they are still putting up some decent work.
I think FaZe Clan has done, I think from last season till now, we've kind of gotten surprised, right? Where a majority of their team members have started to be like fresh new blood as well. It takes courage for a team to start off with a fresh new slate to really, let these, I would say, newbies have a taste of what it is to play on the bigger stage. I think that again, we talked a lot about Coach Ken, right? But I think we failed to really point that out for teams. Like I think a few years ago, Team Secret had a fresh new roster from Malaysia as well. Didn't really go the way they wanted to, but still, it is quite fun to see how exactly the team dynamics would move together.
Yeah, overall, like Team Secret's story is definitely a very long legacy that they've had when they were a Malaysian team, and then once they decided, it's time for a major overhaul, they absorbed like SLD members and built around them, and then still had different iterations, bringing in some hot prospects coming in from Vietnam, and really solidifying themselves to be, front runners in the field. Team Secret has been out there to really contest with even the likes of Team Flash. Team Flash will be performing tomorrow. That's one hot prospect coming in from Vietnam that I'm definitely excited to witness, to hopefully put up a challenge against, this dominating streak of Indonesia that we're getting for today. Now, we get a little bit of update right now, and it is going a little bit further on the direct south, which still covers the city of Los Leones. You
Southern side, Los Leones. Somebody, what number do you want, Contra? You're thinking of number 5.
I want a girlfriend. Just kidding. Okay. Number. I don't know. Numbers.
I see you're thinking of number 5.
Okay. Yeah,
Were you
you're
though?
probably right.
Oh, I thought so.
Somewhat.
That's what I'm talking about.
Wow, that's some manipulation to my mind. I don't know how you do that, but yeah. Speaking of number 5, eArena on number 5 right now, and they're also looking to traverse just by the corner of the map. They're getting shot at from who exactly? Rosemary on the other side of the map takes down a member of Team Secret with some beautiful headshots. Well, it's gonna be VOIN Donkey that they're rocking up against. Potato all alone this time around. Let's see what this tag team can do. Whether if they could pick off that member of VOIN Donkey.
Potato could just really leave. He doesn't have to really put in that pressure. But I think Potato has bought a lot of time for the rotations to come through from Zeta as well as Consulate as well. Potato barely breathing, barely alive right now. But the cavalry is here. Potato falls, burned to a crisp. And I'm not too sure if his team is going to be able to come even close to pick him up here. Sakura rushes up looking to just secure that kill. Potato, if he puts his head outside, he will die. Nah, he'll fall to that Molly as well. As the rest of eArena, they're looking to collapse. This is one of the rare moments where VOIN is struggling. There's a bit of a lull here. You're hearing those pre-fires come through, and Voxy cannot hold as Sakura does what he does best, which is just rushing to faces, shooting them out, and just completely demolishing. Zeta running away with his life. Last man standing here. What a change of pace and how the turntables from the beginning of the day till now.
Yeah, that was pretty shocking if you ask me. I mean, this is the first time I'm seeing VOIN Donkey depleted to only one member so early into the round. I don't know if it was due to that shift or it's just them dropping so far across the map that it makes it almost absurd for them to even get a clean rotation off. But right now, absolutely getting punished in that instance. And also credit to where credit is due. eArena, they've been able to manage that fight from dealing with one member into dealing with 4, and they actually come up on top is astounding.
Yeah, I love how they're just really decisive when it comes to these pushes, when it comes to these rushes as well. They get their information first, and then suddenly, as soon as they hear maybe the sound of a reload or an idea that a nade is cooking, they rush up, shoot you in the face, and you're not going to be able to answer back at all because you're going to have util in hand or just your hand in the middle of that reload. They're so opportunistic and timely that it's really scary to deal against a team that loves to play these CQC style plays. It's very in your face. Now, northern side of the circle is completely empty. I think some of these teams could benefit from it, but I don't think that anyone is aware. So southern side is where everyone's going to be fighting for, and it's not going to be easy. There's terrains and also compounds as well. So I think that for Alter Ego, that we did see a bit of a skirmish from them. They already have 3 eliminations here, but I'm pretty sure they stayed intact as a 4th throughout.
Yeah, and I think there's a very good reason as to why majority of these teams were not hoping to book themselves into Las Vegas so early, because once you get into the city, it's really hard to get out of. So they rather actually take the outskirts, and with that previous circle to be centered around the outskirts instead. Some of them are already firmly planted into the valley, so now they cause this ripple effect where a lot of the teams are stacked over the south side, hoping to create now a space into the zone. It is going to be very tricky to even navigate around all these terrains. Speaking of navigating, they found themselves bunched up over on the construction side, and it's going to be Homebois arriving hot into murky lands up against the rest of Boom Esports.
Nade goes a bit more wide, but still the chip damage is done. Boom Esports displaced right now, as the rest of Homebois just looking to double down on that damage. Ponbit not barely alive. Yummy eats the full force of that as well. Keem takes a bit of damage here, but to say that Homebois is showing a lot more aggression compared to before. I would say this is one of the most, not aggressive, but the most confident I've seen this team in a long time, especially with players like Keem, who are very aggressive in your face as well. I have to say there's so many situations where it's a losing situation for Homebois, and Keem really steps up.
Yeah, he's really a shining beacon of hope for them right at this moment. Zeta, Lone Ranger, having a smoked up Coupe as well does not help in this situation. Spots out smoke on the opposite end, but he's got no other option but to really plant himself firm over on the open ground because he doesn't know whether there's somebody inside that shack or not. Now back into the outskirts of the city. Alter Ego have been able to wiggle some room away from the rest of Homebois. So they will be able to enjoy a firm reset, restocking even more weaponry to be able to outlast the battles right here inside of Miramar. And taking a close look at these current altercation, eArena, NSC, side to side. Joker hoping to penetrate into the compound, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be an easy breach, so he will fall back, giving him the space towards the rest of NST to re-strategize as well if they want to form up the defense. But what these teams are waiting for is the big update. Is it going to be to the city? Apparently not. It's going to be on the outskirts. So the warehouse that TODAK's holding right now is looking really, really juicy.
It is looking juicy, but my concern for TODAK right now is how far apart they are. And you do not want to get isolated. You want to put yourself in a position where you're able to just play off one another, be able to crossfire. Maybe a 2-1-1 would be really good just for one of your players to have like a buddy system, you know, just to really layer things apart. But, you know, I need to take a closer look on how their positions are because we can only see from that mini-map itself. Regardless, as we look at FaZe, they have a nice high ground to work with as well. If anyone were to rotate out MX, you know, teams like MXG could be in so much trouble as teams like BTR are still on the hunt here. Zuxi playing a very, very rat angle. If, say, one person, you know, even swings, they're basically dead. There we go. The shots come out. Whoa, just barely quick enough to rotate as well. A long range to go forward here, but Zuxi, he got baited, shot in the face as well. And the rest of BTR are just looking to waterfall into the area. Didn't happen. They couldn't quite land those most crucial shots as Redface looking to bring Vexy back into the game. He can't. NST rallying back. You call the ambulance, but not for me, man.
Not for him, indeed. And this is going to be King Modic going for a full push. Challenging up against Redface, who's been in EVOS and multiple iterations of teams. He's got the experience, but can he handle the heat right now? S12K connecting another bullet towards the feet of Redface. Tries to deny the space. He's got some angles with the Deflates to also return the favor as well. Cosmetic is really showing us some really nifty moves despite him not securing the point onto Racy just yet. Now, I wonder if there's going to be any form of a rival coming from eArena. We see them on the edge of the screen. This 1v1 is taking forever, and XSOPHERE also wants a piece of the pie as well if this is going to last for another minute or so.
Here, definitely hears the footsteps as well. He's trying to really bait them to come close. But they're not biting it. They're just trying to see whether or not they can bring their teammates safely back into the game. They need Ryzy so badly. And for NST, this is the chance for him to just really drop down, get a 2. No, it took too long. Ryzy's back already as well. No hit spotted quite yet. Couldn't really see. So what are you gonna do here, Cosmetic here? Ryzy puts in the damage. He's half HP here. A double swing could be huge right now. Oh man, Redface. Just a tiny angle, he's able to just really abuse that. As Alter Ego, they've managed to really isolate the members of Homebois. They cannot swing off one another.
Yeah, it's very difficult. And here comes the flag! Oh, quickly! Denied by Snape. He goes in for a 180 wrap and still gets the job done. A beautiful play by Snape to really salvage this member that was knocked down. Incredible footwork out of Snape. And now it's already 8 points in for Alter Ego. Another flying round for the Indonesian Aces.
And they had already lost one member fairly early as well. And it's just crazy if you think about it, how they're still able to hold down the line. They've isolated the members of Homebois. And we were curious just now because I just talked about how, confident this team is as a unit, how they're able to play off one another. And in situations where they get isolated, they're in trouble. Speaking of trouble, it's all, Rosemary that is. The rest of eArena just rushing to secure that kill, and he drops down slowly. He's trying to buy a bit of time for his teammates to come over to him, and I don't think it's gonna happen though. So all he can do is just buy that time. Maybe Snape could go for a long range pickoff as as the other members of eArena get a bit more active toward him. I don't think so though. From this angle, not gonna be the easiest feat to do.
Yeah, whoever gets the knock, Rosemary, you really want to quickly confirm the number out there. But he's going to leave him out to dry. I mean, same goes to Alter Ego's Tots as well. Like, he's too far apart from the rest of his teammates, so it's going to be secured by eArena eventually. But now, it's going to be Krypton as well as Snape rocking up to Limboy, and he's being isolated inside of that tiny little room. There's barely any space. Limboy does not even stand a chance at all. So Alter Ego, when one door shuts, there another one opens up for them. Now it's already 9, looking for that dominating spree of 10. It's gonna take a while, but the zone is already closing into some of all these warehouses on the outskirts of this Los Leones field. So there's plenty to play for. Can't really say the same about FaZe Clan. They're on that low ground up against MXG. This is a great vantage point that they can actually abuse.
MXG rushing for their lives into that circle. This terrain is so hard to deal with. And now Chaco's in trouble. Rushes out, eats the full force of the nade. And his teammate, his killer, is not going to be able to get out of that scot-free either. Quick trades all around. Chaco can still be recovered. And just like that, MXG find themselves the team that is in trouble. They lose 2 just in that scuffle.
Yeah, and take a look at that. Lepar is also getting involved, taking onto Earths. So they are not exactly in the clear, dealing with both MXG as well as the rival of another team over on the outskirts. And look at that. Manzi also arriving to the scene just by the far eastern end of the map. So this could be a mix-up between a fatal 4-way.
Oh my god!
Another dive into the field, and it's Baller that crashes out. A great save coming from FaZe Clan to be able to stay afloat for the meantime, while Earths have been dealing with this pressure coming from RRQ, and he managed to pin them down. FaZe Clan, they look for the perfect 7, and they finally show up.
Yo, that is crazy. The depth that's coming in from their tag teams, from their swings, is just crazy. One player to just really go in and bait, the other one swings out from the other side as well. They've been doing this the entirety of this match. In fact, I did it twice in a row. Once against, I believe it was MXG, and the other one was against RRQ as well. And they have managed to survive as a unit. They're still fairly healthy as well coming into this game. It's just crazy work. They still as a 4.
I can't believe they weren't punished throughout the whole fight, where you have so many teams to worry about. but it's that decision making from FaZe Clan where they say, okay, you take charge of the high ground and I'll take charge of that dip. And it paid off so perfectly, despite them still hanging on by the very edge of the map. Now they have to deal up against TODAK, who's separated 2-2. And TODAK might actually get their hands pretty full on this one. Helton finding themselves a good cover ground to work with as well, to share that space alongside with TODAK. Manzi now gets a wide angle up against eArena, but can they trade back is the big question here. As Marvin alongside with Sakura, they're also looking for that deeper reposition because they're already by the outskirts.
5-2 this time around. I think they're surviving a lot better than before. I think it's mostly been because of positioning as well. They're a little bit more early to that circle side. They didn't have to really fight their way into the circle, which has been one of their biggest problems. Same could be said about TODAK now. They have 2 eliminations already, still healthy as a 4. Would love to see how that's working out for them because they were in the middle of the circle for quite some time. I think I did comment on how hard it was going to be for them to play off each other because of how separate they are. If I'm looking at the map feed right now, they've changed into a 2-1-1 formation, which I feel is a lot more safer and works very much better in terms of layering when it comes to their aggression.
Yeah, I just love the way that they've been able to really coordinate so well, in particular in some of all these execution at the very same time. And now the rest of eArena find it really tough to really crack this case open. So they will just try to convoy and just full send it onto either side of the party. And apparently that direction is towards FaZe Clan. And now we get an all-tie affair between these two sides. But they're taking a very safe approach. They're just trailing around the edges instead. A signal warning with that grenade coming from the side of FaZe Clan, and 30K is walking towards one. A little dicey of a situation, but eArena, they got no better options.
Oh god, Tourniquet ate a lot of damage there. I think they can just quickly break through the zone if they want to. But they also have to worry about D Xavier that's super close as well. So regardless of where they're going, this southern side is a very dangerous terrain to work with a majority of that western side in DX's favor and the right front to FaZe Clan. I think they decided to choose the lesser of two evils. They're going to go against D Xavier here, which I think is just as hard. And the fights are still going here. The Indonesian team is once again still meeting up with one another here as Krypton will fall as well. Snip tries to at least rally back, steal away a kill, and he does. Gets the secure kill as well. Risey in the back, a little bit faster on the swings. A lot of eliminations coming in from Alter Ego. It's a 10, despite the fact that they're knocked out early as well. So BTR will be able to take the bragging rights for this round as FaZe looking to sandwich this team. eArena, you're sandwich what to do here. You take the fight against D Xavier. Nah. FaZe will come and join in as well.
Yeah, they heard all the ruckus and they chimed right in at the perfect timing when they were already waking up. 30K now gets another opening up against Perogen, and now DX forced into another fight that they were not willing to partake in, but they're holding themselves well for the meantime. But take a look at the mini-map as well. There is the rest of all these teams charging towards the direction, and that might just be VOIN Donkey moving into that fight down south. Meanwhile, 52 versus TODAK. Tom calling the shots right now. They're trying to deny the access by dropping in some Molotovs just to buy a little bit of time, and 9 just runs right to it.
Helton's gonna rush forward. Does he know that 9 is close? Is that question. If you're not checking your corners, it could be dangerous. But Barricade is close. Throws that nade, zones a bit of space for himself, but he's so displaced from the rest of his teammates. Also keeping a close eye on the members of BTR that want to rush in and steal away these kills.
So much happening right here in this warehouse. This is the only form of reprieve that they actually get as a shelter for the meantime. But they're just pretty much getting themselves all the tight angles. Can't afford to really go for that deep swing at this very point in time.
The only thing separating them is that wall, isn't it? And these smokes, as soon as the smokes dissipate, they're just very much just gonna collapse in. But I think TODAK realizes this, so they're gonna just move away and play closer with one another. But you know, firepower in numbers there. I mean, if you ask me.
Yeah, and that is considered a win for 52, that they can actually solidify their standing inside of this warehouse, but don't really get to take a peek on what's happening outside though. TODAK now on the open fields, they will be met with a flurry of assaults coming in from all the other teams, but they're getting preoccupied with 7-9 being taken on by the rest of XSOPHERE. That flate's now being thrown right at them. Mika blindsided with the smoke, and he finds the catch!
God, Mika. That is disgusting. Walks up and just sprays in the face. Tracks is barely live right now, but he's gonna rally back. The car runs over Fearin as well. Long range hits, and TODAK says, surprise! We were here all along. Steals away one. And TODAK does eliminate 7-9, waiting in the wings. And TODAK, their calls have been phenomenal this game. From vacating that warehouse to going out in the open and taking these wide open fights. They are just swarming onto the members of XSOPHERE as well. They third party these two teams that were on these prolonged fights, and now they have a majority of this northern side of the circle in their hands.
They also do have plenty of open areas that they can absolutely abuse from. They've already know who's inside the shack, so they just will have to take this fight up against Paragen. But two members, they quickly get denied by Nate's beautiful angles, and Tam, he's barely surviving. Paragen looking for the angle from the grenade toss and almost clips out the final member of TODAK. But he has enough room right behind that tiny little tree. He's trying to recover some health bars, but can he clutch it up against these two members rallying forward? EX confirming those numbers quickly as the tides turn. TODAK now being pinched into an unfavorable position, but there's still Frantisi all the way up there, so Tom isn't fully alone. He's just waiting for the right opportunity for Frantisi to give him a little bit of that backup, but here comes a 3-man swing from the EX.
I don't know if this is the right weapon for him to put in that damage as well, not from this angle. He's alone. I'm pretty sure the member of the Xavier is so aware of where he is. Levi's silent as ever, set his sights upwards, putting a lot of damage onto Shopper. It's a top up as well. In that meantime, TODAK, 4th place, one of the best ends they've had so far today. But still, the day's not over, and Indonesia not in the top 4 means the streak has ended.
I was about to point that out, and it could either be a win for Vietnam, Thailand, or Malaysia. 52 Esports, this is their best one by far. Paragen! Oh, he spots out Manzi! I said too soon, this has been an immaculate run for a majority of them, especially for DX, because they've been pushed by multiple teams, but they have been unbreakable throughout it all. But their fates, once again, will be between FaZe Clan in their way for them to seize a chicken dinner of their own. DX, they've seized a top 2 finish before. They don't want to be denied again, but now they have a deficit in the form of firepower, since FaZe Clan still has 4 members intact.
5-2, it's not gonna be easy. They're all the way to the side of that circle. Helton already found out as well. So Barry Han, what is your game? FaZe Clan finally rising up there with 10 eliminations to end the day. There we go, eliminated already. Make that 11. Looking just really end it as well. Chopper QQ takes the full force of that nade, and now these Xavier are looking to just challenge. Swinging up and down together as a team, dwindling down the HP of the members of FaZe. They took down 2. I'm not sure if they are aware where Earth is. I think they do. They're moving all the way to the corners right now. Then they're gonna peek out one by one. Trying to find together. Nice shot to the face here by Canary. Paragen as well will fall. Nate barely alive. 1v2. Tries to go for the isolation. But not happening. Too many bodies. And it's gonna be a Thai team of FaZe Clan rise up to get the last chicken dinner of the day. And could this be foreshadowing for day 2 for the rise of the Thais?
It could very well be the rise of the Thais, like you said. And does it feel sweet? The first home ground team to be able to score their chicken dinner here in day 1. It's time to phase up as FaZe Clan rises to the occasion.
Crazy stuff if you ask me as well. I'm not too sure how exactly, almost stolen away by D Xavier. And I feel like D Xavier has just been so heartbreaking for them today because they had so many almost. Top 3, top through, almost winning team fights, but it's not enough. And I think that this hunger should propel them even further when they play the next time. As we move into this game, I think that FaZe Clan, you can really start to see that they started to not only just wake up, but it felt like they were in their element. They were so comfortable playing in so many different locations of the map. They have a nice crossfire from one another as well. It was almost like they were tossing a ball to one another when it comes to communications. Who swings, who shoves, who pushes, who hides. It's just a small micro adjustments, but it's enough for them to really propel themselves forward. It's a new roster for this team. I think some of the players had changed as well, but it feels like the pieces of the puzzle this time around feel a lot better.
It definitely does seem to be the case, and we definitely have seen them getting riled up from that fight when they were stuck in between both RRQ as well as MXG, and they managed to win both duels at the very same time, which was absolutely absurd. And from that point onwards, there was just all gas, no breaks at all for FaZe Clan. Even when they were they were tested by these teams swarming towards the direction, they won out all the duels. I just love the calls that were made. I'm not too sure which one of them are the IGLs, but man, do they look good. Wow.
They really did look good. It's just great. But regardless, 30 eliminations for FaZe. Let's have a look at how exactly it ended up to be.
Sublime performance overall coming from FaZe Clan, and absolute sensational stuff coming in from all four members for them to be able to claim the very first chicken dinner for their home soil of Thailand. And of course, for D-Saber, that came so close and once again being denied. You could see the disappointment in their eyes, the frustration. But hey, they've been able to put up some big margins in this round, so there's not too much to be all too upset with since they're still within the top 5 ratios. Whereas Alter Ego, they once again tried in all these tough predicaments, and TODAK still managing a top 4, where when it come down to the very final duke out, it was so hard to really tell who's really fully leading when you saw even 52 had a firm chance in this round.
Yeah, I think that for this round as well, for TODAK, it's looking a lot better. I would say that it's more about positioning. Some teams thrive when they have positions very much in their hands. 5-2 definitely had a much better finish than we saw throughout the entirety of today. The same could be said about TODAK as well, where you're not forced to really, when you're in a position where you don't have the firepower to fight, the best thing to do is just to find that positioning. Regardless, Canary will be the one to be the MVP for this game. And this situation, why not, right? 6 eliminations in the bag, aggressive as heck, playing that front lines and really being able to play off one another. I think FaZe has a nice balance on how exactly to play as a team. It's looking good right now. 13 eliminations where Alter Ego only 3 behind out of 10. But Alter Ego, unfortunately for them, did not get any rank points. But it doesn't really matter. They still go out with a 10 regardless.
It really feels like AE's ratio is 10 or above. It doesn't seem like they're settling for anything less throughout the day. That has been absolutely impeccable. And if you take a look at the rest of the field as well, we see a good average of 3 points for XSP, 7-9, Boom Esports as well. NST2 will be coming pretty close to it. RQ, MXG, VOIN Donkey as well as Team Secret, unfortunately, were taken out rather early on. And now we get the full update. Alter Ego remains at the top, still 14 points up ahead VOIN Donkey, despite VOIN Donkey taking all these massive wins. D-Saber, massive leapfrog into the top 3, while eArena has also pushed all the way up together alongside with FaZe Clan. So you are absolutely right, my friend. Thailand, they're starting to make their mark. So tomorrow might just be their day.
Yeah, I am curious to see how exactly it's going to go. I think for a long time, PUBG Mobile in Thailand especially has been known as one of the strongest teams, right, as well. Now, 5-2 has managed to end the day with 9 points compared to the first, few rounds just 0-0-0. They managed to really rise up here with 5, rank points plus that 4 eliminations to really put them ahead of MXG, who had 7 eliminations but 1 single rank point. It's just such a different contrast when it comes to these two teams and what they're trying to achieve here. But it's still very fun to see how exactly they're going to be growing from day 1 all the way till the end as well. It's gonna get really, really interesting, but Rosemary will be taking the MVP here. At this point, are we really surprised? This is the guy that gets a 4.0 in terms of eliminations, 2.0 in terms of assists as well, which means a majority of fights, this guy is definitely going to be there. If he's not present in a team fight with his teammate, he's busy taking a team fight on the other side of the map, just stalling for his friends.
And when we heard the interview, there's very good reasons why he should not even worry about the rest of the competition if he's always performing at such a high level. And looking at all these stats, it just speaks volumes on how well he's been able to manage all these tough situations when certain teams wish they had half of his results.
Welcome back once again. Last interview of day 1. And now we're here with winner, chicken dinner. 3 of them is VOIN Esports. Woo! สวัสดีค่ะ เซต้า สวัสดีค่ะ Oh, you speak so clearly. Okay, we get in the first question, okay? The first question, okay, first of all, congratulations for your 3 winner chicken dinner today. Okay, that's incredible. What fired the team up so much on the first day of this season?
Okey, pertama sekali selamat atas 3 kali WWCD-nya. Apa yang membuatkan tim pada lebih main sangat-sangat sangar lah pada hari ini? Mungkin ada strategi rahsia kah ataupun mungkin ada apa-apa yang terjadi sebelum hari pertama mulai?
Nggak ada sih, mungkin kayak hari ini kita main lebih rapi aja karena kemarin kita kan ISF mungkin nggak lolos, nggak bagus juga kan hasilnya, jadi ya kita pingin balas di PMSL kali ini biar bisa lolos ke PMGC, yang ngegas dari awal lah.
Yeah, I think we don't really have a lot of preparation. It's just like the other day when we played the ISF qualifier, we don't qualify. So I think it's like we try to prove ourselves in PMSL so that we can qualify to the PMGC.
Yeah.
Whoa, I love your M. Okay, moving forward to the next question. I'm curious, with the exchange between Vexy and Vozi with BTR, what difference do you think Vozi bring to the team?
Okay, dengan pertukaran di antara Voxy dan juga Vexy lah, apa perbedaan sama Voxy sekarang?
Mungkin kalau dari Voxy sih mekaniknya lebih jago lah dari segi buat close combatnya.
Yeah, I think if you ask me comparison between Voxy and Vexy, I think Voxy is much more better compared to mechanicals wise. I think for the close quarter combat, Voxy is better than Vexy, that's all.
Oh, wife is everything, right? Okay, and now the next question is so spicy. Next question. Any message you want to send to Vexi right now?
Okay, apakah pesan yang mau disampaikan kepada Vexi sekarang?
Semangat di BTR. Good luck, bro.
Yeah, I wish you all the best in BTR. Good luck.
Okay, just good luck? Okay. Now, how do you feel about sticking the chicken dinner sticker on the interactive board each time you win? Do you like this feature?
Oke, sekarang pertanyaannya adalah, ya sekarang kan ada bot yang baru yang ditempelin stiker. Apakah perasaan kamu ketika tempelin stiker itu di bot itu, dan apakah kamu suka dengan fitur terbaru ini?
Lucu aja sih, ada kata-katanya, Cok.
So I think this feature is a bit funny because there's a word there, there's the stickers there, and then we can put chicken stickers on the board. So I think it's funny. I quite like it.
Oh, because you have 3 chickens on your board, right? Yeah.
That's so good.
Yeah, that's why. Okay, this is extra questions. Based on the current performance, how confident are you in this roster?
Oke, dengan performa VOIN sekarang, seberapa yakin kamu dengan roster ini buat mungkin juara PMSL ataupun lolos ke PMGC?
Ya masih 80% lah, mungkin masih walaupun kita banyak 3 chicken, masih banyak mistake yang kita buat. Mungkin ya kita bakal adaptasi lagi ke depannya, ya memperkuat chemistry lagi buat di next match-nya biar 100% bisa dapat juara. Amin.
Yeah, I mean, if you ask me, maybe it's how confident I am. I think 80% is because of even though we still managed to get a 3 winner chicken dinner, but there's still a lot of mistake that we made. So I think in the future we just need to adapt and then touch up our mistake so that we can completely 100% secure the trophy in PMSL and qualify to the PMGC as well.
Wow, I love your confidence. Maybe if you can adapt, maybe 6 winner chicken dinner, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. Okay, thank you for your interview. And now, Caster, this time is for you to wrap up everything up. Okay, goodbye. Thank you. Bye-bye.
I mean, despite that early exit from VOIN on the last map, I think they're still very much in good spirits. I think that, this team has definitely proved themselves a lot. They've put a benchmark on what to expect for the upcoming days, and it's a pretty high benchmark. So my question is whether or not they can maintain this. 3 back-to-back chicken dinners today, with the majority of games up in the top 4, except for that last map. It felt like they were just a little bit hitting their limit. They did change up their players as well. So, it's still something new to see as we see roster, or at least player changes throughout the entirety of the day coming into these next 2 weeks as well. But for me personally, seeing a lot of teams really show their consistency on day 1 is also very, very important. Teams like VOIN, Donkey, DX, Alter Ego, EA as well is also, to me personally, going that aggressively on day 1 puts, a target on your back. My question is, do they have the protocols to really rally back and just be like, okay, challenge us if you want to, if you can, but we can hold on to our, to our wins.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter is, the last question that was asked by Aoijiwa earlier, oh, are you fully confident? And then he replies oh, we're only at 80% capacity right now. 80% of your scoring 3 chicken dinners is already redonkulous, right? And you're telling me that they can do even better. Just goes to show that, hey, this team is absolutely ready to really smash it on those Sundays. I mean, 3 chicken dinners, they could have, if this was a smash rule format, this game would be over in 3 rounds. So
Real.
I am definitely looking forward for more. And, it's been a long day already, but hey, we got more action throughout the rest of the week. So day 2 is upon us. And of course, I hope everybody gets themselves some good dose of chicken dinner already. Tomorrow, we're back in for more. Once again, this is Contra alongside with Tash Bunny. It's been a pleasure to be able to cast alongside with you. So I hope to see you guys tomorrow for more epic wins here in the PMSL Southeast Asia. Till then, have a good night.